Hello, mortals. Hi there, hi. I had a day off and now I have returned. Yay! Anyways, first of all, let me check through the chat. First of all, hi Yippee, how you doing? Hope you're doing good, hello. Hi Cocos, how you doing? Hope you're doing good, hello. Oh, Frog, yeah, like and sub. Very true, very true. Hi Scruffy, how you doing? Hope you're doing good, hello. Oh yeah, your videos. I thought that I was already missing something and was like, huh. You sent me some stuff that I can't react to. Alright, that works. Alright, let me put that in. Brick quick. And then we can start. Nope, that's the wrong one. Okay, good. Okay. That works. We'll reach a quick at those Hero the Dens thingy. So today I learned my sibling who's addicted to exotic animals just bought me a bullfrog. A friggin' frog! Well, that happens. A friggin' frog. Can we watch some Metazelli today? Yeah, the problem is that I have to know that before. You have to recommend some stuff. The problem is I've seen most of the clips. That's the problem. I've reacted like, what? Maybe like 4 compilations already? So there's a good chance that most clips I already know. Well, you're getting the bullfrog in this case. It is what it is. Happens to the best of us. Okay, that is added. Perfect. Then I have everything, I think. So I already had like 4 compilations though, so I don't think I will find anything new in those. I don't think so, at least. I also have to work through the recommendations on Discord as well. My clips are super short. Yeah. Alrighty. The best of both worlds, bull and frogs, for real. Return the frickin' frogs, gay. Alright then, seems good everything. You have a frog, I have a frog, we the same. Yeah, but my frog... my frog is a little different from your frog. Okay, I got this. I think we'll switch to what I want to watch. Let me real quick. First of all, reload the website. That is important, very good. So I can have what I want to watch. Obviously, I won't start with the things that Somax recommended. So we'll start with this one. Because I saw it and I was like, this looks interesting. So we'll look at that. Give me a second. Okay, let me switch to this screen. Yep, we are over here. Now I just need to transform into a slime. Bro tries to replace me. And unfortunately for you, I'm irreplaceable. Anyways, we'll start with this one since Somax isn't here yet and I wanna usually watch the things when the person's here. I'm worried about moving my Pokemon games to Switch 2, bricking day one. Yep, that's currently a problem. I heard that the Switch is kinda, actually not just kinda, very dog shit. Apparently hackers have tried to like hack the console, and everything they do bricks it. Everything. So we'll see. We'll see how bad it truly is. Yeah. We'll see. I have no idea. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see how bad it's gonna be or not. Always kind of the trenches. Also, ice cream was nice yesterday. It wasn't nice to take a day off and spend some time with her outside. It's super warm though. I hate it. It's 27 degrees Celsius. I hate it here. Suddenly it became so hot for no reason. And then it rained overnight a little bit and now it's hot again. I had no console break day one. That's crazy. That would infuriate me. Please Nintendo, may I buy my console and actually own it and can do with it what I want without you messing with me? Thank you. That'd be nice. Anyways, I've got a video that I want to watch. This just randomly popped up in my recommendations, and I was like, yep, this one looks interesting. We'll look at it, and it's The Goth Girl Epidemic in Gen Z by North. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. I feel like that is there really a I guess you could say in some way I've seen more goth girls in my 20s than I've ever had in any like before that. So actually there might be a chance that it actually is a solid increase in that. In addition to that, all the memes of like wanting to be crushed by a 6-foot goth mommy. It is what it is. After can we watch some Pack God vids? I find that guy so unhilarious. I find that guy so not funny. It's crazy. No, he's just throwing together pointless words to make it seem like it's like a crazy insult, but it's not really. I don't really care since I don't hack on consoles. Yeah, that's true. Anyways, let's see. The goth mommies.
I don't know about you guys, but lately my entire feed on social media has just been filled with stuff like this. And I know I'm not the only one experiencing this either, because I'll see other posts like this one, or how about all of these? And that got me thinking, because didn't we used to shame this exact kind of person 20 years ago for being too emo? Or does it?
Very true. Very true. I mean, we kind of did. We kind of did. Back in the dark ages. I agree. It's just not it just I don't know. It has become kind of not the goth dudes. Not the dudes have become a trend. It's more so the ladies that have become a trend. Like nobody cares about the goth dudes. Let's just face it, the gender divide. So to speak. Nobody cares. For real, nobody cares. I remember Goth Girl being popular with stores for it. Could be. Could be. It wasn't particularly popular when I was a kid and nobody cared. You were kind of a weirdo if you had that aesthetic.
Does this really just speak volumes about
Gen Z is lonely, by the way. Percent of U.S. adults who are lonely shown as demographics. 61% of all U.S. adults reported feeling lonely, which is up 7% from last year. Gen Z, almost 80% pretty much. Millennials, 70%. Boomers, 50%. Men, 46%. Women, 45%. Okay. In the corona times we did. Yeah, probably.
where we are right now as a society? Was everyone just simply happier 20 years ago? Or have our beauty standards just shifted? And don't get me wrong, everyone has a preference. Even I'll look at some of these posts and be like,
I mean, yeah, sure. Nah, I think people overall were happy at pre-social media because there wasn't this constant need for validation. Even me, I'm an attention whore. I stream and make videos. Yeah.
now perchance, does anyone know where to find these type of people? I would like to know, I'm just asking for a friend. But now, more than ever, I see more and more people want to get into a relationship with someone like this. And not for the loving kind of relationship, but purely just so they can come out of it as a worse person? Huh? Now what I think is going on is...
Wait.
They can come out of it as a worse person.
Bro said he needs this type of girl for character development. Yeah, sent me a short woman with daddy issues. I need that character development. Send me a short mentally ill woman with daddy issues so I can get that character development. Yep. 46% men, 45% women. What the hell is the 9% lizard people?
person? Huh? Now what I think is going on is everyone is actually confused about what a goth girl is. Are they saying they want a goth girl? Or a goth girl? Heck, people even mistake these girls for goth girls, when in reality, these are actually alt girls. Then people will say this is an alt girl, when in reality, this is actually an e-girl. Oh my goodness, I sound like such a gooner right now.
Doesn't matter. All into the same category. You look the same. If it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. It might be a duck.
Guys, I swear, it's not what it looks like. But there's just something about them that just draws you in. I don't know how to explain it or what it is. It's just something about them. Because you'll notice it from like the corner of your eye. It just grabs your attention. Almost like a YouTube thumbnail. And every single post with one of these girls, they are never ugly. They're always just conventionally attractive women. Now, this is common whenever like a girl posts a thirst trap or something, but 99% of the comments on posts like these are just different types of down bad people. A girl posts a thirst trap or something, but 99% of the comments on posts like these are just different.
Mommy, you look good today. What if I say please, mommy? Please, please, no. God, you sim, by the way.
Types of down.
It's from Hotel Transylvania. Mommy, yes ma'am, anything you want. This is crazy.
Bad people, you can say. It's like always to a different.
No! What is this? Why are we doing this? Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy? What is it? What is it? Why does everyone want the mommy? Did a lot of Gen Z boys grow up with incompetent mothers? Is this the answer to all the problems of society? Fuda femboy tremble before best. What the hell is the name? Yeah, sure, Intellion Smasher 69. Sure.
Different level. This is almost beyond gooner territory. Even with fictional women, it seems like whenever people see these kinds of women, they just...
It's just like, yeah, the thing with like Makima is like, goodness. That chick isn't... You know, guys, I could understand if the character's sexualized, but Makima isn't even sexualized, and they still do be gooning. That means you don't need sexualized characters to do that. It's already available.
Lose all their sense of dignity and become docile. It'll be like the most masculine man you've ever seen in your life, and then they see someone like this and they just turn into a slave out of nowhere, willingly, on their own accord. Like, oh my goodness, you can do anything you want. Now, why does this happen? Well, from what I've gathered, I think most of this comes from the popular manga called Chainsaw Man. If you know, you know. Where the main character just wants to feel boobs constantly.
I want to touch boobies just like me, for real. Didn't Denji get jerked off? Didn't bro just get jerked off? Wasn't there a panel? I remember that.
And honestly, I can't
His meat got meated.
blame him. Not to spoil it, but then he gets presented with the opportunity, and then he acts like this. But where did all of this come from? Well, according to Google, they originate from Sweden of all places, or just Scandinavia. Wait, no, I'm wrong. It actually comes from the UK. I'm not gonna go into detail as to how the goth subculture came to be, because
The UK? Damn. That appears to be the only good thing that came out of the UK. Interesting.
then this video would be like 3 hours long, so I'll give you a very brief one. Spawning into existence during the early 1980s because of this person named Susie Sue, but spelled in a really funny way. This person made some music and then dressed like this, and everyone just kind of ran with it. There's a lot more to it than that, but it would take too long to explain, so if someone wants to drop the entire history in the comments, then be my guest. But in short, there was a genre of music that people like, where the artist wore clothing like this, and over time, multiple subgenres just emerged from it, like trad goths, romantic goths, cyber goths, pastel goths, and many more. So goth girls, or just goths in general, didn't just come from one place, but spawned into existence from a love of a certain music type, fashion, and the love for something eerie but beautiful. But that begs the question, because you can see a bunch of them on Instagram, TikTok, like whatever social media, but you never really see these people out there just walking around in real life. Maybe you might.
Because... Hi Zeppelin, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Probably from the punk culture. Yeah, it could also be, yeah. Hmm. I have to say, this is probably very likely because these people are only doing it for the internet. For views and likes. That's what it is. that could just be me. But I've never actually been outside and seen somebody who's like genuinely goth. I think like once. Yeah, about once. Maybe twice if I didn't pay attention.
On various occasions, but that begs the question is that where do you find them? Where do you find these types of people? Who knows? They could be stalking us in the comments right now. Guys, watch out, you're gonna get locked in the basement. I mean, if you're a goth baddie watching this video, DMs are, it's just this whole subculture, you know, it's
Bro complained, but bro, he's not better.
cool and all, but now it's gone to a point to where we just glorify it to such a weird amount. It's almost
Wait, what?
now it's gone to a point to where we just glorify it to such
POV, you get caught sniffing the leg press off of the goth gym baddie used it. I'm getting the bonkai out. I'm getting the bonkai out. Goodness. In my bed watching American Dad. Pretty normal day for you, it seems.
such a weird amount. It's almost like disturbing in a way for how much we glorify this. And it's not to say it's like, oh, it's a bad thing. This is terrible. I mean, depending how you want to look at it. Some people see like this whole thing as like satanic, and there's multiple reasons for that. I can kind of see why, because you know, the whole monster brand, a lot of people like to argue that it's very satanic, you know, whatever you want to say, but I can't help but agree with them sometimes, because you know, you ever see, you know, the rise of Monster, like White Monster, the energy drinks, how it's associated with a certain group of people, like these people.
Nah, the white monster. The white monster's crazy. The white monster experience. Which is like, black dude drinks white monster, turns white. We also have the black monster experience. We have that as well. It just is what it is. It just is what it is. Wayne's World. Ew. Not a video asked where the goths are at. I answered. Okay. That explains.
People are pretty much the face of the brand at this point. The original Monster flavor is just seen as, I don't know, it's only drank by these types of people. But it can also go way deeper than that. Of, you know, people accidentally glorifying something that they don't believe in, or you know, something satanic. Now you can say what you will, of course I'm not the most educated person in the world on this whole genre. In fact, I'm very much just an outsider to all of this. I'm just an outsider looking in, but from what I can see and what I've gathered is that at a first glance, you know, when you look at where this came from and where it all spawned in, it kind of seems very demonic. Now whether that's still the case now, you know, a lot of people put different spins on it. Of course I could be wrong, but that's just what I see that it is. So a lot of people that are like, oh, I want a goth baddie, but they're Christian and their values go against all of that. So, but you know, for the people that want to attract these type of people, you can't just, you know, you can't just be a,
I mean, lust is a powerful thing. We all get weak, with a goth girl in your proximity. It is what it is. Not we all. I don't care.
you know what I mean? Normally you see these people with someone else that, okay, maybe
The problem is this is kind of accurate. The problem is this is kind of accurate. I know a few internet relationships that look exactly like that. It's like the most normal dude on the planet. And then it's like a girl like this. It's actually, yeah, I agree. this is This is actually a real thing.
Maybe I'm wrong, but you always notice one consistent thing with all of them. Whether it's because of makeup or whatever, their skin is flawless. It's perfect. It's almost like too perfect in a way, to where it just captures your attention. It's like, you have to look at this. Look at how clean and pure it is. It almost looks like a cartoon at this point. Like, some of these people, you look at them, it's like, are you even real? They don't want other goth boys. They want regular late 20s men? What? Having a nice skincare routine, you know, having your skin look pure. That's how you get all the goth baddies. The goth girls that are incredible, or even the alt girls or the e-girls, you know, whatever the heck you're into. This is how you get all of them. And
Why did you use that Wojak, bro? Why did you use the Coomer Wojak? That was necessary. Also, it's very interesting looking at these relationships. Be like, this is the most normal dude ever. She looks like fruit. Oh, never mind. Calm down, Scruffy. We all make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. Even starting a charity for trans people and then keeping the money because the group that you start a charity for is actually a pedophile ring. Yay!
so one thing that allows me to keep this channel going, and a continued sponsor of this video, Teach Hanley. Thank you for sponsoring, guys. I know, give me a second. Let me explain how this is actually very beneficial to you. They will help you get the goth baddies, okay? Or heck, any baddie that you want. Teach Hanley skincare systems are designed to help you win your battle against acne while being simple and uncomplicated. All you need is a few minutes in the morning and before bed. It's a visibly effective routine that will boost your confidence in every aspect of your life. Teach Hanley has developed an acne clearing breakout busting routine called Teach Clear. This will aid you in pulling all the goth baddies. If you're new to skincare, I recommend starting with the level.
Bring me my credit card. I'm just joking. I would never.
1 Teach Clear Acne Essentials routine. This powerful system gives you everything you need to win the fight against acne. Salicylic Acne Face Wash to remove dirt, oil, and bacteria. Glycolic Pads to gently exfoliate, minimize pores, and reduce blackheads. And Acne Serum to fight acne-causing bacteria, reduce redness, and help your skin recovery. And here's the proof. 95% of guys using Teach Clear say that it leaves their skin improved. Even if you don't have acne, you'll love Teach Hanley. With performance-driven skincare formulas that address men's different needs. You'll feel great about the way your skin looks and feels, whether you're out in public or meeting up on a first date. But don't just take my word for it. Trust the millions of guys who use Teach Hanley, with over 16,000 5-star reviews. And Teach Hanley thinks you'll agree, which is why they give you their handsome guarantee. Love it? Great. Or if not, then you can get a full refund, no questions asked. And since Teach Hanley is sponsoring this video, they have an amazing deal for you. You can save up to 40% off your first box today and get a gift valued at $20. Plus, if you sign up as a member using my link in the description and pin comment.
Bro, shut the fuck up now! End this ad! Bro! Gotta go, sorry I couldn't watch the whole thing. Have a nice day or stream. Bye, yippee, take care, have a nice day. Calling any woman a baddie is already an ick. Your sister's an ick? That's crazy.
You'll get 20% off for life. And once again, thank you Teach Hanley for sponsoring today's video. But it really just makes me wonder why we glorify this so much, because the whole thing about it is that almost every guy in the comment section of like every thirst trap
I wouldn't leave you, to be honest. I'm making my Elden Ring character look like you. I've seen her before. I listened to Buddy Holy once. This is what I need, low-key. For real, though. I know you. I know my type now.
trap about a goth girl, e-girl, or anything involving that, they just turn docile when, you know, in reality, that's the opposite of what they want, thinking that, yes, this will get them, this will attract them to
Why? Who made this? I snorted. Who made this? Who made this? Why are we doing this? It's just a bunch of degens.
to me, this is going to work. I will pull this baddie. When in reality, they want the exact opposite of that. So you're really just shooting yourself in the foot at that point. But it scares me to a point now to where we glorify this. You know, like I said earlier, didn't we used to make fun of these exact kind of people for being like too sad and depressed? Now, does that say more about us that we were happier 20 years ago? Or is it just our standards now have shifted? Like, this is what's in style. You know, there's always a new fashion style of, you know, what's in every like few years, every 10 years. You know, kind of like how mullets were in fashion and then they became out of fashion and now they're kind of in again. At this point, this is the most goth girls have ever been sought after. And for a good reason too. I mean, like, damn. But in all seriousness,
Bring me my bong stick! Someone get my horny bong stick. For real, these dudes are gooning.
gets to a point to where, does this just reflect how we are as a society? This is something that no one talks about, but like the type of people that you're into, you know, what you look for in a partner, it really speaks volumes about you as a person. Now that's not to say like, oh, you're evil if you have a preference for one specific type of person. Like, no, that's fine. Like, everyone has a preference. That's just your preference. More and more people, you know, you always see who were the people that they were.
Bro is what? Is this bro's rat? Why is there a video of somebody washing their rat? Still are in Australia. Most guys have mullets. Okay. But it's also a dark continent, so there's that. I wanna now watch an entire video of a rat getting washed.
Paired with the most is depressed people, you know, emo guys. More and more now, more people are into this type of person. And what is the common trend is that everyone is more sad now. Everyone is more depressed nowadays. It's more widespread. And what is, you know, the type of girl that these men want is this type of person. So does it really just...
There's two different types of men. It's the I can fix her and she can ruin me. I don't belong to either of them. Thankfully. Baby Red get washed ASMR. That's like something I would watch for real.
say more about where we are today as a society? The decline of everyone's mental health? Or is it just a different beauty standard that's shifted? Because it's glorified so much that this is desirable, that this is what people want. I think in reality, this is not what they want. I think it's more of a symptom of what they've become.
Yeah, that's very much the majority. For me, it's like, I don't like if a girl smokes. I don't like if a girl has tattoos. I don't like if a girl has piercings. I don't like all those things. So maybe I'm a weird weirdo. I don't fall into that category. Most dudes probably are like, but I'm not. Like, nope. Bro, if I see a baddie, I call her a baddie. I'm too old for such lingo. You're barely hatched. That's okay. Good day. Hi, Cricket. How are we doing? Hope we're doing good. What are we watching? Goth Girl Epidemic in Gen Z. I'm too old for such lingo. Okay, hag.
Come. Of course, you know, if you want this type of person, that's fine. But the glorification of this and why it's become so...
Huh?
person, that's fine. But the glorification of this and why it's...
POV, I'm your coffee? What the fuck? Is this some weird fetish thing that I don't understand? Again? Most guys aren't into women with cow nose rings. For real, septum piercing. There's this one a guy who makes like TikToks about like turn-offs of guys with in like the same sound over and over. And bro has a trend where at the end of every video there is a septum piercing. And he makes like an entire video where like 5 times X or like turn-offs, and it's just the septum piercing the entire time. It's so funny. Piercings are cute, it depends on which one. Nah, I don't like them either. Moo.
It's become so...
I'm gonna say it. Most girls that have it I don't know, most girls just look better. Like, there are girls where it suits them, but most it just doesn't. Get that thing out of your face, you look horrid.
So desired is just because of what everyone else is going through now. Even I made a video about
Wait, what? Let me read the memes! The sheep broke, I'm up. Homie at 3 a.m. explaining how that one girl's smile still haunts his dreams till this day. I'm the homie. That was me. That was so me. That was so me. I'm still thinking of her. It was 3 years ago. Yep, that was me at one point. Recently saw a girl with the same smile that she has. I got hit with so many memories and emotions at once. Her singing voice still haunts me. She sounded like thousands, if not millions, of angels in one person. Oh my god. I see her smile everywhere. I dream about her. Oh no! Help my homie! I once heard the risk of loving someone very much is never being able to love anyone again. Oh no! Oh no! There's another one behind me I'm gonna read. It's a long one. Holy shit. Help my homies. help my homies. The memory of her also guts. Damn. The memory of her wanders the empty halls of my mind. I sit here, bloody hands from the thorns that have grown on my. Bro is becoming philosophical here. For I yearn for these thorns to rid themselves of me, yet they get tighter, my heart growing cold. Blood gushing, for until I lay lifeless, a shell of the human I once was. For I am no longer human, my humanity and selflessness that makes me human, left with the blood I had shed. That's crazy. Get my homies help. Help my homies. Just help my homies. My homie needs help. All my homies need help here. Every single one of these needs help. It's mental health Awareness Month. Reach out to a homie. Once again. I've come to like septum piercings. Now I saw this girl a few days ago. She knew what she was doing. It looked so good. Not gonna lie, for most it doesn't. I'm getting my tongue pierced soon. I just need to schedule an appointment, find someone to come with me. That's also one of the worst looking one, Poke. You probably heard about Jordan Peterson debate. I recommend please don't watch it. I've already seen it, and this is just this is not one Christian debating 20 like atheists. This is uh one agnostic debating 20 atheists. It's very funny. My homie is not a Christian.
everyone else is going through now. Even I made a video about this, how we all struggle for a sense of meaning, how we look for purpose in different kinds of ways. You know, maybe there is a reason to live for this person. So then what happens? A lot of people make that the focus. That's the center of their life. Everything revolves around that person. Some guys look for goth girls not to beg.
Ooh, go back. I like that. Go back. Further back.
So then what happens? A lot of people make that the focus. That's the center of their life.
Yeah. a lot of people, they have no purpose. They meet someone that it's kind of like finally it's something worth living for, so that person, their partner, their friend becomes their center reason for even living. That has happened. And simply because we've replaced everything that society had originally, like religion, values, etc., dreams, which are all now kind of gone, we have no replacement for that. So things like politics, people become one's entire life purpose. And then you get this what he's talking about here. Who's slimed up. I hate you. Hi, GT. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Everything revolves around that person. Some guys look for goth girls not to better their mental health, you know, in a relationship, but specifically to make it worse. Like, make it make sense. Like, why? Now, some people use
I need this character development.
it as like a reason to improve themselves, like, oh, winter arc, now it is my time to shine, I'm gonna get better. But that just seems kind of moronic to me. It's like, why can't you just get better now? What it is, why this is glorified so much, it's not because this is actually what people desire, but it's because it symbolizes something that people actually want more, and that's stability. You know, people want a stable relationship, but I guess everyone now is just so messed up to where it's like you go up to someone to try to start a conversation with them, and they almost look terrified at you, like, what? Someone is speaking to me. What? How everyone just fears speaking to each other in public. You know, I even just made a video on this about how everyone just does not want to speak to you at all. I've had so many of you comment to me about
Yeah, not speak to each other. It's also like you cannot speak. Like people are not really approachable nowadays because like everyone has like headphones in, or they already look like unapproachable. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of like that. People have become kind of unapproachable nowadays. Um, yes, the stability part for relationships, I agree with that as well. Relationships are a lot less stable than they used to be. First of all, you didn't have as many options back then. Like you had like the people in close proximity, and now like Jeff only had to deal with all the Jeffs around him, and now Jeff has to deal with every Jeff in the country. So that's one thing. In addition to that, we have kind of what's the word? Forced people into this belief that there might be something better out there. Which oftentimes the grass is not greener. It is what it is. And one of the my voice is dead. Holy fuck. Okay, this comment is interesting. One of the biggest problems I see that with us being the most connected generation ever, we are the most overprotected generation as well. I agree with that very much. We have infantilized our generation, the Zoomers. Mostly late and middle stage Zoomers. So like the Zoomers who were born in the 90s, they're usually fine. They're not really like they're fine, right? Or like 1995, 1996. They're fine. But the Zoomers who are like in like the early 20s or freshly turned 18, they're very much infantilized. Uh you can see this with like relationships where like an age gap of like 2 years is already like a tremendous worthy of a tremendous crash out. Yeah, I would say so. We are kind of infantilized. Don't do this, don't do that. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Very true. Sometimes I'll try to talk to the students at my job and they straight up don't answer. Hear me because they have headphones in. Embarrasses the fuck out of me there. I agree. I agree. It is terrible. People are just not approachable nowadays. Who deals with all the Jeffs in the country? We not there yet. Oh, so I so agree about the protect gen. Just look at the kids today. Very much. I mean, like dating. Oh, did you hear that Tinder added a height filter in? Since there's now a height filter, we need a weight filter for the homies. Equal heights, equal weights. As far as I'm concerned, a lot of Gen Z's parents tended to shelter us a lot, so going out and exploring the world. And that was the case with me. I could stay out as long as I wanted, and my parents would probably believe, oh, he's probably sleeping on like a bench or something. So I never had that. But I also had um My parents are in their 60s now, so I had older parents anyways. So that makes sense. Hi Joe, how you doing? Everything good? Hello. Experiencing new things and meeting new people has become harder than ever before because that's what we should have been doing growing up. Agree. A lot of them, that's the case. Such as exploring new hobbies and learning how to overcome challenges in life. I feel like a lot of this, however, is also part of like how the education system works nowadays. Now that we don't have any of those experiences, we have nothing to talk about when we actually meet someone. Yeah, that's pretty much me. I don't yap anything with like anyone because like I was more so an isolated kid. I never really did anything with other people. I usually spend time with myself. So that's more so on me. I've noticed that about myself and my own friend circle, and the biggest issue was that they would never invite me to outings and stuff they wanted to go to, so when we got back together and would have conversations about that stuff, they'd point out how quiet I would be, and I'd just be like, well, I don't really have anything to talk about because I was never invited. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Fortunately, we've been making sure to include me in these outings and stuff, and now no, and interestingly enough, my social skills started to improve a bit because I'm actually experiencing interesting things now instead of just sitting at home all day. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I agree with him here. I agree with him here. To be honest, I will never forget when they said a friendly hey to someone I saw in the hallway and he confusingly asked me, "Do I know you?" Like I really didn't know it was a crime to say hello. Yep, that's what it is. My parents did not give a fuck either, but that could be a rural American thing. It's probably also like a general rural thing. Like what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen in like a rural area really? Nobody lives here. Who gives a rat's ass? Wow, we need a D size and chest size filter. And yet, yes, I'm a degenerate. What? Why do you want to have a D size filter for men? Gay? My parents didn't care as long as I told them where I will be and stuff, and I was always with a group either way, so it didn't really matter. I was mostly spending a lot time alone outside, or I would just grab my dog and just walk around with my dog and be like, "Yep, taking my homie."
This. So it's not just me going through this. This is definitely a new trend nowadays. I think my generation took the whole don't talk to strangers thing too literally. Because how is it that we make friends? Is that we talk to strangers. That's how it works. But now, since everyone is just so messed up mentally, everyone is more lonely than ever. So I think people see this and think this is how it works. It puts out the wrong message.
Yeah, bro, I swear I will hang out with you guys a lot, and I will not switch up over a girl. Yeah, yeah, I know these people. Like they drop you for for a girl, and then when the girl left, they come back and be like, "I will never leave you again, my friends." No, you will. You will. If there's another girl, you will. I've seen this many times before.
This is not how you find a partner because they really want something else. And so it just fuels this ever-growing epidemic of loneliness, of how everyone is just alone. And it's glorified. You know, they even play into this as well. Of the guys that are like, please lock me in your basement. And then you see the videos of like goth girls or e-girls. Yes, I will lock you in the basement, dear. Oh my gosh, where have we come to as a society? You know, even Discord mods, they can be grouped in with these type of people. I know, even they want goth girls, but you look at them and it's like, bro, this is not how you react. This is not how you act to old baddies.
Huh? What? What? Oh my goodness! No! Yo, can you groom me? I'm 14. What the fuck, bro? Get this dude out of here. You're supposed to go outside with your homies, run around, play games. I don't know. Not ask a chick on TikTok to groom you. What the fuck? This is crazy. But what do you call two lesbians in a closet a liquor cabinet? Oh, I thought an abusive. I thought a fight, a wrestling match, because you know, high abuse rate.
This is not how it works. I don't know, man. Am I spitting facts or not? I feel like I've spit too much. I've spit too much. Bro is on to nothing.
Bro is on to something at the same time on to nothing, because while he is correct, this kind of went nowhere. But I agree. Goth girls are more needed nowadays than they ever have been. And there's a lot of men thirsting over them for one reason or another. Crazy shit. It is what it is. Well, since Sonic's here, I can finally start watching the videos that she recommended. Which one is actually VTuber based, so that's good. And I also have the video for racial slurs tier list. Oh goodness. that could go really bad. It could. 14, yep, 14. Like, there are actual minors who actually want to be victims, like, for real. Which one? Oh, that. Goths or nerds? Nerds. Frog is a literal nerd. Like, she's like literally like, it's crazy. Like, she can yap all day about, she has a very specific interest in flowers. She can yap all day about flowers, so here's a new fact. Anyways. Oh no, it's that clip. Oh no, VTubers are painful to watch. Hey! I'm not painful to watch! Hazel? I'm a homie. I'm a good boy. This clip, right? This clip is in fact painful to watch. I mean, I'll let homie have his you know, his glory, his moment of glory, but man, why? Why? Many Yapatrons nowadays complaining about drama right now. Yeah, I like drama there. I'm a drama whore. I love drama as long as it's not me. Hey, I'm not cringe. Flowers, damn, yeah. But high school, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. We're going to save room. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's get ready. It's so stupid. This is so fucking retarded. No, it's not like this. It's him. It's the. I mean, okay, right? If it was like crazy, like, you know, it was like always a mystery how his eyes looked in the model, and like they're actually like really crazy looking and stuff, really well drawn and stuff, you know. Okay, I could understand hiding this as like a little secret, okay? But the reaction to it is kind of wild. Is it with Niji Sanji? That explains it at least. This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh no, it's Fillion. It's Fillion!
And I'm in need of a guy, and I'm in need of a guy, and I'm in need. Oh. No, you're not!
Is this just a Comics, it's just a compilation of weirdos. And her mom, no, not the mom. This is your future. Get to your idol training. I will never be an idol. Never.
Lord have mercy.
Are you ready? I can do this. Okay.
Huh? Where's the brown flip, by the way? I need the brown flip. Do you guys know the brown flip?
You be quiet.
The honey milk green tea.
Can I have a sip?
Yeah. Want me to regurgitate it to you like a bird?
Yeah.
How do I stop being short? How do I stop being short?
Drink milk? Drink milk. I think milk. Just drink milk. Otherwise, I don't know. You're stuck.
Well, we're gonna have. Oh, let me mute everything. We're gonna have the lion roar from me. How do you say cook in Japanese?
Cooking?
To cook, yeah.
今夜は料理しています。料理。
Riwawi.
料理。
Oh my god, bro.
Riwawi.
Oh, man. What the
Riwawi.
料理をする。
Riwawi wawu.
I don't like when Americans try to speak Japanese. I like when Japanese people try to speak English though. Especially Japanese girls just throwing the N-word around. The queer baiting is real. I think Hoyo Words is better at it. Hi Lumpy, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Come here, pussy. Come on. Get the fuck out of my goddamn dog.
This is just a compilation of VTuber noises. We'll love to see it.
What you doing down there, gamer?
Shundo. Also, all VTubers are on this side, so I will move myself over. I will move myself over. Nyong. See, I have magic.
Whoa. I look like a fish.
I choose you! Whoa! Use Thunderbolt on Bricky's balls!
Pika?
I will get hate for this, but I don't like Cottontail. I just don't like her. I don't know what it is. Okay, so I recently tried Elden Ring and I have no words for this game. Bro's brain is fried. God damn it, these lolly YouTubers just remove them, Jesus. Nah, Shondo based. Incredibly based.
Pika.
You did good, Pikachu. You did really good.
But you did this for what? Why not? Why? Why not? Why?
Ben.
But why though? Corona, why? Why?
Ben.
That is funny.
Not gonna lie, this is one of the better memes I've seen. That's funny. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Your dog. Yeah, put him in there. Oh, he's had a really big poop.
What am I hearing? Shondo! What am I hearing? Still better than the Cunny clip.
냄새? disgusting한 냄새가 나요. disgusting shit.
I have a friend,
What
Micah.
the fuck is that clip? That's good, disgusting shit. That's a good clip.
And the other day, we were collabing. So I forced her to strip down and show everybody her armpit toggle for content. And then I called her a whore. And I...
Bro, what? She dropped down to get the armpit show off the armpit toggle and then called her a whore. That is crazy. That clip is crazy. Pippa just staring blankly as if nothing happens, as usual. Hi Shadow Clips, how are you doing? Everything good? Hello.
I think I learned that from you.
I've just realized you have a win an argument button. If chat is annoying you, just press the zipper toggle and chat will immediately shut up looking.
It's like, chat, please. Oh, sorry, that was a bit much.
The dude's watching a talking PNG with huge knockers. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. No, no. This will probably get you banned on Twitch though. Probably. Maybe. I will not close my eyes, man. Hey, look, it's Pippa. She played a hentai game on stream yesterday with 144p censorship. Yeah, I've seen that actually. I was like, what am I looking at? What? Like, dude. Also, it's like, the peepees in that game look kind of horrid, not gonna lie.
Behave. Chat, please. Behave.
Shut the fuck up.
Chat, please. Come on. Behave.
Yeah. I don't know.
Not gonna lie. That Cinder drama has kind of ruined how I view Lily. We cannot forget there are many 18+ VTubers and earning bags. Yeah, I don't particularly like them. I have a very simple solution to that problem. I mute them when I see it. I just don't want to see it, bro. I just don't. It's not my cup of tea. Also, there was a post on Twitter complaining about how scandally clothed a lot of VTubers nowadays are, and I looked through that post and I had like 30+ people being blocked by 30+ people in that reply section. That was for my first cancellation.
You like keeps fucking me.
No, you wish I would fuck you. However, I will not.
Okay, listen.
Okay, bro. Sure, Pippa. Yeah, okay. Melody's a funky one. Yeah. I don't like it. I just don't like most of those, to be fair. I said, hi, Zoom, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. You have no Inferno in there, okay. Control of cannibalism, dog. I haven't eaten anyone yet.
Listen here, bitch. I'm sick of it. I am sick.
Mike Tyson's ass. Oh no! Mike Tyson no.
Wait, what? What did you say?
Mike Tyson's ass.
Something sounds ass? I don't know.
Oh no! Mike Tyson no お尻を食べる。No! No eating, no eating. Sorry.
Come on. Let's go outside.
Go outside for what?
We're gonna fight.
ここはね、ここはきついから布切った。あ。
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck did I look at? Goodness. Yeah, Paimon VA fight. People memed about Chris Pratt being Paimon. Chopper revealed season 2 of One Piece live action. Nice. Was a VTuber who just sang song of you mean the Kanye song? Yes, there was a VTuber and it was incredibly based. Weird time to come back, eh? Yeah, booba.
What the fuck?
How's it going? Oh, you've been a very bad boy, haven't you?
Right now, if it was not for all of you guys. So thank you for showing up for me. Thank you for voting me for most chaotic VTuber. Thank you for being in the shoebox with me. Thank you. Thank you for being Wait a minute. Who are you? And now I want to see you. I want to see you all jumping. Is everyone ready? Is everyone ready? 1, 2.
Some of my chats, it's...
Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Who made this video, bro? Somebody. I think JP VTubers get least drama compared to English VTubers. Yep. That's also because Japanese VTubers respect the medium. English VTubers kinda don't. Like, a lot of English VTubers are just e-whores. Just to the credible truth. At least indie ones. It is what it is.
Fox, stop moaning. No.
No.
There you go. I don't think she... Hi. Oh, hey.
But why, though? But why? This is why I don't like some of the male VTubers. Why? Why? His crazy laugh is good though. I agree. That's good though.
Hi. Oh, hey.
That's a good one. I do like some song of Niji Sanji, not gonna lie. I think Niji Sanji is just free content because they fuck up the entire time. Okay, Lumpy, take care.
No.
I hate this cat laughing because there was a time. There was a time where I really actively watched Tectone streams, right? Right? And they were harassing this man with this clip. Like, every link was like this fucking clip. Every fucking link was this fucking clip. It's crazy. It is just, damn. Got Marine, lewd. Then there is the true YouTubers of Hololive, Molly. But we do not talk about not the inflation. Not the inflation. Stop this. Do you have a crazy laugh, Boca? No, I don't. Gives you yandere laugh. I don't have anything.
Where's this bitch? Where is she?
She's scared.
Pumpkin, if you out there and you hear me, girl, I'm waiting on you.
I got the next outfit, Levi.
Please be. Oh my god. Okay.
Do you like my new outfit, little wolf boy? Do you like my new outfit, little wolf boy?
Life could be worse. No, not really. This is the worst.
This is the worst.
This is the worst.
This is the worst.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, it looks really good. It matches your tail. It matches like the. No, I think the black and the white really like, you know, it's a good contrast between the black and the white and then your colored hair and your colored tail. It looks really good, you know. And I think that the.
What's she doing? What is she doing? Why is she? What is going on? What is she doing? Get my little wolf boy out of here! Call 911. Call Child Protective Services.
Details are just, they just suit you, you know. It's like a good. Your body looks.
Oh! Ew! Dude! What the fuck?
Nice in it. It's.
What else nice in it?
Shut the. What? I'm complimenting you, you freak.
You're making me blush.
Okay, leave then.
I'm leaving.
I won't compliment you anymore. You look like a.
This was how they put this. I wish Sway was here. I wish Sway was here. He would have enjoyed this. The brain rot. But yeah, this was VTuber brain rot. We love to see it. We just love to see it. It is what it is. It happens. It happens. Poke doesn't have a crazy laugh, so that means you must have some killer puppy dog eyes. We can ask Frog about that. Hey, you don't need to act crazy if you are crazy. She's playing the little doll who got and easily makes noises. She's not. Yet people forgot the internet exists. Poke is crazy, but no crazy laugh. BS. I am crazy. And into the conversation not goes like normal ones. Yep, do mine next. Right, we have that one. Yes as well. True, we have that one as well. The dense hero. It's alright, Doug. You can just put on the parrot video when he's here. Very true, very true. Let's look at this one. Hero, the... What is it? My voice is dead. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Also, I need to move myself over again. No, I'm here again. I'm here. You're not. Yes, we all know Poke is crazy for Frog, that is. I'm overall also crazy. Dude, I wanted to send somebody down a ramp into like plummeting like 50 meters. The fuck you mean? Hero, the dense shonen protagonist by Zedrin. Let's just look at this. Slay the Demon Lord. This the Order of the Chosen Hammer? I can't read all that. I won't read all that. Good luck. That's accurate. That's how I would do it too. That's one crazy shit you did recently. Recently? Not really. I did a bunch of crazy shit. I once almost broke somebody's spine in 4th class. Was a 10th grader. I almost kicked somebody down a ramp, which is used for gliding, which would have killed the dude. I'm playing Pokemon Star on my Lemonoid emulator app. Okay, Pokemon 23. Cool. Also, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Accurate. A hero's gotta get home for dinner. It is quite important. It is quite important. Let me guess. He is so retarded that he doesn't fall for her at all and just ignores her, and she falls for him. What are the chances? Did bro just pull out the law? Okay, he's dense, not stupid. I get it. He's dense, not stupid. That's crazy. Very unrealistic. Women don't get rejected. This gotta be bait. It's gotta be bait. Bro is not laying anybody. The jumpy jumps. It is jumping. Also, bro is still not getting it. Bro is still not getting it. And I love him for that. Sign me up. Bro, stop the gooning. Bro is so protect bro at all costs. We must protect homie at all costs. He's so innocent. Oh, daddy issues. And he's just acting. Maybe he is. Maybe he is. Yeah, protect him, send him to isolated tower. He's too strong to be... He's too powerful to be left alive. Bro would probably friendzone her at this point. Father here to watch. Maybe he... I don't know. His daughter's too old and finally needs to find a husband. Now, that was incredibly silly. That was incredibly silly. Is there anything important coming up? No, nothing. Okay. Let's do part 2. That was silly. That was incredibly silly. But yeah. Let's do part 2 as well. We got that done. Oh, that's when it's 9 minutes. Dad cannot resist that joke. I'm dad for real. Anyways, this one's 9 minutes. Here are the dens too. Even denser shonen protagonist by Zenrin. Let's go. Let's go. Bro's already homie and buddy with the dad. That's crazy. I said that blonde guy looks like a boomer from Rowdy Rough Boys, the enemy of the Powerpuff Girls. Could be. I haven't watched the Powerpuff Girls in like a decade at least. Is he showing him? Wait, is he showing him? Is he showing him childhood photos of her? That is crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, that's interesting. Good for demons. I've learned, so I've watched Frieren the entirety right now. First of all, how the fuck did that lose to solo leveling? Second of all, demons need to be eradicated, all of them, immediately. That includes the dad, and his daughter, and the redhead. All of them. The mom. That's the mom. Also needs eradication. What do you mean no? Demons are evil! They just imitate human speech. They are monsters. They need to die. Wait, the dad is targeted as well? That's crazy. Wait, did the dad not get it either? That's crazy. See, they're already homies. It works. It just does. They're already homies. Milk demon straight to farm. That's crazy. Tentacles. Not the tentacles. Or vines. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. If you had the eye tracker, you caught it in 4K. Not really. I don't really care. I don't know. That is projection, my friend. You are projecting. I know a bunch of you would love to be that guy right now. I know for a fact that a bunch of you would like that. Like you, who wants to become a vegan. Comes from. I'm scared where that nectar comes from. Do I want to know where that nectar comes from? I don't think I want to know where that nectar comes from. Yeah, it seems to be Digimon. Punch ground. It should have been me, not him. I don't think so. I don't think so, Zoom. That wasn't even a thing back then. God! I predicted that she would fall for him in the first episode. Well, second episode, it has actually happened. Why does homie look so handsome suddenly? Pause. They reopened business only to quickly close again after humans wouldn't stop asking about the new trend of essential oils. EasyLive is still trying to get all evidence of this scene removed from the internet. No! No! I got killed! Help! Oh no! Scruffy killed me! Well, we gotta wait. 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 Let's see. Let's see if I can return or not. Maybe. Maybe we can return eventually. Average YouTube. Average YouTube. Average YouTube. We need to wait. Maybe the stream returns. Okay, it has returned. Let's see. Does it stay returned? Does it stay returned? I've returned. Can you hear me? I think I nuked poker off YouTube. Yes, you did! Yes, you did! You killed me! You killed me! I will call the police! 911! I would like to report a murder. Anyways. Did you continue the music? I didn't even know that the music was copyrighted or not. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that. That it was copyrighted. I hope that the stream doesn't die again, but it returned pretty quickly, so this seems to be fine. I just hope that it doesn't die again. I just hope that it doesn't. Go make your life hard instead of others, will ya? Yep. But yeah, it was a funny video. End of story. I need that for the outro. I can still upload this. I would probably not use the music though. I think we can continue. I think we may continue. I think we can. I think we can. Everything seems to be calm. I will not get murdered again. That should not happen. This doesn't happen on Twitch, which is funny. Next up. This one.
Before YouTube...
This one. This shouldn't nuke me for copyright. This shouldn't nuke me for copyright. I'm sorry, I didn't think you'll get nuked. I didn't think either. Already know YouTube doesn't like animated stuff. Could be. I don't know. Could be. I don't know if a good recommendation, but since the video reminded me of it, did you watch The Journey to the West by Overly Sarcastic Production? No, I have not. And I would be careful. I'm careful. I'm so hungry I could eat Poker's girlfriend. No, you will not eat my woman. I will eat you, though. I will use my drying pan as a frying pan just to you, eh? Also, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. It's been a while. How are you? Anyways, this is going to be terrible. And Somex recommended it. So, if there are any racist allegations, please deliver all of them to Somex, okay? The Racial Slurs Tier List by Stoic Stick. For YouTube, this is an educational reaction. Nothing more, nothing less. But it has been up for years, so it should be fine. I should not die from this. We'll see.
Before YouTube sends me to the Shadow Realm, let me just say that this is an educational...
Do not send me to the Shadow Realm again. It's been quite a while. I'm breathing. You know, by the way. Okay. Good that you're still breathing. Do not kill me.
Video made to inform the viewers about racial discrimination and is in no way meant to be a guide to becoming a more efficient racist.
It doesn't matter if it's not a guide to become a more effective racist. it's still gonna be used for this, regardless.
Alright, now that we have that out of the way, let's get into the good stuff. Today we're going to be talking about racial slurs and ranking them based on their offensiveness and the likelihood that it will cost you your job. I'll try to keep them varied so it's not just the same slur 8 times, and before we get into it, because of YouTube's content ID algorithm, we're going to be putting them through captures when they're up on the screen. But everyone watching should be human, so that shouldn't matter, right? Right? Let's get right into it, and let me just say that this is obviously a race for second place, as the first place spot is going to be going to the N-word. If you look at a racist...
I mean, that makes sense that the N-word ends up... That the N-word ends up on spot number 1. This makes sense. No arguing about it. Though, I don't think it got devalued heavily by being used just as a term to refer to people. So that, I don't know, to like, black people referring to each other. So, I don't know. Yes, you are a donut. A donut? That's interesting. Could be a problem with cartoon boobo's physics while you know what you see in the museum. Full unclothed women painting for a... No, it's the content ID that kicked in. It's the copyright that kicked in.
Keyboard, you'll see that the N, I, G, E and R keys are the most faded, and I'm 99% sure it's not because they spent all day arguing about the social and political climate of the African country of Niger.
Niger. Yeah, definitely. I could see that. But that keyboard could also belong to somebody who's black, right? That could also. So it doesn't have to be specifically just for racists.
It originates from the Latin for black, but during the slave trade in the 17th century, it began to be picked up as a slur and would be used in common language until the late 20th century, where it was decided collectively that we probably shouldn't be saying that. The Merriam-Webster dictionary rates it as the most offensive slur in English history, so even the dictionary agrees with the #1 spot. And it probably goes without saying that if you say this in any context, you're probably going to be unemployed before the R even leaves your lips. Next, we have the fruit slurs, which when I read it first, I thought they were taking the piss too, but...
What is that? Why did you put that into a capture, though? It's literally just... I mean, the fruit slurs make sense.
No, fruit slurs are real. And it's to do with minorities who want to be white like bananas for Asians, who are yellow on the outside but white on the inside, coconuts for brown people, and apples for the Native Americans who are red on the outside but want to be white on the inside. Imagine trying to be hateful and calling someone a banana. I would probably just look at you confused more than anything. Actually,
True though, the problem is that I look at this like this. This is like a racial term that groups use with each other. Like black people referring to other black people as a coconut, or Asian people referring to another Asian person as a banana and apple, and so on, whatever other fruits are out there that you could use for that. It's at least a creative way. I just don't consider it a slur.
I was wondering what we could do for the 5k subs, and seeing as how I'm basically anonymous, I figured I'd throw you guys a bone and do a minority reveal, so we have something to look forward to. So if you haven't already, then go ahead and subscribe. For the fruit slurs, we're going to be putting them in the 10th spot, as, to be honest, more people would be confused and offended if you called them a fruit slur. And you're most likely not even going to be getting a HR email, never mind getting fired. I'll also add onto this that...
To be fair, I think for most people that wouldn't even register. They would probably maybe not pay attention.
Chocolate ice cream or ice cream bars are the same fruit slurs, but for black people who are black on the outside and want to be white on the inside. Then we have the slur for Indians, mostly for Hindus, which is Pajit, which originates from the name Pai Ji and the fact that a lot of Indian names end in Jeet. It's used
I've seen plenty of people use that before. I've seen plenty of people use that before, especially on Twitter.
against Indian males due to the stereotypes associated with Indian men online, such as they are extremely horny and they are very nationalistic.
I'm sorry. If you're Indian, I'm very sorry. But it's a stereotype with the truth, unfortunately. With a little bit of truth. There are stories of Indian men traveling horde distances to meet up with a chick that may not even exist. That happens. It is what it is. I'm sorry.
True or not, they have been associated with the name and are now used in a derogatory fashion. In a similar vein, Mujit is the Indian response to Indian Muslims, which is obviously derived from the Pajit slur, but with the Mu prefix. If you call an Indian person a Pajit or a Majit, they're most likely to get pretty offended, so I'm going to be putting it higher up on the list. Maybe in 3rd place, although it could be displaced. And I guess I'll put Majit in there as well, as they're two sides of the same rupee. This one is a bit hit or miss on if you're going to be fired. If you work in tech with a lot of Indians, then yeah, you're probably cooked, but if you have a blue collar job, you might just get a few laughs. Fuzzy Wuzzy, yes.
Oh, if you're on Twitter, that as well. Soon we blame watermelon for having different color from outside and inside. Oh, now I think about it, is there a watermelon slur for black people? I wonder. Pineapple and pizza? That's like you plus retarded goes well together as well.
Fuzzy Wuzzy is a slur which is used disparagingly against Eritrean and Sudanese Africans.
Fuzzy Wuzzy? What? I've never heard that before! What?
It originates from a poem by the same name that describes the respect that the British soldiers had for the Eritreans and Sudanese that fought alongside the British Army, and relates to their hair being frizzy. Originally, it had...
Okay. Okay. I understand, okay.
Positive connotations, but over time it became more and more associated with anti-African racism, which is just life, I guess. I'm probably going to be putting this in the 9th spot as, for what it's...
So, just like, that was originally a good term, now turned bad. That's interesting. That's interesting. I've never heard that one before. That's a new one. Yeah, that's an 8th or 10th.
It's one of the less offensive slurs on this list, as it started out in admiration and not just hate from the beginning. Similar to the fruit slurs, it's pretty niche and uncommon, so will probably fly under the radar if you said this at work. Although you would get some weird stares. Next up is chink, which is a slur that is used against Chinese people primarily, but as racists do, it's also used against people with hooded eyes.
That reminds me of an interaction, I think it was on Twitter, where a black lady said that her eyes looked chinky, and then an Asian lady responded with that she's also glad that her eyes don't look N-wordy. That reminds me of that. That reminds me of that, where I think I need to get my racism. Oh no! Oh, everybody, if you call me a racist for this, go to that couch apple. It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
Some speculate it may have originated from the Chinese phrase ching ching, which is a courtesy, but others argue it wasn't really that popularized until labor shortages in the west coast of America led to an immigration boom of primarily Chinese nationals who were expert fishermen. And when an American patented his own fish gutting machine, he named it the Iron Chink, and its popularity just grew from there until it was in mainstream use.
That's wild. This list is wild.
This one is similar to Pajit, as in the chances of you losing your job are very environment dependent, but I'd say that it doesn't offend as much as being called a Pajit, and I would know because I've been called both despite being from neither region. So I'll put it in a respectable 5th place. Cracker is going to be our next racial slur, and honestly...
Yeah, it's 8th and 10th. That's not really a major thing. They need to come up with slurs for white people, like mayonnaise monkey. That one is actually kind of funny. Or was it white moon crickets? Something like that. Mayo moon crickets, was it? Stuff like that.
It's a bit of a push to call it a racial slur because I don't think I've ever seen a white person offended by being called a cracker in my life. It's like water off a duck's back. It apparently originates from the noise that whips would make, which I don't get how that's offensive. Bonus slurs include mayo monkey, vanilla gorilla, bleach demon.
Vanilla gorilla? What the fuck? That is crazy. Vanilla gorilla is crazy. I've never heard this one before. Yo, these are good. These are creative. I like it. I wouldn't even be offended. That's creative. Hello, fellow master YouTuber. Good day. Hi, Touchgrass. How are you doing? I've been good. Hello.
Vanilla Gorilla, Bleach Demons.
Bleach demons? Damn. That's actually heat. That's fire. If you call that's not a slur. That's not a slur. Bleach demons? That is not a slur. I feel that's not offensive at all. That's actually kind of fire. That's actually kind of fire.
Unscented candles, etc.
Unscented candles. Okay, so this one could be used as one. This one could be used as one. The bleach demon certainly not. And the unscented candles, sure. Is it okay to I can raise you up? No, you can't. It's impossible. Some of these are creative for real. Vanilla Gorilla with 100 men next. You will not succeed. I've already been raised up.
But some of these sound pretty cool if I'm being honest. Imagine just chilling with your homie and he goes, "What's up, my Vanilla Gorilla?" I'd be hyped. It's gonna go in 8th because it's weak, but the other ones below are more dumb, so yeah. And you're probably not gonna get fired. You're actually more likely to get a promotion for bantering with your boss. A lesser known slur is goy, which refers to all non-Jews, and its origins are from the Talmud, which is the holy book of the Jews. The translation is similar to farm animals / creatures that are lesser, and I didn't actually know about this one until
Damn, the Jews have slurs for everyone that's not a Jew. That's interesting. Very interesting.
recently. But yeah, now you know that some Jews refer to all non-Jews as farm animals, so do with that knowledge as you wish. But I'm going to put it in 7th, just ahead of Cracker, as it's pretty unknown and not many people would take offense because of that, and similarly wouldn't bring it up to HR. Uncle Tom is a slur that is used primarily by black people to disparage other black people for acting in a way that they deem slave-like, but it didn't originally have the same meaning. The term came from the character Uncle Tom in Harriet Stowe's
Bros out there. Bros, they are actually out there doing friendly fire for real. Friendly fire, that's interesting. Your parents jelly because you built like jam. I'm schwobbly wobbly. And I have a lot of calories. Interesting.
Uncle Tom's cabin, and in the story Uncle Tom is beaten to death for protecting the whereabouts of his fellow slaves. This was distorted in subsequent plays that portrayed him as a self-serving sellout.
We need a... Wait, would Uncle Ruckus then be a slur for black people who are anti-black? Or hate black people? Would that be the case?
Who betrays his fellow slaves, and the theme of selling out to the white man stuck with the character and led to the slur that we have today. Because it's mostly used by black people to describe other black people, you probably wouldn't lose your job for saying it if you're black. However, I wouldn't try this if you're a white person. So for that reason, I'm going to be putting it in the 6th spot. Our second to last racial slur is Paki, which is a slur used to disparage Pakistani Asians and rose to popularity during racial tensions in the UK in the 60s and 70s. Racist nationals would form Paki bashing groups to harass and attack Pakistanis
Damn! Okay.
and South Asians, which led to thousands of racially charged attacks and even some deaths. These sparked outrage in the formation of British Asian youth movements to protect their communities, and eventually through social and political change, the clashes stopped. I'm going to put this in the 5th spot, as you could argue it's similar to Chink. However, I think the history of violence puts it over the edge. And again, I'd say it has the potential to cost you your job, but it could also just lead to having to attend some racial mindfulness sessions. Our final racial slur, the unofficial first place slur, we have the K word, which rhymes with bike and is used to refer to Jews. Given by the fact that...
Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Never heard of that one before. Look again. No, never heard of them before.
We have the K word, which rhymes with bike and is used to refer to Jews. Given by the fact that first and second place I'm saying K and N word, You can tell that the use of these words are probably going to get you fired from your job, and potentially have your social medias / YouTube account kneecapped as well. The K word originates from when the first Jewish immigrants came to Ellis Island, and when they were signing forms they would use a circle, or kikel in Hebrew, instead of a cross to mark their answers, as the cross reminds them of Jesus, which they don't particularly like. This then led to immigration inspectors to refer to them as the K word, and from there it stuck. Not only will this get you fired from your job, it might even constitute a hate crime charge if you're unlucky enough.
Damn. If you would get charged for that, right? Wouldn't that be almost then? Wouldn't that be pretty much on the same same level as the N-word? Huh.
Anyways, that's all we have for today's video. Hopefully you learned a thing or two, and if I missed out your favorite slur, make sure to comment it, but no.
Yeah, just, if you missed your favorite slur, just comment it. Sure, buddy, absolutely. Most certainly. Most certainly. That's crazy.
No, don't do that. I'm just kidding, don't do that. I'm not trying to speedrun demonetizing my channel right after getting it. But anyways, thanks for watching. If you liked the video, consider liking and subscribing.
That's the end of the video. That was interesting. That got my knowledge up. Some of these I did not know. Which is interesting. Some of these I did not know. So yeah. Comment your favorite slur. Don't do that. I didn't figure what the K word. Yeah. I watched all of this and not a single one that applies to me. You're just that goated. Cracker applies to me. But Bleach Demon actually sounds kind of good. Not gonna lie, that sounds kind of good. For this phase, is it Socrates? Could be, yeah. Could be, I don't know. I don't know much about the Greek people. Next up, I want to watch... Yeah, I'm not gonna watch Rebel right now. Nope, hell nah, I'm good. For now. Let's do this one. That was the first one. There's another one. This video got pretty good views in addition to that, which is interesting, so we're going to look at this. As of the day now, 4.6 million views. I didn't know most of these. Some of these I did know, some of them I did not know. My voice is completely trenches. I'm literally a terrorist in DNA. How was there not a single one? You call yourself a terrorist at this point. It's you know, you know what you are. When YouTubers trying to warn their audience by Paxter. Let's just... Diagonal! Thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good morning, Poker. How are you today? I'm doing fantastic. I had a great day yesterday. It was awesome. Vanilla Gorilla is better. Nah, Bleach Demon actually has aura. Not gonna lie. That has aura. That has aura. Anyways, let's look. I saw Markiplier. This will probably once again be the honey scam, but there also some PewDiePie. So yeah, let's look at this.
From Markiplier warning his audience about the massive honey scam 6 years ahead of time.
There's some shady shit going on. I can't put my...
I love that man. And he's based for predicting this. That man can see the future. He has the Monado.
Finger upon it.
To Jacksepticeye's brutally honest warning.
Do you think Mr. Beast ruined YouTube? Yes.
Here are 8 times YouTubers tried to warn their audience, starting with Markiplier, who spent a few minutes during a...
Yeah, at this point it's a classic, right? This is just a classic at this point. Markiplier warning people about the honey scam. Still don't know what happened with this. They tried to sue PayPal. I don't know.
2019 stream to vent about a product that every YouTuber except him was promoting.
I don't know why, but I naturally distrust Honey.
With Honey being a free browser extension promising to help people save money.
If somebody's free, if something's free, then there's a good chance that something's wrong.
Markiplier went on to explain his doubts about it.
My gut tells me that nothing in life is free. So where's all these savings coming from? They push so much advertising on YouTube. They do brand deals with other YouTubers.
Despite admitting that Honey might turn out to be fine, Mark couldn't bring himself to trust it.
I got no problem with like the concept of an app that like clips coupon codes for you. That's great. That sounds great on its surface.
By the way, some people still don't know that's the case, and Honey is still making contracts with people. Which is very interesting to look at. That's still a thing. There's still people who do, you know, do all the stuff for them. So yeah, I wonder. And by the way, BetterHelp is just straight up back, which is also one of these big scams. So yeah, it is what it is. But BetterHelp is back too on TikTok, on YouTube, just everywhere.
But there's some shady shit going on. People are getting money out of it, and then people are saving money out of it, and that makes sense, but the other part doesn't make sense, and then something's going on here. Where's all this money coming from?
Capping it off with a bold prediction.
I have a feeling there's gonna, in like a couple years, there's gonna be the great Honey conspiracy of like 2022.
This would become eerily accurate in 2025, with tech reviewer Megalag being the first YouTuber to expose the ugly truth.
Honey is a scam, and the majority of claims promoted by those influencers aren't even remotely true.
The scam affected both the user and the content creator. The user would always get the worst possible discounts, while the creators would lose affiliate revenue to Honey. Once Megalag spoke out, other YouTubers stepped forward too, including tech reviewer Marcus Brownlee, who would also explain the scam and credit Mark for getting it right all along.
And there was a hilarious clip of Markiplier from like 4 years ago being very suspicious.
It's just crazy that was predicted. Scams will just make me sad. For every scam they reveal, I know there are 1,000 that stay in the shadow. Yeah, there's plenty of scams. It just is what it is. There's so many.
Of them.
Mark admitted that while he knew something was wrong,
like BetterHelp being one of them. Fun fact: BetterHelp wants you to like advertise like therapy and like support for people who need therapy and like all that stuff, right? But the problem is that the people, the supposed therapists, aren't actually therapists. They're just random people that work for BetterHelp. That's it. Remember, kids, if someone offers you the best deal, it's the deal that usually wants to profit the most. Very true.
The extent of the scam still shocked him.
I just knew that it didn't feel right. I never took a Honey deal because I didn't trust it. And holy shit, it was so much worse than I ever could have imagined.
Markiplier has every reason to feel smug about his prediction, much like PewDiePie, who was the first YouTuber to warn about the dark side of Ryan's world.
It's kind of like seeing child stars on television, because you know, like, their parents are literally forcing them to do it, and it's just something sad about it.
He would make this comment on January 3rd, 2017, when he sat down to react to an article making a bold claim.
What is this? 5-year-old threatens to...
5-year-old threatens to dethrone YouTube King PewDiePie. This is about Ryan's world. Am I right? Yeah, this appears to be the case. No, I haven't zoomed. This appears to be the case. Yeah. Yeah, that poor guy. Get him out of here. And they're already setting up his siblings to take over.
Dethrone YouTube King PewDiePie over my goddamn dead body!
Pewds would go on to review this up-and-coming channel, only to be left thoroughly unimpressed. But it wasn't just the content that left a bad taste in his mouth.
Who will you hatch?
See, she doesn't even let him finish. He was clearly about to say something there.
Besides the pattern of parental manipulation, Pewds noticed another odd thing about Ryan's channel.
Have you ever seen a video with 11 million views and 9,000 likes? Please direct me to that video, because it doesn't exist. These are not real.
Yeah, these aren't real people. They are bot accounts. Likely. Very true.
People. These are not real views.
PewDiePie would end his rant with a funny skit that would end up being scarily close to the reality of most child YouTubers.
Can you do it again, baby? But can you do it with more energy?
More energy?
Yeah, hey, here's a Red Bull, okay? Mommy needs some dollars, so you need to look happy.
8 years later, Ryan's channel has come under intense scrutiny for parental exploitation and shady business practices.
Yeah, I think they're just doing that. It is what it is.
ultimately proving Pewds right. But while PewDiePie didn't personally know Ryan, controversial YouTuber Woah would give a chilling warning about someone she knew very well. Woah, real name Victoria Rose, first rose to fame in 2017 after using racial slurs and claiming to be black.
I took the test and they said I'm black. That means I have the right to tell y'all that I'm black.
But it became
racial slurs. That is interesting. I've never heard that. That's interesting. Racial slurs. Huh. And what was it?
That means I have the right to tell y'all.
Well, Woah, real name Victoria Rose, first rose to fame in 2017 after using racial slurs and claiming to be black.
The transracial. I could see it once again.
I took the test and they said I'm black. That means I have the right to tell y'all that I'm black.
But it became pretty clear that Vicky was just building a persona to chase clout, much like fellow flexer Lil Tay.
I dropped 200 racks on this car, and I'm only 9 years old.
Vicky and Tay's paths would cross due to Vicky's feud with another controversial teen, Bad Baby, aka the Cash Me Outside girl.
Me and my blood sister. You feel what I'm saying? These broke ass bitch.
Bad Baby is a bitch.
But on June 29th, 2018, Vicky would make a surprisingly serious video after she discovered the concerning truth about her friend.
Lil Tay.
A classic. Check DM, I will. Give me a second.
Is a little girl, a 10-year-old girl who came from Canada, who plays ballet. You know what I'm saying? She don't know nothing about no rappers. She don't know nothing about flexing.
Why is she desperately trying... Okay, well, not just why. She is trying to sound like a... black lady. It is what it is. Well, you are in Shiny Jail. It is what it is. Jacob.
It's her brother that runs her account.
Going on to explain why this was so bothersome.
She's really a good person. Like, it's just her brother in her ear telling her what to do. He started yelling at her and was like, why'd you do that? You did it wrong, da-da-da-da-da. And then she started crying because, like, she's 10 years old. She doesn't know how to handle all that.
Fans were quick to appreciate Vicky's rare moment of maturity. Her warning highlighted the exploitation in Tay's life, leading to more people
Feed me rotten parasitic food? What the fuck?
exposing the truth about Tay's family and eventually allowing Lil Tay to live her own happy life. By exposing Tay's brother, Vicky's video became her most popular one to date, much like YouTuber Polydactyl, who exposed primitive technology.
Okay, it's nothing big. It was just racial slurs and pretending to be black. That's it. Okay.
Channels in his most viewed video ever.
Just like Santa Claus and the Queen of England, primitive technology channels are a lie.
Backing his claim by pointing out inconsistencies with primitive tech videos.
This dude is using a stick to carve out this giant hole, which leaves very small marks in the dirt. And if you look above, you see these really big, wide marks. Something that a shovel would make.
He then points out the evident excavator tread marks in the video, further proving the use of machinery behind the scenes. But that wasn't all, as the inconsistencies with nature kept adding up.
What's this? He's splitting bamboo with a hatchet? Hatchets do not pop up in nature, alright? Have you ever seen a field of...
Yeah, I've seen hatchets grow on fields. It just is what it is. Well, interesting. But why if it's so simple to see that this is not real, then at this point it's like, huh. It's very obvious that that would be realized by people. Just like people are now just realizing, oh, Kaisen Nuts and Aisho Speed's reactions are, fake. They always have been. You just grew up and realized that they are because you were a kid. She got the wrong DNA test results. It got mixed up from that DNA test result with another black person. That's why. I don't know. I cannot confirm this information.
Of hatchets? Me neither.
Putting the final nail in the coffin by highlighting the scheme behind these channels.
Either like the village or some company came in, they hired a team, and just every once in a while, they said, hey, stop working. We're going to have this dude come out and hit it with a stick a couple times.
Since then, many YouTubers have exposed the truth about primitive technology channels in recent years, prompting people to appreciate Polly. Now, while Polydactyl can gloat about being right, the Sidemen can pat themselves on the back after warning their fans of a scam. In 2025, the Sidemen charity football match was taking place in Wembley, featuring popular YouTubers like Kai Cenat and Logan Paul, causing the tickets to be in hot demand. But in the months leading up to their event, the group became aware of a disturbing activity. Bots and fake accounts are claiming to sell charity match tickets. These are most likely scams. People were grateful for the timely announcement. Surprisingly, this wasn't the first time the
Oh, that seems nothing too big of a deal. I've never heard of this though, that this happened, but it's not a crazy thing. I would rather actually admit that this is somewhat common, that this would happen for like tickets and stuff, that people would try to scam others with tickets.
Sidemen had to deal with ticket trouble around their annual event, with the 2024 edition affected as well.
We check on eBay. People are reselling.
I really dislike the fact that people have thought, there's a charity event, let me go and buy a ticket
disgusting.
so I can sell it to make 10 times the price of the ticket for myself.
Among the many stars who took to the field in 2025 was Mr.
I hate resellers. I hate resellers. These people are the bottom of the bottom. I don't like them. I'm not a fan of them. They are in their legal rights to do it, unfortunately, but I don't like them. They also do this with Pokemon cards, where they buy like 20 boxes of a set and then like resell them with like arbitrary prices. It is what it is.
Mr. Beast, who had been the subject of a warning by YouTuber Jacksepticeye.
Do you think Mr. Beast ruined YouTube? Yes.
Before getting this question during a lie detector test, Jack would be asked by Tommy Innit about his thoughts on YouTube.
Would you say YouTube's changed for the worse? Yes.
Leading to a follow-up question that revealed a shocking confession from Jack.
Do you like Mr. Beast? No. Jack. Oh! Do you?
Yeah, I've seen this clip like so often now. It's just like, yeah. At this point, I've seen it so often. Hi, dear, your doze as well. Yeah, sure. I will give you your dear. I've give it to you, dear. You skipped yesterday. Yeah. You will get your dose.
Do you think Mr. Beast ruined YouTube? Yes.
When asked about his reasoning, Jack didn't hold back.
Because it became more about views, money, and popularity than it did about having fun.
The clip went viral, prompting Mr. Beast to hit back with a response on X. Most of the internet sympathized with Mr. Beast, with some even questioning Jack's motives. But while Jack didn't respond, his words would loom large a few months later as Mr. Beast faced one controversy after another. From YouTube medical expert Dr. Mike criticized.
Oh, Dr. Mike criticizing. Mr. Beast, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, the Lunchly stuff was just a terrible failure. I like my cheese moldy, bruh.
Criticizing Lunchly.
I usually don't make videos.
And the Beast Burger's mid as shit. Like, it's so mid, it's crazy. Burger King is better than the Beast Burger. It is what it is.
Discussing creators' products, but when terms like healthier or better for you get tossed around, I feel it's important to set the record straight.
To allegations around the dangerous conditions in the Beast games.
Over a dozen people who participated in the first installment of Beast games said that they had not received adequate food or medical care, and that some competitors had suffered injuries from the physical challenges.
The internet has started digging into the problems with Jimmy's content, giving even more weight to Jack's warning.
Dogpack was there as well. We have not seen Homie since.
However, Jacksepticeye isn't the only one to have been wary of Mr. Beast, with British content creator Chris Broad also taking digs at the world's biggest YouTuber for his association with Logan Paul.
It's very strange. Like, how could Mr. Beast, a guy who is famed for being a genius, who mastered the algorithm, how could he not calculate that partnering with such a man would be anything other than a shit idea?
Logan Paul wouldn't be spared a warning either.
And in the years since, the headlines surrounding this guy have continued to spell bad news. There's not been much in the way of a redemption arc.
Bringing it full circle with Haktua Girl.
What makes it...
Oh, not the Haktua Girl. Haktua spit on thing. What happened out of, like, the crypto stuff that happened to her? I wonder, because I've never heard ever again of her and what happened here. So, yeah, that's interesting. I may be wrong, but didn't Mr. Beast advertise energy drinks, Monster, I think, to kids? I do not know. I do not know. Dr. Mike podcast is so good. Yeah, okay.
Crazy is how she condensed the 5-year lifespan of a modern influencer into just like 2 or 3 months. Step 1, have a viral moment. Step 2, have a podcast. Step 3, unleash a cryptocurrency, which quickly goes wrong.
Chris doubled down on his warning, explaining why it was important to heed it for future generations.
And if the people at the top of this platform with unimaginable reach don't have a good moral compass to guide them, then we all lose for it, particularly the next generation growing up watching this, especially if they're raised on a diet of lunchling. My message this Christmas is simple. Choose very carefully.
If they're raised on a diet of lunchleys, they probably don't hit the age to create new generations.
Who you watch on YouTube.
Along with his video gaining almost 2 million views, Chris would also be praised by fans. While Chris's warning is being taken seriously by the internet, the same can't be said for American YouTuber TJ Kirk, aka The Amazing Atheist, whose warning about a Finnish gunman went unheard. On June 8th, 2007, TJ filmed a rant on the infamous
Never heard of that. Interesting.
Columbine school shooters Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, and the people who admire them.
I want to talk about these kids, and not just kids, there's adults too, who seem to extol Eric and Dylan here on YouTube. I'll link to all of their profiles once again.
TJ would end his rant with a chilling warning about the exact people who should be investigated.
We're always talking about warning signs, and could we have seen it coming? Well, you know what? If you want to look for warning signs, there they are. Those are your warning signs.
One of the profiles on TJ's list was Natural Selector 89.
Damn, bro predicted a shooter? Damn, that's crazy.
Name Pekka Erik Avinen, a Finnish teenager who would go on to unalive 7 students and his principal at a high school 5 months after TJ's warning. In the aftermath of the tragedy, TJ would express his disappointment at his warning falling on deaf ears.
You could probably tell that I'm not happy about my vindication because it was...
Bro actually predicted that. That's crazy.
It was something that I warned you would happen, something that I told you to be mindful of. And you didn't. You weren't mindful of it. You criticized me for it.
However, his accurate prediction would push him into a brighter spotlight, with the internet crediting him for being ahead of his time. I haven't seen this video in over 10 years, but the algorithm treated me well today. In a way, it's prophetic of the time we live in now, where mass shootings are part of the regular news cycle, making TJ's warning one of the most relevant ones of our time.
That's crazy. That was an interesting video to watch. That's crazy that he predicted this. Can you react to J Daddy Best Off? What is that even? Let me look at that. Yeah, I think I'm good. That's not really my style of humor. Not really. But yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. Anyways, let's give him his brain rot. Let's give him his brain rot. Let's give that child his brain rot real quick. Let me mama bird it to him. You'll know. I've seen a lot of clips of this guy on TikTok when he beats up horror characters. I've seen that before. This is not really new to me. Anyways, the strangest things. Let's just go. Back OT animation. Bro, Vecna looks already goodness.
Do you wanna know that it doesn't hurt me? Do you wanna hear about the deal I'm making?
Yeah, it makes sense why it makes totally sense why Vecna killed, well, or eradicated Maxine. It just makes sense. So you're a TikTok addict? Not particularly. I just use it for anime edit and funk, new funk stuff. That's it. Okay, I did not see that coming with the face. Don't shoot your roommate. Maybe I'm gonna shoot deer. Possibly, very likely. Very, very likely. Very, very likely. I will shoot deer. Yes, I will. Hi, tourist. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Alright. I need a quick bathroom break. So I will be right back after I've killed deer, okay? Okay. Back. I'm back. Hi, bag. I'm a Walmart back. It is what it is. You went deer. You have a small peepee. It is what it is. Anyways, back to it. Back to it. I have a video that I really want to see. Not gonna lie, Chad. Hi, Moondrop Showdown. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello, hi. Alright. We have time for this, and we will look at this. We have chat. We have prayed for times like these. Chat, we have prayed for times like these. Paimon VA just admitted she's to be replaced by Hoyoverse. We have for real prayed for times like these. Good you? I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. Good day, you doing good. By Hey, by the way. We have prayed for times like these. And they may happen. There's a new Pokemon game, AZ's to be released October 16th. I'm aware. We have prayed for times like these. It's time. Let's see what she did again. What happened here again? I think I should be voicing Hoyoverse. I should be voicing Paimon. For real.
So guys, we got crazy news. 4th video of the day today, and thank you everybody who has tagged me about this news.
Damn, bro's on the grind.
Who has left comments on my videos about this news. Got a lot of people informing me about this, and I appreciate it greatly. One little problem, I normally don't upload so many videos in a day, and I think there's like no notifications after the 3rd one anyways, meaning YouTube probably definitely thinks I'm spamming people. So if you wouldn't mind liking, that would be much appreciated to help this video get out there, because I'm pretty sure it's going to struggle to get out there. And this is definitely stuff I want to talk about with you guys, because look at this. Paper Bag Boy interviewed Paimon via Karina, but there's a part of that interview that is especially noteworthy.
Ooh, we got an interview for Karina, for Paimon's voice actor. Ooh, I'm listening. I'm listening. Like I said, we all have prayed for times like these. I'm listening.
That being this section where Karina, right there, says apparently she's stepping down as Paimon. Now, there are a few things to be skeptical about regarding like the specific details of this. For example, if she willingly stepped down, or if Hoyo took action against her and she's trying to spin it a certain way, or anything like that, because this is someone who, to be quite frank, I don't really trust.
I think she's gonna just straight up strike, right? Well, strike. It's not a strike. Remember, guys, it's not a strike. It's a work refusal. And a lot of people still don't get that, by the way. Here's a fun fact. It's a work refusal. They're literally not showing up to their job, essentially. I think she's gonna join the work refusal. And then eventually, they're gonna replace her, eventually. I could see it. Oh yeah, she's gone.
Trust, for obvious reasons. I mean, she has lied in the past, multiple times been caught in lies. But let's play the clip. This is about 20 seconds from the interview and see what she has to say here, shall we?
So, are there any new
I turn this up a little louder, actually, too. There we go.
major roles coming up for you soon, or is it still just going to be Paimon? I know you're not voicing Paimon at the moment, but is there any new roles that you have coming up?
Correct. After Jacob was replaced, I sent notice to Hoyo saying that I would no longer voice Paimon until they became union, so they'll probably...
There we have it. There we straight up... Did she just admit it? Go back. Did she just admit it? Pretty much.
Correct. After Jacob was replaced, I sent notice to Hoyo saying that I would no longer voice Paimon until they became union, so...
There we have it. Straight up saying what everybody thinks, what everybody has been saying. It's not about AI. It's about Hoyo becoming union. There we have it. There we straight up have it. Showing her true colors in 4K. Oh well, 1080p.
So they'll probably just replace me. But
So are...
Oh, that was the clip.
I'm praying that they do. It'd be so based if they do. It'd be so frickin' based if they do. Holy.
It's done. I was about to say, like, all around the world, hundreds of thousands of Hoyo players and gamers in general and people in general on the internet cheered. Parties were throwing. Parties were scheduled. Liquor store sales just shot up. So did Primo Gems. As a matter of fact, we saw CN players saying that if Hoyo replaced Paimon, that they would top up those Genesis crystals. They would top up those Primos. As mentioned, I am, of course, skeptical that this is the way things really went down.
But I'm still praying on her downfall, though. It'd be so cool if she gets replaced. If she gets replaced, I'll stream Genshin Impact. You heard it here first. If she gets replaced, I'll stream Genshin Impact. I'll do it. I'll do it. This is worthy of a celebration.
Maybe she was going to get replaced and she wants to try and do one final, like, oh yes, see, I am so virtuous to the strike that I even said I would step down, or something like that, to try and make herself look better. I don't know. I'm not saying that's a fact. I'm just saying, man, I'm like, I don't find it like particularly wise to believe what she says. Like there might be a little bit more to it that she's leaving out or something, right? But we're gonna hop over to the Genshin Impact subreddit to see what some people are saying. Spoiler alert, they're very happy, of course. And credit to Paper Bag Boy for getting this interview. Like, I'm actually kind of shocked that she did this. And again, I'm just like skeptical. Like, why would she do this? Hopefully he asked her at some point in the
That's very true though. Why did she do this? Because people are already not trusting her. And if she spreads more information, people are gonna question if that's the truth, and they're gonna look through her stuff and see. So I don't know if I would trust her on this. Like I said, if she does get replaced, I'll stream it.
interview about Pomeranian of Doom. I don't think he did. He probably didn't, but that would have been hilarious too. So I was actually so excited about this news that I didn't even catch that she said the wrong name. She said that freaking, she said that she said Jacob got replaced, John got replaced, Jacob replaced John. So that's just especially funny. She's all like trying to harass Jacob with these other people for replacing John, and she doesn't even get John's name right there. Great job.
After Jacob was replaced.
And so, to be quite
caught in 4K.
Quite frank, I recorded the rest of this video already, but I went back and I'm adding this part now because I just saw that she's on Blue Sky as well making this statement. So just keep in mind this was recorded after the rest, and then after we talk about this, then the rest of the video was supposed to come. But I'm putting this first because this is important. So hopefully that made sense. On Blue Sky, Karina says, "Thanks, Paper Bag Boy, for having me. But yeah, I make the announcement here that after John got recast," she got it right that time at least, "that was the final straw for me, and I told Hoyo I was not coming back to record until they signed the SAG interim agreement, as I have still been dealing with my contract being broken again and again and again from them not paying me on time on a consistent basis, not being paid within the 30 days as my contract states, waiting anywhere from 3 to 5 months on average for my paychecks. This is why contracts mean nothing if the game isn't union, because contracts are not enforceable."
So it is union. It is just union. Now she throws in the AI protection again, but apparently Hoyo has AI protection. We now at this point know it's union. Here's Croc. Hi Croc, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Yeah, it's straight up out there now. She straight up admitted it in that interview. As long she will not be working as Paimon as long as Hoyoverse doesn't go union. I have to admit, Hoyoverse, you are kind of retarded, and reason being, you put one of the most insufferable people in charge of the character with the most dialogue in the game. Man, what a bad casting.
Well, without a union, that's not true. Hoyo still refuses to sign an AI protection contract, and even if they did sign my contract and several of my castmates' contracts are broken on a regular basis, this is why we need SAG. Oh my gosh, the bootlicking is like off the charts, bro. Because without SAG, these companies know that we do not have the money to fight them in court, as most of us, including myself, already live paycheck to paycheck. Yeah, so I mentioned throughout this video that I'm very skeptical of what she says, and this just makes me even more skeptical. Like, this comes off like she was getting replaced. This is, in my opinion, this comes off like, yeah, she was getting replaced, and she's trying to get ahead of it now, wants to try and make herself seem good, try to get something out of it at least.
Yeah, trying to, so to speak, make the best of it, but again, this is insane. This is insane. This is just trying to minimize damage to make it seem like it's not that big of a deal, but I think we might have a Genshin Impact stream soon. And I haven't touched that game in an eternity.
I don't know, man. I repeat that point throughout this video as it goes on when we take a look at the Genshin Impact subreddit. So like, I suppose I won't like yap on anymore.
Tectone is scared. Tectone is shaking. Tectone is shaking. Tectone said that if Paimon gets fired, he would he would play Natlan. So I'm curious. Bro is probably shaking in a corner.
I'll just get to the next part. Let me know what you guys think about this. Very skeptical, very suspicious. Oh, and there is one more thing. She would add on saying, I'm refusing to work until Hoyo actually agrees to protect their actors. If they replace me, that shows how they treat their actors. We are asking for very simple things, getting paid on time, AI protections, and 4-hour contracts to actually be honored. Of course, we know that there's a lot more to Hoyo becoming a union project than just that. But she does leave a little bit of hope there for her 5 fans that maybe Hoyo will sign the agreement and she won't be replaced after all. But let's keep in mind the possibility.
Hoyoverse, don't sign the agreement. You already see how obnoxious this woman is. Don't sign the agreement. I beg of you. Please, please, please. And for everybody that, every other game that wants to hire these people as voice actors, don't. They're gonna ruin everything. They're gonna drag you down with them. I beg of you, don't hire these people ever again after this. Please, please don't. There are better voice actors out there. Voice actors that treat the community better. Voice actors that treat the work, the whatever they're working on better. Please, I beg of you.
That she might be lying, having potentially already been replaced by Hoyo, and this is now damage control, in which, if that's really happening here, she's now openly lying further and gaslighting her own followers. That takes us to our Genshin Impact 31 minutes ago. The post titled, Paimon's voice actor Karina Boetker announces that she won't be voicing Paimon. We can see comments, top comments, such as, nothing of value is lost. Something of value is gained. Paimon stonk? Alright, Paimon has been freed, man. Paimon has been freed. Potentially.
Fly, my bird. Fly, little birdie. You're free. You're free, Paimon. You can leave now. And please find a voice actor also that doesn't have this high pitch, because I think a lot of people don't like the dub because of Paimon, because the voice is just slightly too, how do I put this, obnoxious. Though it did get better. It's less high pitched than in comparison to, like, when the game originally came out.
Potentially. Imagine if this incident suddenly caused people to spend more on this game as a celebration. Oh, it is. Yeah, look what this person says right here. From what I heard, some parts of the CN fandom actually deleted Genshin and stopped spending on the game until they fired the problematic VAs. Basically, they told Hoyo to stop this nonsense. Oh, okay, it's a little different than what I was talking about earlier about, like, firing Paimon alone. But yeah, I mean, there's that too, I guess. We gained value. I got used to her voice, but if we actually got a second VA for Paimon that works somewhere that is not Formosa, we might get an actual gentle voice. Probably got recast. Oh, here we go. Yeah, see, this is kind of what I'm thinking here. Probably got recast and trying to deflect, was voicing Paimon the entire strike, and now decides to leave the role. Yeah, sure. Can't say I'll miss.
If she gets replaced, it could be so damn cool. I would not like I said, I will stream Genshin Impact if she genuinely gets replaced. I will play the game for real. For real, for real. More VA drama, these people never stop. There's a good chance that the Paimon VA just got replaced. So, we are winning out here. We are actually winning. I'm so amazed that Mr. Beast reaches 4 million subscribers. It's 40% away from reaching 1 billion subscribers. Yeah, I don't care. I think that still belongs to PewDiePie.
Her voice. We'll read a few more of these. She played the wrong cards, really. I'm not saying you need to be a sellout, but the fact that she chose to go with the cult-like union instead of sticking to her role in a contract with Genshin is genuinely frying me. Frying me. Like, sure, if this entire fiasco was real, then of course go ask for your rights. But she 100% knew that this entire thing was a hoax. SAG-AFTRA doesn't give a dang about them, yet they die before admitting they were wrong. The fun, oh yeah, I mean,
I wonder if she, in that interview with Paper Bag, is she actually even brought up AI just once? Because she literally said she won't be voicing Paimon until it goes Union, which means that just putting out AI protection is not enough. In this case, she's saying you have to go Union. It's not about AI.
We talked about yesterday, I think it was yesterday, right? Yeah, the SAG-AFTRA live stream they held where Duncan Crabtree Ireland and Elmaleh, what's her name? Sarah Elmaleh, was that it? The last name was Elmaleh, I'm pretty sure. But these execs for SAG-AFTRA were just there like tripling down on everything. The funny thing is, Genshin isn't even on the list of projects under this drama. They literally get in problems in China before they even think about using AI. All in all, play stupid games, win stupid prizes is what fits her. Please be gone. We're gonna make sure that Karina stayed gone. Why?
Yeah, get rid of these dude. Get rid of them. Hi, Andy Steve. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. It's been a while, quite a while. How's it been? Pretty good, pretty good. Everything's doing well. Another night, another SAG. Well, let's hope that Paimon actually is fired. It's over, Paimon. Genshin has the high ground.
While saying hello to the new voice actor, which will be better than the old one, and even get some players to turn the English dub on. Everybody cheered. Best thing she can do. It's performative and meaningless, not gonna lie. She only did this because of pressure, not because she actually wanted to do it. If she wanted to strike, Paimon should have been silent from the start of the strike like everyone else. Or she actually got recast already, and this is her way of coming out on top. But yeah.
In fact, like I said, she is voicing the character with the most, without a doubt, the most dialogue in the game. So the character with the most dialogue in the game should be the first one to do this work refusal, so to speak, because you're essentially the most important character in the game when it comes to voice acting. So I find that quite funny that she's just doing it now, which makes it seem odd and weird. She also said that this is her only... It's weird, right? In previous videos that we've reacted to, she said that this is her only income, which is Paimon. And now she won't voice the character anymore? But how are you going to make money if you're not going to voice the character? So either you have like other characters and you were lying and it's not the only character you voice, or you are fired. Because that are the only two options. Because if you don't work, you won't be making money. You won't be able to put food on the table. Any comment about Saba VTuber? What? I don't know what you mean.
I'm so ready to never hear her again. You guys know my opinion already. I've stated it plenty of times. I'm obviously skeptical of what Paimon's claiming, but as this person kind of gets to at the end there, like the ultimate thing really is if, regardless of circumstances, if she really does end up getting recast, this is something that so many people are going to be happy about. And I'm sure many people in this in the comment section here are going to be really happy, and I'm excited to see the comments on this video. So the next best thing from here would be like the actual like patch notes. If we get a patch for Genshin, and it's like new VA for
patch notes. Paimon removed. Paimon VA removed. I could see those patch notes. I'm praying. I was praying for times like these, and it happened.
Paimon, or however they phrased it officially. I forget like how they phrased it for the recent Honkai one, but could you just imagine that? Update Paimon VA. It's like it'll be like lines changed for Paimon or something like that. You know, it's also good news that if Karina gets replaced, indeed, if she gets replaced, that she would hopefully get...
When the characters' voices are being replaced, okay, I have a question for those people that play these games, like HSR and so on and so forth, because this is just a genuine interest. If a voice actor gets replaced, does that mean the character's voice will be different from the point on which is in the story? Or will all voice lines be replaced with the new voice actor for consistency? Just out of curiosity, I'd like to know. Because I don't play these games. I don't play games where voice actors get replaced. At least not to my knowledge.
Get replaced with a non-union VA who's really excited to do the work, who likes Genshin, likes the community, and that's someone who would be making some good money, you know? There's some good lines that Paimon has in the game, that's for sure. So that would be like a very wholesome conclusion. It would also, of course, take further power away from these nonsensical, power-hungry VAs and their corrupt union. We'll read a few more. Doesn't this prove what everyone was saying was correct?
At this point, it's like, and I have to say this also for the devs, right? For any devs of any game, if you see SAG-AFTRA, at this point, you've got to be. You want trouble if you hire these voice actors. Like, I don't know, just take some fucking YouTubers, VTubers, whatever. Just take people from the community. At this point, just do it. Give them some voice acting training, and that's it. Don't hire this union. I mean, if there are other unions, and I would assume that there's other unions, then hire these, but not SAG-AFTRA.
Correct. That it was not about AI protections. It was about unionizing the game and company. Well, yeah, I mean, that's something we all kind of knew already, but more evidence supporting that, I suppose, is not a bad thing.
Huge quality of life change.
So she spent the entire time complaining how she was going to keep voicing. That's her only source of income, but she supported the strike. Now I'm supposed to believe she decided not to continue? Yeah, right. She got notice she was being replaced and is trying to deflect. Similarly, this comment. If she stopped voicing Paimon after John got replaced, 1, why was she still voiced while others were voiceless? 2, why when people were calling her a hypocrite for still working yet judging Jacob, instead of saying, I'm actually not voicing Paimon anymore, she says, I have bills to pay, I'm disabled. She gotta be lying. She got fired and is coming out to say she stopped working on her own to prevent.
Yeah, but there's a difference. There is a difference between not being able to walk is disabled. Being Corinna is being retarded. Those are not the same.
People from mocking her. There's no way she hasn't been voicing Paimon for around 2 months now, especially when she's only now saying that she hasn't been voicing Paimon. Why not publicly say she stopped voicing Paimon as a show of support for John? And then people question the process of how many lines are recorded in advance and all that. Whatever the case may be there, perhaps it's true that maybe these lines were recorded in advance and that's why. But the second bullet point here, so to speak, is certainly a good point regardless.
I mean, the story is probably written before anything really is programmed, right? So you could technically, like, before anything like is made, right? Animations in the game and all that stuff, right? So I would assume that stories and scripts are written before that. So I could assume, right, that those voice lines may have been recorded before that. There is a chance. There is a chance. Like, I'm not a game dev, I don't know how that works, but I would assume that story is written before anything else is worked on, so yeah.
That being that this whole time she's told one story about all of this, which seems to now contradict the story that she's trying to tell us about her apparently stepping down all the way back when John got replaced. Things really don't add up in my opinion, and seems to be a lot of people also questioning this too. So yeah, I'll leave it there for now. Let me know what you guys think. Her potentially lying again, she's already lied a lot in the past. Her potentially lying again could be a reason why she would even want to do this interview too. Like, maybe she decided to use the interview as a way of making it seem more believable or something. Who knows, man. Like I said, consider letting me know what you think in the comments. Maybe tomorrow we'll watch more of the interview. Paper Bag Boy shouts out. He's the one who got the interview. I will link it in the description for you if you want to watch the whole thing on your own. And yeah, thanks again for tuning in to a late 4th video of the day. Sorry for the kind of spammy stuff. I did not.
That's pretty much the end of the video. So here is my view. If she does get... Here's the entire thing. She straight up said she will not be working with Hoyoverse until they go union. So even if they gave her AI protection, she would still not work with them until they go union. So it's not about AI, it's just about union. Straight up confirmed it. Just listen to these people when they tell you who they are. Listen. In this case, I would assume that since she said this is her only job, that was either A, a lie, B, it's true, and she got. But in this case, if she does that, in this case, I would assume that she probably got replaced, or she now has other jobs and can do this. So it's either A, she lied about this being her only job and then paying their bills, or B, she actually got cooked. And if that's the case, I'll be streaming Genshin Impact. I'll keep my word. I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. Just for times like these, I'd fucking do it. I'd for real do it. I don't care. Just to hear the new voice actor. It is what it is. Anyways, what's next that I wanted to watch? Oh, yes. That here.
So I just...
That here. Just I saw that and I thought was like, that looks interesting. Why not look at that? That looks intriguing. So why not do that? Anyways, The Liver King's Comeback is Horrible by Jamari. Yeah, The Liver King. So essentially the story was that bro just lied about, like, he's jacked, but bro lied about, like, being natural. And stuff like that. Which, if you look at his physique, was very apparent. And yeah, I think his whole thing was eating raw liver. I could be wrong, but I think that was his whole thing. Let's just see what bro did again.
So I just watched the Liver King documentary that recently dropped on Netflix.
Bro got a whole odd documentary on Netflix. Crazy. Raw meat eater. As far as I'm aware, yes.
Where the liver god himself is answering to not only the critics, but also updating us on his life, or at least the persona of an identity that he has found himself wrapped in. And let me just tell you guys, this had to be some of the most embarrassing television I've watched in a very long time. The level to which this man buys into his own self-made hype, and starts to believe in his head what I see as a ton of lies, is absolutely insane.
I felt like I knew.
Hey, I mean, sometimes you gotta gaslight yourself sometimes you gotta gaslight yourself into believing your lies to actually play a good role. Oh, I did it! Yay! #1! Clap for Sumax! Woo!
Levels of invincibility.
Light it the fuck up!
That kind of feeling is dangerous.
This dude is truly allergic to accountability, he is in love with himself, and his reasoning for how and why he does things makes me think that he believes the people watching at home are absolute idiots. I mean, don't get me wrong, he does have some decent qualities and some values I would think that most people would say are good or positive, but obviously there's also this other side to him that is not to be trusted. The classic snake oil salesman trope. Like, I feel a lot of the same ways about him that I do someone like Gary V.
Like Gary V or whatever that guy's name is, Jerry V. Telling people to fucking sell their home and sleep in their yard.
What the what? Sell their home, sleep in their yard. But if you sell your home, you don't have a yard. Huh?
You know what I'm saying? And that dude was raised on a damn wine farm or something, dude. He's out there fucking, you know what I'm saying, dude, hiding grapes in his ass at night.
So the documentary introduces us to our primal god. They explain that he has been working out his whole life and living the ancestral lifestyle for the last 15 years, which is obviously based in not showering.
Yeah, and then we know for a fact homie was taking steroids. We know for a fact that this physique is unattainable if you are natural. Yes, and livers won't help you. You can eat as many livers as you want, that won't help you.
Eating various livestock testicles, and of course devouring
Drop some balls in your mouth, taken too literally.
pounds upon pounds of liver and other raw meat.
We evolved with sun. We evolved with these sort of organs. We never had processed food ever in our lives.
I threw out everything out of the house. All the boxes went. There was nothing in there. Just bone broth, liver, and meat.
And when this guy first came out, there were many people out there who actually held the belief that he achieved this physique by living this lifestyle.
What you need,
which is obviously, we know, we know at this point that this is clearly due to steroid abuse. If you like this, you might like this. Wow, if I like this, I might like this. I will look at that. I will look at that. That looks interesting. That looks interesting. The title has me intrigued. Is Sway dead? Yes, an overweight, like a fat lady fell on him, and now he's flattened.
need to do is learn about the root cause, these 9 ancestral tenets that will optimize your hormones and optimize your neurochemistry. You're going to be so happy and so fulfilled and have so much energy, so much positivity, so much love and light to share with the world.
But let's be honest, guys, anyone with a brain could tell that this guy—
Oh, I've watched this guy before. It's the dude with the ton of shoes in the background. I've watched this dude before. Interesting. Well, here we meet again. I'm kind of curious if I eat testicle, does my testicle grow? No, it does not. You're stuck with it. You are stuck with it. It stays that size, homie. But it's not about the size. It's about the motion of the ocean, baby.
I was absolutely juiced to the gills. Like, he had more steroids coursing through his body than the '96 Yankees. And obviously 2 years ago, he was exposed by this guy named Derek, aka More Plates, More Dates, for allegedly taking $11,000 of roids per month.
Him portraying the explosion of his polarizing brand as something he, never wanted to do, didn't intend to do for financial reasons at all, is perceived to be deceitful by many.
And that is really what most of this documentary is about. His lifestyle, sure, but I would say that is the real payoff, that is the climax. And right away, it was beyond apparent to me, in my opinion, that this dude is still roided the fuck up. I mean, the guy truly looks bigger than ever after fighting off those YouTube commentary demons bestowed upon him 2 years ago. It's like the guy went into the shadows to train, only the shadows demons bestowed upon him 2 years ago. It's like the guy went into—
could you please show me, like, an actual push-up? That's not a push-up, bro. That's not a push-up. My granny, some 8-year-olds can do better push-ups than whatever this is. This is not a push-up. He's not even using the full range of motion. Bro hasn't done a good push-up in his life. That's crazy. Eating testicles. That poor guy who lost their testicle. It is what it is.
To the shadows to train, only the shadows for him are losing his mind on TikTok. He talks about his upbringing, how he always felt small, alone, different, and inferior to other people growing up.
I was little Brian. Then I would go to the mirror, just start to study what I need to do. How can I change to change this?
It really does seem like not having a father around really affected this guy, and so he started going to the gym, and that is when he apparently gained all of this confidence and really fell in love with that grind.
Let me tell you a story you won't fucking believe. My first fucking time I ever in my life was on a bench press, but I'm fucking...
Did I hear that correctly?
And really fell in love with that grind.
Let me tell you a story you won't fucking believe. My first fucking time I ever in my life.
Gooning on the bench press? in my humble planet, in my pure Christian planet, why are we gooning on the bench press? Why did bro ejaculate while doing stuff, while working out? Size of what make ocean to ocean. You won't argue it's the motion of the little pond in the little pond that's crazy. Wow.
Was on a bench press, but I'm fucking benching, man, and I felt it coming on, and I couldn't fucking believe it.
Well, I gotta say, guys, that is something that I never thought I'd hear in my life. I mean, jizzing at the gym is absolute menace activity if I've ever witnessed it. I mean, imagine guys hitting a new PR on the bench press and you just bust a nut everywhere. The janitor's in there talking about,
why is this?
No, no. Working out and busting a nut. That's crazy. That's crazy. This dude is crazy. Pure. No way in hell. Yeah, because you're here. You're on it. Get out.
This one's so sticky.
Alright, who brought the Elmer's glue, guys?
as a matter of fact, that is likely one.
Like, you gotta put this like on my head. You gotta put a gun on my head to like get this information out of me. Something should be kept a secret. Something should be.
The many reasons that he is so fucked up currently. And I do have to say, guys, the liver guy is looking far from immortal to me. In fact, he has aged a couple of decades since this entire Liver King fiasco began. He's also had several major problems with his health in the recent past, and I guess I just don't see him as some sort of beacon.
Let me guess, heart issues due to steroid abuse? Nothing there.
For wellness.
I used to hate my fucking life, and now I've made my fucking fortune.
Another interesting thing he says here is that since he didn't have a father figure in his life, action characters in those 80s movies, especially good old Arnie, was the closest thing that he ever got to having a father. And so to him, those action stars were the model of what a man should be, which also explains a whole lot.
Yeah, but those models, so to speak, are so roided out, aren't even close to roided out as the Liver King is. Like, they look small in comparison nowadays, So, yeah. I don't know about that one. Rat no idea. Imagine if you gooning while walking on the treadmill. Yeah, you're gonna notice that.
Made the exact man, the savage fucking king that I always wanted to be. I could be my hero.
Now, the other main thing I want to talk about in the documentary is actually his relationship with his family and his sons. I'm not into telling anyone how to raise their kids, but it's clear to me watching this that his oldest son seems a little bit sick of the lifestyle that they live, and possibly how they've now become like this liver family to be marketed to millions of people. He's probably close to around college age, so I'm sure he just wants to do some normal shit, and really does not want his life to revolve around this.
Like father, like son, eating an eyeball down the hatch.
Eating what?
Want his life to revolve around this.
Like father, like son, eating an eyeball down the hatch.
Bruh. Weirdos. Yeah, that's the least convincing I've ever heard. Bro about to vomit. Bro is look at his face. Bro is so ready to spit that thing towards the camera. It is crazy.
Little boy, ouch.
Like, the dude does not want to keep sleeping on the floor. His brother is at the damn dinner table eating raw ground beef off a plate. In fact, I would say that every single frame the older brother is in, he looks absolutely miserable. And he even takes the time to mock his father with his facial expressions in several scenes.
I do want to be pretty built, but not like always stuck here with my arms and everything.
What'd you bring?
My soul, my body.
I want you to take a minute.
Now, the youngest son does seem more bought into the system his father has created. This is probably a similar attitude that most kids would have until they grow up and really see what is going on. And I will say, the wife is completely on board with her Liver King. I mean, they're all waking.
Bro. So weird. Stop eating raw meat. Since nowadays everyone pushed themselves with the steroids. Yeah. So you're not really listening to the like Arnie out here. And even Arnie is slightly roided. Imagine eating a ding dong. That happens. That exists, but you need to make something like Fear Factor at this point. I'm fearing you, is that enough?
Waking up and eating a hefty serving of cow balls on the daily. And I will also say there is some serious deception to her personality as well, but we'll get to that here in a second.
The diet changed everything. Our life and the kids' life. Right away.
The ancestral lifestyle worked.
And you have to understand that these are people who had great jobs in
My diet changed everything. I can now see the future. I've even developed wings and gills. I can fly and swim. My diet, it changed everything. Shut the fuck up. Your diet did not do shit.
In the past, and are likely both very smart and were able to achieve success long before Liver King. But it's like the lines between the character and the actual man and his family have just blurred too much. He basically took the teachings of this man named Mark Sisson and really took them to the extreme. And that's where he started to make these ancestral supplements in 2016, and that is what initially made him very wealthy.
To sell liver in pills? You know how many people said that would be a great idea? And now you're gonna fucking buy it? Who would buy it? Every month, you know? We'll turn out about 250,000 people, you know, thought it was a good idea.
Now, when the Liver King would hire a marketing agency is when
I think this entire dude is just a scam, to be fair. That's just my take. Homie is a scam for real, and that's about it. That's how I see it.
Things would really change in his career. The marketing guy explains that at first the Liver King did not want to do all of this outlandish, flashy stuff, but once it started going viral that this man fell in love with the clout. And then he would really fall in love with his Liver King persona when he went on Logan Paul's podcast for his first ever interview and realized how easy it was to go on and sell people on his bullshit.
I'm a quaking motherfucking mess for the month up to that time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Liver King in the house.
I loved it. This is what enabled us to become the baddest fucking mammalian predators that ever lived. That felt like new levels of invincibility. That kind of feeling is dangerous.
And this is where the steroid discourse really...
Except Homie is not invincible. Homie is not invincible. Red Bull gives you wings. I am the predator. And by the way, don't close your closet tonight. I need to use the bathroom. What the heck? Are you good? Golden guns, really? Yep. He is the game. And someone gives him a give him a shirt. Give this man a shirt! He's too broke to afford a shirt!
Really begins. As every single show he went on, they were asking him if he was roided up, something that he obviously denied time and time again.
You've never taken steroids. Never taken.
We can absolutely tell that bro 100% takes steroids. Like, people are not blind. We can see that. Like, no natural human being looks like that.
Steroids. I've never done PEDs other than prioritize, execute, and dominate in life. Do you think if I was on steroids, I would have these fucking appendages down here, these legs?
Have legs?
Do you see how fucking little my fucking legs are? But whenever somebody says, he's got to be doing that, he has to be doing that, the reason why I think that's a dangerous message to share is because invariably some people want to look like me.
That makes sense.
And so what I think is dangerous about that is, because of that, some people will say, well, then that means I got to do that stuff to look like that.
And amazing.
Because you gotta do that stuff to look like that. That's the problem. Don't have people be illusioned about the fact that that they could achieve this kind of physique naturally. This is impossible. Even for the most gifted people with their genetics, this is likely impossible.
Amazingly, till this day, he still does not understand why it is such a big issue for him to lie about being on gear.
You know, like, this has nothing to do with the fucking message. If it has nothing to do with the fucking message, why are we going to talk about me and steroids? So we'll just get past that real easy. No.
Well, when you are basing your entire brand and propping yourself up as...
Yeah, if you base yourself on this kind of, like this alpha, just like Neanderthal like dude. I don't know. I think there's a solid chance that people are not gonna believe you. Just me though. Just me.
The poster boy for this lifestyle and these supplements, lying about how you achieved your physique matters a whole lot. It would be like a personal trainer lying about being on steroids and telling his clients they can look just like him with his training program and diet. It's obviously a deceptive practice. And how he...
It's just like, ugh. Okay, see you, and I hope someone takes the #1 crown away from me because I sure as hell don't want it. Well, you had it. You have it. Salmax, get it back! You have time now.
He still does not see the problem with this is just mind-blowing to me. I mean, it's a true...
It's about, you know, just being truthful, just being, you know, your own integrity. If you're a liar, then you're kind of worthless in that regard. Like, people are not gonna, like, wow, you are the Liver King, you eat raw meat, you LARP as somebody who, like, has this crazy lifestyle that, like, has amazing health benefits, and you know, that's how you became so big. But if it's all a lie, then nobody fucking cares. Like, nobody cares. Just effing restrain him and shave his beard off. No, don't do that. Probably, bro, people haven't seen him without his beard in years. Probably gonna scare people.
True testament to how big his ego is. Now, the weirdest part of this entire thing has to be this scene where they go out and have a bull shot on their land, and then the Liver King and his family sprint up to this dead bull, and he immediately starts slicing it open right then and there, and proceeds to feed the recently deceased testicles right to his family.
You guys
What the fuck? That went from 0 to 180 real quick? What? They just got fresh bull testicles. That's crazy.
gonna still have testicles for dinner? Remember what it is that we're...
Bro. No.
sharing.
Cow testicles. Exclusive. Yum.
Anybody for a second round?
They're eating balls on my screen. Oh, that's crazy gross, dude.
I'm full.
None of them wanted a second round of that nasty shit. They want some damn Chick-fil-A in their life.
Bro looks traumatized. That's crazy.
And keep in mind, this is all really for a TikTok video, as the whole thing was recorded as the cameraman tries to hold back his laugh.
We got the liver!
I mean, their mom was out there giving them directions on exactly what to do. And I don't know, this whole thing is just so fucked up and theatrical to me. He's out there acting like he was hunting in the wild.
Yeah, bro was not hunting in the wild. You just shot a random bull, bro. That is crazy. That is wild. Him to his family, that's a bullcock, baby. Family, this is a bullcock. And balls. Taste it. Taste the cock. It's a crazy dude. Hi Sway, how are you doing? Are you doing good? Hello. You have awoken. Stay dead. Go back.
To save his own life. And his sons look so incredibly uncomfortable. And I do want to make it clear, this whole thing isn't a knock on the kids. Obviously, they did not sign up for this, and they seem like very well-behaved young men. Liver King then says here that only pussies go to the grocery store.
The most brutal possible fucking thing I think you could do is go to the grocery store, go to Burger King. That's horrific.
And ironically, that everyone needs to put their phones down.
You know what you should do is put down the fucking phone.
All while he is one of the biggest clout-hungry individuals I've ever seen.
You know, until you get a bunch of views on Instagram, but you guys don't, you just let it keep playing over and over, you get more views. Someone just told me yesterday, so I leave it on all the fucking time now.
Because this wasn't about his family, it was about the clout. It was about the clip, it was about massaging his own ego. That whole situation is simply...
He goes to college and his friends would never let this go, bro, is a bull testy eater. Yeah, they're calling him the F slur for eating bull dick. Just saying. Just saying. Like, imagine you shoot a bull, and the first thought you have is running up to it and cut off his balls. Like, why?
Simply a microcosm of his entire life. He talks about
Taste the bullcock, family.
how CPS gets called on them all the time, and he acts like it's no big deal.
You make your kids crawl inside animals and eat testicles and freeze them in the cold.
And this is really where the climax hits, the drama of his getting exposed for the roids. And he says when he found out about the video exposing him that his wife wanted him to keep on lying.
My queen's right here and we're sitting on the pew and it's dark and she says, "You're not gonna admit anything, right?"
What you're just trying to spread to the world how we live, you know?
She also does not see absolutely anything wrong with this at all.
Of course she doesn't, because she makes good money off of this. Low-key bestiality, not gonna lie. Nope, it's not. Bestiality is having sex with animals. That, bro, is not fucking the animal. Bro is just straight up eating it on the spot. Which is also weird.
He spends time calling all of his detractors a bunch of gutless pussies.
Fuck you. Who the fuck are you? What kind of harm did I really fucking do?
At that time, he asked his marketing manager what
Lying that you're natural and this physique can be achieved natural when it's not. Also further promoting body dysmorphia, which a lot of young men more and more suffer from, where they go to the point where they also still take roids. They go and lengthen their legs and all that weird shit. You're also adding to that. Get the fuck out of here.
To do, and his advice was to basically come clean and face the music. It talks a little bit about his apology, and then also goes into this weird sidetrack where he talks once again about his insecurities growing up, and also says that he used to basically scam by doing things like receipt fraud at GNC where he worked, and that back in college he was printing counterfeit money and even making and selling drugs from his apartment like Walter White.
Higher stakes, higher reward. My perception of risk is becoming distorted. I just never got caught.
Which obviously damages his credibility even more. Like, I don't even know why they included that shit. It just kind of comes out of left field and then they just move on right away. But then in his most laughable offense of the
sympathy points, I'd say,
entire documentary, at the very end, this dude actually has the audacity to claim that he's still no longer on steroids.
I couldn't take any of those drugs, and then I started to live a fucking life that I didn't even know was possible. I'm back in my 20s, not on anything. I'm on this, vegetables and testicles.
Yeah, I'm sure it's those vegetables.
Yeah, it's those vegetables and testicles. Funny how that rhymes. In addition to that, yeah, no, I don't believe you.
That made you look like this.
Most people don't know I take a shit at the south end of the garden. You should see what grows over there.
What? You're taking a shit at the south end of the garden just to watch what grows over there? What is the fucking tree of life growing there now with your doo-doo as fertilizer? What the fuck are you talking about? And by the way, I watched Leland Stitch live action and saw the IMDb rating. The effing bought it for sure. Yeah, it's for real. It's just anti-family propaganda. Ohana means give your leave your sister behind, give her to somebody else's custody and become a boss babe. That's what it is. That's what Ohana means now.
And I'm guessing that might be his newest grift, is to get into the plant supplement space. He also talks about his plans to create over 300 retreat spaces where people can go and practice and learn how to live his lifestyle. So I will say it seems like the grift is still definitely going strong. And this all despite his horrible fan engagement on his social media pages, as his numbers appear to me to be insanely botted, which is a whole nother topic for another day. But it's just so funny to me.
Ah, classic, he bots as well. Makes sense.
That this man is still trying to get by as natural, because not a soul on earth is buying that shit. This guy has shown himself every step of the way to be an untrustworthy person, and I really don't understand why some people buy into his shit still. They say that his supplement company is still going absolutely bonkers, But I want to know what you guys think about all this down below. Did you actually go and watch this documentary on Netflix? I will say, guys, I did get a kick out of the comment section last video where people were like, oh, Jamari can stand now? This guy actually has legs? Like, yes, guys, here I am.
Bro has legs. Bro has legs. Unlike me, I don't have legs. Yeah, I think the Liver King is a moron.
I'm here on my legs. I do indeed have free will. I can pick up my little doggy and dance around with
dog. Look at that dog.
her. But yeah, I thought that was hilarious. You know, sometimes I think you get so mad that you gotta stand up. You gotta stand for something. Alright, well, I'm done with my corny jokes, but either way, as always, I do want to thank you guys for watching today's video, dropping a like and subscribing. But as you guys know, it's been your boy, the Tan Superman, and some other egotistical maniacs out there need to be covered, so I'm out. Peace.
Right? So this is my job as the CEO of the Ancestral Lifestyle, to model, teach, and preach this message so that our people don't have to suffer.
People suffer because of you. Because you lie. Yeah, here's the full rundown of my opinion. You can clearly tell that he takes steroids. This is not like something that's like not apparent. That was apparent from the get-go. Let's be honest. Everyone knows that this is unachievable. Maybe with like God-given genes, you may come close to something like that. But even then, it's so unlikely that this won't be happening. I'm sorry. Cooked. Absolutely cooked. Rip Bozo. That's all I can say. It is what it is. Alright. Now I want to look at what the other thing that Samek sent. Now I'm curious, even. Let's go.
Social.
Alright. The Villains of the Body Image Crisis by Mark Insko. The villain is social media, other people, the beauty industry, lies, deceit, all that kind of stuff. Let's go.
Social media, who doesn't love it? What started as a revolutionary invention that would connect the world, bring us all closer together, has quickly
I love memes. I can get behind that statement. I do love memes, but I have to say absolutely. Maybe that wasn't such a good idea. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows at this point? Who knows? Leave the dog alone. The Liver King would hunt it and eat it. For real.
evolved into a cesspool of paranoia, grifters, hate, political extremism, and more recently, AI slop as far as the eye can see.
Contrast this, okay? What the fuck? What the fuck am I looking? Isn't that LeBron? What the fuck? Bro in a plane that's burning. Bro milking a cow and there's milk that already, like... What the... And bro kissing Shrek. What the fuck? Flying cars, they said, for real, for real.
And there's another symptom of the social media age, which is something I like to call body image inflation. You see, just like your dollar has become worthless at the grocery store over the last couple of years, so has your face card, which just 10 to 20 years ago would have been considered a body, face, or physique worthy of...
She's the Heart 7. You used to find a Margot Robbie in every Blockbuster video in 1995. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? Bizlet, are you retarded? Get out of here! What do you mean? Also, who uses Twitter White? I will find you.
being on the
Margot Robbie is really pretty.
cover of a magazine, is now considered mid by the mouth breathers of Reddit.
5.7? 5.5? Bros have never had a touch of a woman before. Never once.
Even as everyone in reality is getting fatter, everyone on my FYP is somehow getting skinnier and more jacked. How did we get here? Who are the people profiting from this madness? And more importantly, how can I get in on the action? Because of course, wherever you can create insecurity, you can create money. And there is no shortage of insecurity thanks to platforms like Instagram and TikTok. And you may not have guessed this from my generally terminally online vibes, but I actually didn't have TikTok up until a couple of months ago. I made one specifically for this channel so I could stay in tune.
That is crazy. My sister wears her La Boo keychains on her purse with protection so people can't touch them. I'm dead, they're secure. What the fuck? Why? I guess, sure. Have fun.
With the zeitgeist, etc. Up until then, like a decent chunk of you, I literally just heard what was going on TikTok from YouTube videos, which honestly is the best way to do it. Let me suffer the long-term effects of brain rot on your behalf, and I'll just give you the spark notes. It's for the best. But something that genuinely shocked me when I got TikTok is that when you open the camera to film a TikTok, there's like an automatic beauty filter applied by default.
Wait, by default? That's crazy! What do you mean by default there's a beauty filter? What the fuck?
Like, there's nothing you have to do, it just comes with a filter. I literally thought something in my camera was broken because I looked like a Barbie doll, my skin was so smooth. How is this allowed? How is this normalized? How is this app allowed to try and make me insecure about something?
Bro's a Bobby girl in a Bobby world.
That I've never thought about in my life before. Now every time I look at myself in the mirror, in addition to my regular schmegular body dysmorphia, I also have to be
I look like a dog. Nah, I feel like it is certainly terrible. I agree. It has become, yeah, our body image is fucked. Like everything is just a lie. From like the light, like people are like making photos and like saying like, okay, yeah, this doesn't look like you go to the gym, and then compare others to like people who those same people who don't look like they go to the gym, but they've been working out pretty solidly. With like people who have used like proper lighting, they have a pump going on, other stuff, or like people to like compare people to like people with that are on gear and stuff, like crazy. He has the dog in him, for real. That's usually a woman thing, though.
Concerned that my skin doesn't look like vanilla pudding, and putting aside that this is insecurity being pushed by the app itself, to me it's the perfect microcosm of body image inflation. Because if everyone's face is being retouched by TikTok, then no one's face is being retouched by TikTok. Do you know what I mean? Like the threshold for clear skin just shifts upward. There's not a single person who felt better about themselves after their face was retouched, because now they know the way that they look on TikTok isn't the way that they look in real life. And even worse, everyone else on the app looks the same anyway. What's the point of cheating if everyone is cheating? Okay, then it's just a competition of who can cheat the best, which is where we're at. And I think body image inflation on social media is hitting both men and women, but in different ways. And I don't mean just looks maxing and dumb 16-step skincare routines. It's getting way darker. For men, we have the rise of recreational steroid use
and leg lengthening surgery. There's a dude whose goal is to be 2 meters tall because he feels too short. The problem is that it's in the head. It's not the body, it's the head. And you won't fix the head by making your legs longer. Yeah, no, he has that Barbie in him, for real.
And other performance-enhancing drugs. And for women, there's skinny talk and the return, if it ever even left, of extreme diet culture. These are the two areas that I want to focus on today, and I'll start with the dudes. Since your eyes do not deceive you, I am one. And this is...
But this goes reverse as well for women, which is funny. You have both extremes. You have women wanting to like going through like weird diets and wanting to like have an unreasonable body, but that goes to both extremes. That's why you have the fat influencers and stuff. So you have that as well. For men, you don't really have those, because if a man's fat, we'll tell him to put on the shirt. Lose some weight, you fat ass.
This is about to be the biggest self-report of all time, But here's what the Instagram Explore page looks like when I open the app. Alright, we got a lot of jacked
Holy fuck. Holy shit. Goodness. Let me go outside. Holy shit. If that's what you get, yeah, it's over. Like, if that's what you get, goodness. Yeah. Have fun.
girls, a lot of jacked dudes, and that's basically it. Oh, there's Mark Wahlberg. Nice. But unfortunately, while
Yeah, Mark Wahlberg looks mid in comparison there, which is funny. Or, you know, when women look at like like at men who work out and be like, "Yep, that's a dad bod," and I was like, "Bro, this is off-season Chris Bumstead. The fuck you mean? This is somebody who goes to like shows and like gets Mr. Olympia and shit, and you call that a dad bod? Crazy."
Marky Mark here makes reel after reel of his 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. Gym routines. If he wasn't a famous actor, people would probably be telling him that he looks soft now. Because as anyone who has ever been on the fitness side of social media will tell you, what is considered a average or impressive physique for men now is basically just crept up to mean steroids. And I mean blasting steroids. I'm talking dudes who look like they've been juicing since kindergarten. Guys who got TRT in their...
Juicing since kindergarten is crazy. But yeah, Mark Wahlberg would be considered mid nowadays. If you look at Mark Wahlberg, if you would take Mark Wahlberg like now, for like into like 20 years back, and he looked like that now, he would be like, he would be like a big boy.
Lunchbox instead of Capri Sun. And there's nothing wrong with that per se, you know, except for a list of side effects, the length of the Fast and Furious 6 runway, a list which includes organ failure, but other than that, and look, professional bodybuilders have been taking steroids and other performance enhancing drugs for decades now. The difference is they were competing in the sport of bodybuilding.
Yeah, I remember, for like the latest, was it the latest, with like The Rock, the Baywatch movie? And Zac Efron literally said he never wants to be that in shape ever again. Nowhere ever again. So there's that. Bro literally started blending chicken because he could no longer eat chicken. So he just started drinking it. What's your Insta for you page look like, Poker? I don't use Instagram. I don't have an Instagram account. I had one like a few years back. Or like a few years back, I mean like before Instagram Reels was a thing. I just had one mainly to like connect some gacha games to it. Because that was a thing. For like login. Did you get it, Duck? Men need to stay uncut. Nah, that doesn't work an entire year. You cannot cut an entire year.
They wanted to be the best, and more important than that, they had reached the limit of what their body could achieve. That's why they had to go on steroids. And these guys are legends to a bro like me, okay? I get it. Arnold, Ronnie Coleman, legends. But they were on steroids.
Yeah, but Ronnie Coleman can no longer walk. Though that's not due to the steroids, that's due to some, failed, people want to say like, yeah, it's because of the steroids and stuff. No, for Ronnie Coleman it was because they fucked up some surgeries on him. Which is why he can no longer walk properly.
Steroids because they had to be to get to the top of that sport. They were never gonna be a goal for normal guys like me. And when fitness content started on Instagram, it was the same thing. Sure, there were guys who were clearly on steroids, but people were quiet about it, they lied about it, and it wasn't everybody. Now on my Instagram Explore page, everybody's on roids. Because while steroid abuse was once reserved for competitive bodybuilders, now everyone's a competitive bodybuilder. They're just competing for likes. And while it's basically impossible to say definitively that steroid use is on the rise without more research, anecdotally at a bare minimum, there's a lot more people talking about steroid use or thinking about doing it.
Do you have a lot of young kids coming up to you for stuff?
Yeah. I would say I'd say more so that there's more influencers, so to speak, promoting steroids. Like Togi is one of those weirdos who promotes the use of steroids so much that bro probably will die in the next 5 years or so. That's one of them. I mean, the trend twins are literally a thing, right? And there's people glazing these men. Definitely your body. You can do it. No, there's nothing you can do. Eventually, just die because of a too low body fat percentage.
A lot of 16, 18-year-olds on TikTok and fitness influencers telling them, like, you gotta take this, you gotta take that.
Would you ever consider taking steroids?
No.
I mean, I've thought about it.
You thought about it?
Yeah, but you know, at the end of the day, it puts your health at risk, right? So it's not worth it.
Yeah. How old are you?
17.
And look, I don't care what an adult does with their body. Even the thought of steroids has crossed my mind. It's impossible for it not to. For most dudes who have been going to the gym year after year, seeing increasingly more marginal gains, and not think, you know what, maybe instead of a real hobby, what I need is 300 milligrams of testosterone.
Instead of a real hobby, get the. Remember, guys, if she leaves you, just take steroids. It works. Easy. It was also his training regime, too much load, long reps. He was pushing himself too far. Yep, that makes sense. I've never thought about taking steroids. I've been working out for quite a bit. I never thought about it. First of all, I couldn't afford that. Second of all, there's no point. Wow, you trade in your life expectancy for a little bit more muscle that nobody gives a rat's ass about you except you because you became insecure because of TikTok. Wow. Why do you know their names? Because I'm interested in this stuff. Very simple. That's why I know their names. If your muscle tissue fuck it, ain't coming back. I think. Wait. Well, yeah, that can happen. I think some people, when they use muscle tissue to place on other spots of their body, like from their arm for some surgeries, that looks weird and it never come back properly.
A week. Don't lie to yourself. There's not a single gym rat who hasn't thought, hey, maybe it would be nice to look like Bane. Maybe then I wouldn't be so lonely. But the problem is there are kids seeing this. Like when I showed you in that clip, there's 17-year-olds who are thinking about hopping on.
Never thought about that because I know the problem is up here and not on the body. The problem's in the head.
On gear. And with the internet, they've never been more accessible.
And you taking gear won't fix the head. Just like you getting leg lengthening surgery won't fix you feeling too short, because then you continue to feel short and still short. You could be like 6 meters and still feel short.
Steroid companies and shady ass influencers literally provide like discount codes, just openly marketing them on TikTok. And honest to God, there is nothing more effective in making me not want to take steroids like listening to a guy talk who's taken steroids.
Here's my reaction to being on 500 mgs of test for the past 4 months. First off, my voice is definitely a lot fucking deeper. Got that big daddy vocal box now, bro. Veto through the roof, definitely.
Brish! No! Don't listen to him.
A lot more fucking effective in the bedroom, if you know what I mean. Definitely a lot fucking stronger. I just hit 100 kgs on bench for 14 reps today. Pressing the whole stack on the machine like it's nothing, mate.
Nice, mate. Super sick. I didn't know Australians could peak in high school, too.
Australian, fine. Works too. Same shit! Dark continent, who cares?
But I guess that makes sense. But despite the graveyard of professional bodybuilders...
Yeah, Z's being one of them. Bro died fairly young. Fairly young. So there's another one.
That steroid abuse has left behind. It is just now widely accepted to talk about steroid use on TikTok and Instagram.
If you want to take steroids, just look at Togi. Being in his most miserable moments ever. Just watch a compilation of Togi being in his most miserable moments ever, and then tell me you still want to take them.
Guys just walking you through the results of their steroid cycles. Two of the biggest fitness influencers in the world right now are the Trend Twins, who literally named themselves
Goten and Trunks. Yeah, they literally named themselves after the trend stuff. They also have aged significantly because of that. Because I think they're younger than me.
After trenbolone, a steroid which was supposed to be for fattening livestock, though is now used for fattening biceps. And again, in a vacuum, I don't really care. If you want to shave years off your life to look like the Thing from Fantastic Four, then go off. If you want to do a tier list of steroids while also preaching about organic foods, then go off.
Can't sleep, fucking, man, you
Sweat.
You sweat like a motherfucker.
Oh man, the trend cough?
Trend cough, you feel like you're dying if you get that shit. I mean, I literally thought I was dying, bro. Scary.
For all the side effects, is it worth the gains? Absolutely.
If it's not grass-fed or organic, bro, I'm not eating it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, guys, I'm really glad we're concerned what we're putting in our bodies. We don't want our chicken injected with steroids. We want to inject those steroids.
I don't eat my chicken with steroids. I'm gonna inject the steroids just directly into me.
Directly into ourselves. And you know what? That's fine. I don't dislike the Trent twins. They're adults, they're cool, they're funny, whatever. But there are like teenage boys watching this. They want to be like Chris and Mike Tren, who are openly telling them, you can't be like me unless you're blasting steroids. Similar thing with another huge fitness influencer, Alex Eubank, who for the longest time was a natural bodybuilder. Until recently when he declared he was going on testosterone and put on like 20 pounds of lean muscle in 6 weeks. And there are gonna be people who said he wasn't natural before then either. But again, the point was that he said he was natural. Guys, and especially boys, need to be able to aspire to something without the knowledge that it's unattainable, like Santa Claus or a career that doesn't suck. Kids need to be able to believe that these things exist, otherwise they lose hope.
But the problem is that in a vacuum, like you said, they can do what they want. They're adults, right? They can do what they want, and I agree with that. But they're posting it on the internet and telling people that they can't, like, there isn't that many fitness influencers that can show off their work as like natural, and these kids, they watch this and they want to be like them, so they do take that stuff regardless of what would you say or do. Them taking steroids and posting it on the internet is a net negative for society, whether you like it or not. And I don't know, is David Goggins natural? Let me look at that, actually. Is that man natural? Oh yeah, David Goggins is natural. If you want to have somebody with like a crazy work ethic, I don't know, take David Goggins. That guy's natural. I don't know another fitness person or whatever that's like natty. I'm struggling to think. Let me think. There's not another one.
Hope. Did 17-year-old me know that Gerard Butler was definitely on steroids during 300 and that I would never look like him? No, but I wasn't ready for that knowledge. If I had known that then, maybe I would have never started going to the gym. I could have developed body dysmorphia from being so soft versus what I have now, which is body dysmorphia and decently sized biceps.
Yeah. The difference is just you're a little bigger. That's the difference. You still have body dysmorphia. That would change.
No, I'm kidding. Yeah, this whole video was just an excuse for me to force you to look at my bicep. How about another prime example of muscle inflation? Look at Hugh Jackman as Wolverine in 2000 versus Hugh Jackman as Wolverine in 2024. He is literally more jacked at age 55 than he was in his 30s. And while in 2000 he would have been jacked for the time, if he showed up looking like that in 2024, there would probably be yawns in the theater. So he put on muscle for the movie, and when he got asked about steroid usage, he did the right thing. He lied.
He lied. Accurate.
Got so jacked for these movies. Did he juice? Did he take steroids?
No.
Liar!
And I appreciate his
Gonna be like Anakin, gonna kill some younglings for this crime committed. Yeah, everyone takes steroids. Everyone does. Another reason not to be an actor. You gotta take steroids.
Lying. Because you know what? He did what he had to do as an A-list Hollywood actor, but there is no need for him to normalize what shouldn't be normalized. On the other hand, these fitness influencers, who are getting glazed up and down my timeline for being honest about their steroid usage, are really just promoting, knowingly or unknowingly, a really, really unhealthy lifestyle. Because at every point in a young man's journey, just like realizing that Santa Claus isn't real, you realize that some physiques are just unattainable for you. And you reach the true bro mentality, that everyone who's bigger than you is on steroids, and everyone who's smaller than you is a silky skin little And that might be the most healthy way to look at fitness as a dude. You see a guy who's absolutely shredded, you say, oh, it's a pump, it's the lighting, it's angles, and to be fair, more often than not, it is. But
Are you saying the most healthy way to approach this is coping? Is to get a a really good dose of copium and inhale it to the brim?
that cope is what keeps you sane. But that cope doesn't work when you have these honest fitfluencers just saying that they're on steroids. Because then all of a sudden, there's something you haven't tried. Maybe it's not lighting. Maybe you can have abs like that. And all it will cost you is your hairline, your testicles, acne, and a couple...
Yeah, roid testicles are a thing. If you take steroids, your balls disappear. They vanquish from existence. Bye-bye fertility. You ain't having kids ever. Yeah, your testicles literally they disappear. So don't do it. Oh damn, Salmax #1 again. Cope maxing, for real cope maxing.
Couple of decades off your life. We need to be lied to. Everybody wants influencers to be more honest. I don't. I need my gym influencers to just be like, yeah, bro, just eat 2 pounds of chicken and rice, take creatine, and you'll be jacked like me. Because even though the truth is I'll never look like him, he got me in the gym. I think I've made my point, so let's take a break from the salty spittoon and see how the women of Skinny Talk are doing. Now, once again, I am, in fact, not a woman. However, using the power of mathematics and the transitive property, it is my approximation that the idealization of skinny is the female equivalent of the idealization of steroid level muscles. And I guess if you're non-binary, you just like avoided all these insecurities. Or maybe you have all these insecurities, both male and female. Which at that point, I mean, just pick a struggle.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people that are non-binary are biologically female, so they probably fall into more into the female part than the male part.
Guys, you're gonna be stressing over your hairline and your waistline. Have some decorum, please. But I mean, muscle dudes and skinny chicks are cool, and then I think it's fine to aspire to both. It's cool to want to be jacked. It's cool to want to be snatched. However, when this shit gets taken to an extreme, it becomes a problem. And it's also pretty clear to me that, hilariously, just like dudes think muscles will get them girls, girls think being skinny will get them dudes.
You're not ugly, you just need to lose some weight. No, yeah, it's true. All of your skinny besties that are getting hit on and you're kind of just in the corner in the back. And then those skinny besties are like, no babe, like you're perfect, you're beautiful, you don't need to lose weight. You would look better if you lost some weight.
Well, that feels...
Here's an incredibly hot take. It's not your body insignificance. Like, if you're massively overweight, okay. If you're overweight in general, okay, sure. Some dudes may be turned off by that. But the vast majority don't give a rat's ass. In fact, funnily enough, men prefer a little more than a little less. Overall, at least that comes from studies. This is just these fitness influencers gaslighting you into believing that your weight is the problem when it's just... Maybe it's not. maybe it's you. And not your body.
Intense? Jesus?
Babe, no, you're not old, you're just fat.
Let's just relax here a second, guys. And look, one last disclaimer here, because I know this can get a little dark. I understand.
And then there's the other extreme of these fat influencers trying to keep you fat. Because they don't want to, not just the fat influencers, but fat people generally just fat women keeping other women, other influencers fat for validation, or you keeping other people fat for validation, and then when they lose weight, the influencer, they are being demonized and mocked. You betrayed us, you're no longer one of us. That also happens. Yeah. Don't let an influencer keep you fat. And don't make some chick make you lose, make you get underweight. Thank you. These people are lying through their teeth.
Stand motivational content. I don't think that's bad. It's fun to listen to David Goggins scream at you to push a little harder in the gym.
You're just a bitch. Honestly, that's not me trying to...
Stop listening to music and let David Goggins bully me for 30 minutes. Kind of based. For real though, it works. It works.
Trying to be some after school special shit? You really are a bitch.
You may think it's cringe, but I promise you, if I had David Goggins screaming over my shoulder the entire day, I'd be the most productive human being on earth.
Who's gonna carry the boats? What else? What else was it? Some other things I agree. Most people look better after losing 5 to 6 kilograms. Yep, most people do. Most people do. The problem is just that we are less used to healthy body types, because either you're trying to achieve some weird skinny body type, or you're just like, or they're telling you you're fine the way you are, even if you're unhealthy.
Earth.
Holy shit, that's David Goggins. What's up, man? Stay hard.
Go fuck yourself. What the fuck do you expect? You're not putting in the work. You have to do more. I don't live off that hope shit. I wish the water was cold. I wish.
Unfortunately, what's going down on Skinny Talk isn't motivation. It's basically just bullying, paired with some of the worst health advice I've ever seen in my life. And this really came into focus the last week with the release of this article from The Cut, looking at Liv Schmidt, who's kind of the queen of Skinny Talk. And she's a queen in exile, because last year she got banned from TikTok for promoting eating disorders, but she's still doing her thing over on Instagram, posting incessantly about the skinny
Bitch got yeeted.
lifestyle and how to achieve it. And a lot of her advice, and I'm not a doctor, but a lot of her advice seems moronic at best.
The skinniest thing you can do tonight is go to bed early. Every hour you sleep is another hour you don't eat. That's the math. You want to know why?
I guess that's a way to look at it. I guess, yeah, sure. That doesn't solve the problem, but sure. But David, I'm paralyzed. Get out of that weird wheelchair. If you won't do it, who will? Who's gonna carry the boats?
Why sleep is the skinny girl cheat code, because the girl who sleeps 8 hours only has 16 hours to say no to food.
Okay, again, I agree you should get 8 hours of sleep a night, but not so you can reduce the amount of time that you have to potentially eat. And this is her whole sort of weight loss philosophy. She doesn't do any low-calorie foods. She doesn't limit what kind of food she eats. She just limits the amount she can have.
And never do the fake shit. The protein brownies, the low calorie, that shit doesn't do it for me. A Yasso bar, like those taste good, but those aren't like the real deal to me. So whenever I want a dessert, I get the real deal and I eat 5 or 6 bites and then I toss it.
Which is incredibly stupid weight loss advice, because you're either one, going to not be able to control yourself when there's a 20-layer slice of chocolate cake in front of you, or worse, you can control yourself, but that single layer of the 20-layer cake you allowed yourself to eat isn't satisfying, and now you're starving the rest of the night. It's a diet philosophy that will almost certainly set people up for failure, but I get it, because it's got that very early 2000s mentality of just eat less. It's like Liv watched The Devil Wears Prada, but didn't understand that it was a critique, not an endorsement.
Look so thin. Do I? Yeah. Oh, it's for Paris. Well, I'm on this new diet. It's very effective. Well, I don't eat anything. And when I feel like I'm about to faint, I eat a cube of cheese.
And it gets worse, because Liv used to run her own little private group called the Skinny Society, which was spelled in French.
The Skinny Society. I caramba, el cringe. Oh goodness, the skinny society in French. Oh, the French. It's crazy. Either you need to be obese or have really big assets. And obviously big, skinny, all extremes. Yep, you get all extremes. We all get the extremes nowadays. Doesn't even matter. Except for the only ones who are safe are fat men. Those are the only ones who are safe. Because they still get to hear the truth.
Because as we all know, if something's French, then it must be fancy. And she charged $20 a month for access to this thing, which with 6,500-ish members would mean that she was taking in like $130,000 a month.
Fun fact. This has nothing to do with it, but it's another reason to shit on the French. Apparently, they consider hentai to be abuse. Do with that what you will. Like, you will literally get there's a website where when you go on it, a pretty big website, it will bring you to a government website saying that the government is protecting these characters from abuse. Do with that what you will. I just found that funny. To add to additional shitting on the French. It's work like that in every media in Korea webtoon. I read, suddenly everyone got abs. Yeah, that's pretty normal. That's pretty normal. Or big booba. Or everyone with godlike body. Yeah. Except for, people dat bods there. That is if you know what a dat bod is. Because a dat bod is not somebody that works out. I can tell you that much. A dat bod is literally just a guy who drinks a little beer. Or has a little bit of a belly. That's a dad bod. Not off-season Chris Bumstead.
The Skinny Society was the main focus of the Cut article, which after it was published, Instagram demonetized Liz and took down the private group. And depending on
Instagram?
How charitable you want to be, the group was basically an eating disorder Discord chat. Women on there commiserating about the effects of their ultra-low-calorie diet, like hair loss and dizziness. One-upping each other about how little calories they can consume, egged on by Liz herself. And just like the steroids, if you're an adult and you want to pay $20 to a...
I can just eat 1 calorie by eating, I don't know, something. Like a little bit, like a little, I don't know, would have 1 calorie. Like a little crumb from bread or whatever.
Blonde grifter to tell you to starve yourself month after month, then go off. As a matter of fact, after being canceled by Instagram, Liv has launched a new $2,900 a month skinny experience. Why don't you go apply to that? I might apply to that. And for $2,900 a month, Liz, I better not be able to fucking see my waist. But the problem is that girls, as in children, are seeing this stuff. And we know they are because the Cut found girls as young as high school freshmen in this private group. A private group where people are talking about eating sub 1,000 calorie counts a day.
With minors in there? What the fuck? Yeah, the actual ones people like those, the big guys, yeah. You would not believe me how many women do not know what a dad bod is and see a off-season, like I said, an off-season bodybuilder or somebody who's been going to the gym for like years and consider that a dad bod. Like somebody looked at who was it? The guy that plays Superman, Henry Cavill, and said, "Oh yes, that bod." I am confused as fuck.
Which there is zero chance anyone is getting the nutrients they need eating 1,000 calories a day. And side note, in the long run anyway, this isn't gonna work because your metabolism's gonna drop like a rock if you starve yourself like this, making it harder to lose weight. But this isn't a game. There are like serious long-term health effects of being malnourished, especially as a developing child. But that doesn't really seem to be Liv Schmidt's concern. Again, is this anything new? No. I remember the whole pro-anorexia Tumblr era. I remember the bizarro diet culture of the 2000s and 2010s, when we denominated everything in 100 calories for some reason. But social media is turbocharging everything. There's a safe way to achieve your body goals, including a sustainable diet and exercise, and there's a wrong way to achieve them. And to be clear, there are some body goals that should not be achieved. Just like there's dudes glazing bodybuilders for being upfront about their steroid usage, there's women glazing Liv Schmidt for being upfront about what it takes for her to be that skinny. But at what cost?
Yeah, but at what cost? Barely enough strength to get up some stairs, not being able to lift anything, not even being able to walk a long distance because you can't sustain the energy you would need. I don't know about that one. They are lying. They probably are. A lot of this might actually be Photoshop. People like them because they find them cute, duck. Yeah, if they know what they are. And I'm talking about actual dad bods, the unfit ones. Yeah, I know that you know that. But I also know that a lot of women online don't know that. Unfortunately. What even a dad bod is what I'm trying to say. I've never seen somebody actually seeing a dad bod and be like, ah, yes, dad bod.
Cost. Maybe bodybuilders and male celebrities lying about steroid usage, and supermodels lying and saying, yeah, I just let myself eat whatever I want. Maybe that's the price of protecting the children from doing irreversible damage to their bodies. Once again, bring back lying to protect the children. And honest to God, I'm sympathetic to Liv. Despite her horrible advice and mean girl reposts, I see what's underneath. She posts constantly about being inspired by Victoria's Secret models, wanting to be one. We're the same age, she grew up with those 2010s shows. I get it, but just like I want to be Arnold, it's not healthy for me to do that. Looking like runway Carly Kloss maybe sounds great on paper, but for the vast majority of women, it's unrealistic, and chasing that ideal can come with considerable costs. And Liv's before and after photos are striking. She was absolutely stunning, already a very healthy girl before, very low body fat percentage, with muscle definition too, and she traded it in.
Yeah, I just feel like it's a bit too extreme. Duck movie time. Bye, some X, take care. Men did prefer them fat in the Middle Ages, or part of them. Yeah, because being fat meant that you, like, being bigger meant that you were good at having children, usually. And fun enough, men still prefer that. Here's a little statistics that I know. Don't ask how I know this. When it comes to fun fact, when it comes to corn consumption, this is how we can tell what men prefer and women prefer. Men prefer from all the entire spectrum of female actors. That doesn't matter. They don't discriminate as much. Women only like one type of guy, and that's jack. Women only like jack dudes. Here's a fun fact. It is really funny when it comes to that stuff. So here is what I heard.
And for a very extreme physique, in addition to the fillers and plastic surgery, but it just makes no goddamn sense to any rational human being. Again, not commenting on anyone who just is skinny. I mean, shout out to you. I mean people who are specifically going to extreme lengths to purposefully chase this physique. But body dysmorphia is a crazy thing, and I'm not diagnosing her, but just speaking for myself, I understand what it's like to look in the mirror and never be.
Oh, she definitely has body dysmorphia. She definitely has. She definitely has. There's no denial that she doesn't have that. She absolutely does.
Be satisfied. And everyone has their own journey on that, but Liv is dragging teenagers into this grifting them for money and injecting them with an incredibly unhealthy relationship with themselves and with food. Apparently her guidelines for the private group said no meal plans under 1,200 calories a day, but obviously there was no enforcement on that, and even a 1,200 calorie a day intake is not going to be sufficient for like 99% of women. I know the line between diet and disorder is blurry, but as a general rule of thumb, if your hair is falling out because you're so malnourished, your diet has gone too far. If you're counting calories on a...
Probably, I would say so. Here's a little story of mine. I starved myself for a couple of months. And that also had a result that hair was falling out. It's now completely normal. I don't have any hair loss anymore, but that did happen. So yeah, I don't recommend eating so low in calorie that you start to have health problems. That's maybe not a good idea.
A communion wafer, your diet is too extreme. And I focused on Liv Schmidt because she's kind of the skinny top dog at the moment, but there's plenty of others just like her making the same kind of content. But where does all of this leave us? I mean, are we all just cooked? We got dudes with bigorexia, chicks with anorexia, and algorithms designed to push these extremes and the insecurities fueling them. And what can be done? I have no idea. The right answer is probably age restrict this kind of content, but I'm not holding out hope that Meta and TikTok are coming to save us. Sure, TikTok banned Liv, and Meta demonetized her, but what about her legions of clones? What about the steroid abuse content that I mentioned earlier? And there's some pretty unhealthy looking stuff going on at the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah, the eating TikTok, yep, that one as well. I remember the video with the 16-year-old girl that was eating. YouTube actually took that down because of like safety regards for like eating disorders, so the reaction to that video is no longer up. But yeah, essentially parents used her daughter for money, like for clout, for views on TikTok by letting her like portray her as like the fatty and like eating so much food, like 5 or 4,000 calories for like a 16-year-old. Crazy shit.
Should that be age restricted too? I get why this is all degrees of gray area, but just like my quads, there's definitely room for improvement. So assuming these social media platforms don't care, which they don't, it's really on the viewers to internalize that what we're seeing is extreme and come to the disappointing but ultimately freeing realization that how jacked or snatched you are matters very little in comparison to the boring stuff, like having a personality or basic intelligence or not being a piece of shit. At the end of the day, people want to be friends with or be in a relationship with people who are happy and healthy. I don't know if any of the influencers we looked at today were necessarily screaming health to me. It's good to have ideals, it's good to have goals, but sometimes
they probably weren't. Like it's the Twins once complained that their balls just evaporated, so there's that.
Sometimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze, especially if the juice is, you know, juice. All these influencers and their bullshit, the steroids, Ozempic, plastic surgery, fad diets, these things come and go, and they represent the easy path. It's easy to cheat. It's easy to take an injection or starve yourself, because it's easy to change what you see in the mirror, but harder to change who you are as a person.
It's their saving grace. They don't have to be serving face. They don't have to be serving personality. They don't have to be serving intelligence. They just have to be serving skinny. And so they insist on you caring about skinny the most.
Yeah, but I don't. I don't care about skinny girls. I don't give a rat's ass. I could care less about that. I could care. If you have a health, like, a lot of this is societal. A lot of this is advertisement. A lot of this is big companies and stuff, pharma and stuff, pushing this straight up. I'm gonna say it. This isn't like. I think most humans prefer healthy bodies, and people that don't have been brainwashed by social media.
Us too, because they know it's all they've got.
Finding a sustainable lifestyle that gets you to your goals, and having the mental fortitude to know when maybe a goal just isn't for you. That's hard. Maybe I'll never be the biggest guy in the gym, or the leanest, or the tallest. But I'm trying to be the best version of me, not a Temu version of somebody else. I'm never gonna be Arnold, you're never gonna be runway Bella Hadid, and honestly, that's for the best for both of us. Because maybe you appreciate these influencers being honest about how they got super jacked or super thin, but if they were really being honest to you, they'd be honest that they're just trading away their health for Instagram likes. So if you want the easy road, then you stay over on steroid talk or skinny talk. But if you want the hard road, then I might have a guy for you.
They don't know me, son!
They don't know me, son! There he is, homie!
Get it! 18! They don't know me, son! Get it! 19! They don't know me, son! Yeah! 20, you got some more in you! 21! Yeah, good! Wait, who's gonna carry the boats and the logs? Who's one more to carry the boats? You're gonna do it! You're gonna do it!
That's lower your standards. Subscribe to Mark Insco for real. Yeah, this was a good video. This was interesting. Like the opposite extreme of the you know, Liver King shit. I find that interesting. Yeah, pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool. Chat. I must take a quick break. I will be right back, and then we'll watch a few more videos. Don't destroy the stream. Thank you. I have returned. As usual. Give me a second. Okay, let me read. Nicholas Light just made I'm done vid if you think it's worth your time. Most likely about how YouTube unsupport the content creators or something. Yeah, probably about I probably already know the content of this video, which is probably about his anime reactions. And how they're gonna continue to probably demonetize him for it and like go off Crunchyroll and all these companies going after him. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware of what's going on. I've been aware of what's been going on with this dude for a bit. So yeah, not really worth. I'm aware. I am. Next up, what I want to look at is this one actually.
When you buy a
Haven't had the time to look at this. This was also still recommended. I'm trying to work through all the stuff that was recommended still. It's not that much, only 3 more videos or so. Anyways, let's look at this. Audio seems fine, very good. EA wants to ban DI remover mod. That's interesting. That pushes harmful agendas in Sims 4. Your game, not your choice. By Vara Dark, the Dark Titan Media. Yeah. That is not surprising for EA. See, the thing with EA is always they want to be like these, like, you know, they want to remove the DEI stuff here, right? But at the same time, they remove their pride flags from their accounts that are part of like Eastern, like in like Eastern countries, because you know you can't anger people with LGBTQ flags in your profiles, right? That's not possible. So you gotta remove that. But yeah, it's just, once again, it's really just the virtue signaling. They don't really care about these like DI stuff. They don't really care. It's just that they want to make money, or they want to look like the good people. Problem is that it doesn't make money. EA never made has made good games, but hasn't done that in a while. And I have really low hopes for Battlefront 3 if it ever releases. But do you like more to watch Human or VTuber, or it's like the same for you? I don't really care that much, to be fair, what I watch. I have no particular preference in either of them. Well, let's just look at this.
When you buy a product, you should be able to do whatever you want with it, even if that means
I can already deny that statement, because look at Nintendo and the Nintendo Switch 2, which breaks the console when you do something with it that you shouldn't do. It's not your product. At this point, everything is just a license.
modding it in a way that I personally might not, but EA Games is apparently hunting down a DEI remover mod for the Sims 4 game because they're saying people are not being inclusive. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the top,
in addition to that, I mean, look at Nexus Mods. Nexus Mods loves to ban mods, for example, that make characters more lewd or stuff like that. At least when it comes to women. When it comes to male characters, they're totally okay with it. It's just like, you can't do with your game whatever you want. They will try to stop you, or they'll ban the mod. But let's not forget that once something is out on the internet, it will always be out on the internet, and the mod will never be fully removed.
if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, I have to talk a lot about modding on this channel, specifically because of Nexus mods. They are awful, ran by activists who want to control all of the content that you consume, and they constantly love to ban mods that they have deemed offensive. Only a few times have they actually reversed course. Recently, they did with Oblivion, with the male and female gender mods. They claim that they didn't take down those mods because they didn't agree.
Yeah, so Oblivion has body type, right? And funnily enough, first of all, I hate that. Body type A to body type B. It's stupid. Male and female, that's all you'll ever get. It is what it is. Let's not deny the biology out here. And yeah, Nexus Mod essentially remove that, which I find funny. Okay, I made a translation mistake. I won't be getting a bullfrog. I'm getting a horned frog. Ah, okay. A frog is still a frog.
Agree with the content, but because of toxicity, the people in the comments were allegedly being too toxic for their platform, and then they put them back up. I think it is because they were facing massive backlash over it. Though they do not end up listening to people who use their platform most of the time, but they do love to control the content that is on their website. And we have seen occasionally companies going after people. Like,
I'm curious though, what does that DEI remover actually do?
Like Capcom had taken aim at PC game modding, says that developers should be concerned over mods that are offensive to public order and morals, and now it seems that EA is doing the same exact thing.
Public moral orders. I find that very interesting. Because the public moral says that... I find it interesting. Because stuff like skimpy clothed characters are offensive. But if a woman wants to do that IRL, that's okay. Just don't do it in fiction. That's a problem. Like, what?
It says a new controversy has hit the gaming world as EA, publisher of The Sims 4, attempted to ban a popular mod called DEI Remover 1. This mod, which allows players to change diverse characters such as black, trans, and gay non-playable character NPCs into white, cisgender, and straight versions, has sparked heated debate online.
Bro pulled Uno reverse. That's kind of funny, not gonna lie, that's kind of funny. Based, the DEI remover who, takes the melanin, takes the gender dysphoria, takes the gayness, and all turns them into straight and white. That's very interesting. That's a new one. I've never seen something like that. I just find it interesting that the crash out for a mod like this is so big, but when people create mods that make character like trans, gay, black, whatever, that's however tolerated. I'm gonna straight up say this: if one's fine and the other one isn't, I think both should be fine or none should be fine. Straight up.
EA claims that the mod violates its user agreement and has been working to scrub it from platforms, but the mod keeps reappearing, which I think is so hilarious because when you try to silence people, those people are going.
Streisand effect! The more you try to hide it, the more people are gonna know about it. You ain't escaping with this one, EA.
Going to fight back. They are going to post it on more platforms. They are going to make more posts about it on social media. They are going to bring more attention to it. And then the Streisand effect is going to occur. Now, would I personally use this mod? No. I don't really care if there are a couple of black or trans or gay NPCs in a game that I'm playing, but you should be allowed to download this mod if you want to. You should be allowed to edit and alter your game in the way that you feel like, because ultimately you paid for the product and it's not affecting anybody else. It is your world, it is your creation. You could download this mod.
Isn't like all the Sims 4 DLC like $1,000? Kind of wild.
If you really felt like it. And of course, I do not agree with any form of censorship, especially like this when it comes to a company controlling what their players are doing. It says, though, the Sims franchise owner EA have said that they've prided themselves on being inclusive since their launch in 2000, with The Sims 4 introducing expanded.
Not gonna lie. Okay, homies that made the Sims mod, I have a question. Can you provide me a mod that does the same thing to Dragon Age the Fail Guard? I might actually play it then.
skin tones and more gender options in recent years. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing new for The Sims, but some people see the mod as erasing important representation. A content creator, Danielle Builds, called the mod a harmful agenda, arguing that it undermines years of progress towards diversity in gaming. Still, for many, the heart of the issue is not just about representation, but about freedom. I believe it is about freedom, the freedom to do what you want with your product. You can leave those diverse characters there. You could take them out if you really wanted to. Again, I personally wouldn't get any use out of this mod, but that doesn't mean it shouldn't exist. Just came across a Sims 4 mod that removes DEI by forcing all pre-made Sims to be white, straight, thin, and even changing LGBTQ plus couples into siblings.
Does that mean this mod has added incest? Nah, they probably rewrote the characters completely in this case. Would be funny if they didn't though, if they would still be couples. The Simcest.
It's kind of crazy. This isn't just a mod, it's intentionally erasing representation and pushing a harmful and disgusting agenda. I think
I kind of find it funny. Sorry.
that controlling people and censoring people is a disgusting agenda. I think that freedom is important. Does that mean that I'm a harmful person for speaking up for my rights? Well, apparently to this person it is. We've heard very similar situations in the past, like Capcom taking aim at PC game modding, in a move that's both concerning and unsurprising given the ongoing rise in anti-consumer rhetoric across nearly every industry. Capcom has officially declared their opposition to the concept of PC game modding. Unfortunately, they now view it as basically cheating, but it really all boils down to sexualized content. They do not want...
I'm gonna straight up say it. Your fucking anti-cheat system, like the same thing you did with the PC release for Stellar Blade, makes games fucking unrunnable. Your anti-cheat makes games unrunnable. It beats down on games' performance. Why are you doing this? Why have anti-cheat if the overall product just gets worse? It just gets worse if you have it. Hey, people are not gonna cheat, but they're not gonna buy your game because it runs like ass. Congratulations. And then a few months later, you remove it anyways. Because you don't want to let your game run like ass.
People's over sexualizing their characters and altering the developer's initial intentions. The majority of mods can have a positive impact on the game, but some mods, however, can be detrimental to the company, both in terms of reputational damage and in terms of workload. To this end, Capcom employees then declared there are a number of mods that are offensive to public order and morals. When these are disseminated, the image of the product is tarnished.
Also, I find it funny, public order and morals, once again. You can't have sexualized fictional characters, but when a woman runs outside around like a fucking prostitute, that is not offensive to public order and morals. Something that happens only on my PC is offensive to public order and morals, but somebody running outside butt naked, doesn't even matter, with like dog masks or heavily sexualized, or dudes who are at pride parades straight up naked, that isn't offensive to public order and morals. I find that very odd. Is it really about public order and morals, or do you just have double standards? You fucking double standards haver. Like from the left side. What have the gays do to you that you spent days, weeks, or months just to remove it? I guess it's just pushback. It's just like, you know, you tell a kid not to draw on the walls, and then you leave it alone for 10 minutes, and now the entire wall is plastered with drawings. That kind of thing. If you tell somebody to not do it, people tend to straight up do it. Don't pirate our games, they say. And what are people gonna do? Pirate the games. Don't mod our games. What are people gonna do? They're gonna mod your games. It's very simple. It's just that simple mentality of, if you tell me I shouldn't do something, I'm straight up gonna do it. Why do you, and from the right side, why do you care about a random mod in a single player game? For real. That also. I think you should be able to monitor your game what you want.
And branding is affected. Also, these offensive mods may be mistaken for legitimate implementations and can cause reputational damage. Ah, yes, because a game for adults.
Oh no, she wears a bunny suit. Oh no! How terrible! Oh no! What a malicious mod! Yeah, but Leon from Resident Evil can wear nothing but underwear. That's fine. That's not offensive to public order and morals. You see on the double standards of double standarding, like female characters cannot be sexualized, male characters can be sexualized in mods, and it's like totally fine. The math ain't mathing. This gives me heavy Pokemon fans are misogynistic because they don't like Chikorita.
Where you make the character's breasts a little bit bigger is very offensive, guys. That is just degenerate. How could you do this? I mean, let's be honest. They're just bothered that people are altering the way that their characters look. And sure, maybe there's a few developers out there who could take it personally. But again, I just don't see this as a massive problem. And now, of course, EA is getting slammed on social media over this. Here is a
Doesn't EA constantly get slammed to begin with? Like, this is nothing new. Like, it doesn't even say about the game itself, it just says things about the people who made and installed the mod. True. Let my homies, let the people do what they want with their game. And if you wanna give your characters Gunner outfits, go ahead. I don't care. I do not care, and so should nobody else. And if you do, you're kinda weirdo on both sides. Like, nobody would have, like, maybe not nobody nowadays, but a lot less people would have crash out over somebody modding in black characters or gay characters into video games. The crash out would be less significant.
A post by Pirate Nation talking about it. This is really a great indicator that EA has too many staff members and could stand another round of layoffs. We did just hear that, of course, Cliffhanger Games is getting shut down. They're canceling the Black Panther game. And I don't like to revel in the fact that people are losing their jobs typically, but when you're just activists who are infiltrating the industry and you're trying to tear it apart limb from limb, yeah, I'm not going to support you. I'm not going to.
In addition to that, when you look at these activists' background, there's many people in the games industry who have never touched a game before. They've never done anything with a game before, and they're just there doing. That's why a lot of games kind of are like shit nowadays, because you have never done anything for a game. How would you know? That's why I'm a big advocate of, let's make game developers make games, and not random people that have no idea what they're doing.
Going to sit here and defend cultural Marxists. It's just not going to happen. It's a Peggy 12 game, a digital dollhouse, very much inappropriate for LGBT topics to be there in the first place. Very interesting point. Apparently, someone has already republished the mod some time ago, so if it gets taken down from where it was originally shared by staff and admins, then it would be found on what we have made. There are plenty of alternative sites now, luckily. Based mods, DEG mods, Ayaka mods. Those are all sites that I do highly recommend that you check out, and you should be able to find this.
Yeah, people are absolutely gonna get this mod now, even more, because now not only can you piss off people that don't want such mods to exist, you can also piss off EA. I see no issue.
content, though it's just hilarious that this is really bothering EA so much to the point where now they are like actively hunting down this mod and they're trying to get it erased from the internet. But we know when companies do that, it just ends up being a domino effect. Why would EA even bother going after this? I bet it's activist sites like Nexus that are removing them voluntarily.
EA, it's not in the game.
Re-upload into torrents, EA can't shut
Or we'll remove it from the game.
that down. Let us erase it. It's our game. Stop trying to shove your fetishes down our throats. EA's going full Ubisoft. They're next to die. EA has been bad for several years at this point, and I'm glad that
I think EA has been much worse than Ubisoft ever will. Like for Ubisoft, it's just okay. Yeah, you make a bunch of retard decisions. Okay, fine. However, EA not only has this, they also have like bad money decisions and like monetization decisions. So there's that in addition to that.
they're finally getting roasted by people, because over the years I've definitely talked about them a lot, but you know, they're a company that has surprisingly floated under the radar in a lot of instances. Ubisoft has really been getting the brunt of the backlash over the past 2 or so years. So it seems that it's EA's turn next. Now, I will be keeping my eye on this to see if this mod is re-uploaded, if EA makes any statements on it. I highly doubt it, but it just seems that they are really bothered over the fact that people simply want to edit their game the way that they feel like. But that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your...
My thoughts is don't ban it. Don't ban it, have it, and that's about it. There's no point in banning it. You're just gonna... The smart decision would have been to just ignore it, because now you're spreading it and people who play The Sims are gonna use it on purpose now just to piss off you, other people, and EA. And in this case, they absolutely deserve it, and they are stupid. Don't ban it, shadow ban it, hide it, not make a full-blown war out of it. Even if you do that, people are gonna notice it. If you shadow ban something, people are gonna notice it. I mean, people notice on Twitter when they're shadow banned. So there's that. People are gonna notice. People are gonna notice. Oh shit. Chat, I need to close the window real quick. It's getting really windy and stormy outside. I'll be right back. Terrible. It's fairly windy outside. It's fucking windy! For real. It is. It is. It is fucking windy. It's crazy. Bad weather outside. Bad weather ahead. A storm is approaching. I am the storm that is up. Anyways. I want to watch this one. Because I haven't seen the original. Now that I know this, I haven't seen the original.
Genshin.
Maxor's old Genshin Impact review. I have not seen that one. I haven't seen that one. It's a bit old, 3 years old, but I wanted to see that, so that's what we're gonna do. I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen that one. So yeah, we'll look at that. We'll look at that right now. Old. Genshin Impact review. My money's gone. Waifu Simulator by Maxor. Let's just go. But please do not leave your model alone. It haunts my dreams now and will be your fault. Good.
Genshin Impact is a game which has sucked away my soul and killed my dog. I first began...
Hey, I mean, it's China. That would 100% kill your dog.
And playing Genshin Impact because of all the cute women. Then experienced apotheosis and a philosophical enlightenment through the death of my own ego. I love Genshin Impact, but this game will have an impact on your social life, and even after you stop playing, you will not...
It does have quite an impact on your social life. Especially some Genshin Redditors that lost their relationship over Genshin. There were two situations. One losing his girlfriend or fiance over the anime boys, and one losing his her fiance over Farina. Do with that what you will.
Recover. To this day, it has left me in a perpetual state of sophisticated malding, and I recommend it for all the wrong reasons. In this game, you play as John Impact, an extra-dimensional being whose brother was eaten by Mega Blocks and is forced to navigate
Mega Blocks.
Avatar, the last airbender for weeaboos, powered by its simple chemistry system in which characters electrocute, burn.
The simple elemental system that has not evolved beyond what it is today. Yeah. I guess I guess you could say that at least we have more elements now than we originally did, but that doesn't change much. The combat is still very one-sided, and like fucking is pointless in comparison to punishing Grey Wraith and either Gazer or Wuwa. Just found another gacha video called "How One Male NPC Almost Killed an Entire Franchise."
And throw rocks at each other. One of those is much less cool, but it, like Australopithecus, was my primary source of damage. Now trapped in the land of gotcha hell, our protagonist must find a way to save our siblings by fighting geometry, the indigenous inhabitants of Twitter, space midgets, and
the indigenous inhabitants of Twitter! Man, it's still accurate! It is still accurate! That hasn't changed. Send it. Oh, that's interesting. It's still accurate. And space midgets.
The Ice KGB as well. We are here to explore, solve puzzles, play prop hunt, cook, get arrested for looking at Zhongling too much, get sentenced to 10 years, and emerge from prison a devout...
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? It's a fictional character. We can just age her up with drawings. That's fine. Hi Paradox, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. I came back and I see Genshin Lolly with machine gun for real. I mean, yes, that's accurate.
Buddhist. This video is going to be about my experience playing this interesting game and how to objectively have the most fun with it.
Like I said, if Karina Boatger gets fired, I will come back to this game and play it. The entire way through to the entire way through to Natlan. I will play it, but I have to say, in this case, John Hoyo, I have to say, you need to fire her first, though. Who should I sub? That's your decision, man. Went from 0 to 100 real quick. Yep.
It's a very bad sign when most people who play the game don't recommend it, but I do. Although, I am slightly a dingus, so I don't recommend you take my opinion as fact, but as entertainment. So whether you're new to this strange, otherworldly Chinese software or a Genshin Pro, please allow me to tell you the tale of how this left a Genshin impact into my frontal lobe. Here's a fun tip that most Genshin players don't know. The age of consent is 18 years.
The age of consent is 18. Well, however, that depends on which country you are in. Here it's 14. In some other countries it's 16. In some other countries it's 18. In some other countries there is no age of consent. So that depends where we are living here.
Years old. Let's begin with what's maximally important. Not the gameplay, not the story, nor anything you would typically associate.
The women. The women. The women. It's the women. Nobody cares about the men. It's the women. Put the men into the coal mines and leave them at level 1 and never use them. It's the women.
With a video game, the single most important thing in this game is rolling dice to gain attractive people and then parading them around like a child on TLC. I do not exaggerate when I say this is probably what attracted most people to this game. If you want an example, Lisa is a character who continually refers to herself as
the OG girl. I'm a big Beto fan. I was just using Beto mostly. I didn't care much about Lisa. The only important thing is her climbing sound in the sub. That's it.
As One-sama, and sounds like she is at all times on the verge of sex.
I forgot how bad this is. I forgot how bad this is. I totally had forgotten about this.
I received her after completing a quest and then decided that I would use Lisa exclusively to do rock climbing. That way, I could repeatedly hear her oddly enthusiastic moaning for the next 10 hours of gameplay. I literally installed this game after downloading 60 images of Ganyu, since the official lore of the game specifies that—
Let's face it. Let's face it. It was all hentai. All of it.
she killed a monster after being eaten by it because her ass was so big it blocked his trachea and suffocated him to death. However, there is a catch. I don't have Ganyu, and I never will. You have a random chance to get characters, and that chance isn't high, 5.1% to be exact, and that's getting anyone, so if you want a particular character, get fucked. You could have your very first role be a high-level DPS character that carries you through the game with chimpanzee martial arts, or you could roll 3 useless small boys in a row and—
Yep, 3 useless small boys. I remember that China had a crash out over these feminine gacha game characters. Do with that what you will. I don't know. There was something. I don't remember what it exactly was, but there was something. Maybe that explains the whole the big amount of females in gacha games. Just me.
then desire death. It's a fucking guy. God damn it. And while I'm writing about bad things that could be deal breakers, the anti-cheat—
That's an accurate reaction for me in PGR. Fuck, it's a dude. Leave me alone. I want to play as a violent misandrist.
for this game is very strong and has ring 0 permissions on your kernel. This means that it can read and write memory at any location in your computer without seg faulting. I, however, am not afraid, since if Xi Jinping does harvest my computer's data, all he will find is 50 pages of Waluigi hentai.
That's terrible. That's terrible. That's terrible, I guess. Poor Xi Jinping.
It's your loss. And yes, it does turn off when the game isn't running. So this review is going to include a guide on how to have fun, because like real life, lusting after women causes suicidal depression. Step 1. Play as optimally as you want. Do not try to min-max shit, because RNGesus will snap your fucking neck. Do whatever is fun.
But I like min-maxing. Hey! Hey! Waluigi. Hey! There was a period in the game where it was so dead that people started farming shit. In fact, there is a particular person we call the mint picker, because that game was so dead that bro started mint picking. Like, bro started actively just collecting resources in the world and like maxing out how much you could have of those. It is crazy. And Yosity, mint picker. Waluigi, I respect you. Waluigi is my waifu and Wario is my husbando. You are special, my friend.
Fun with whatever you have. In my case, I decided that I would roleplay as a violent misandrist and only play as women out—
Yes! You are also a violent misandrist. That is based
of principle. Any men that I rolled would be locked at level 1 and made useful in the coal mines. It is simply not worth it for me to engage in combat.
Very true. Very true. But how do you play with one hand?
If I cannot also yank it. The central point of the characters is that they are potential wives, and I am absolutely, definitely, 1000% secure in my masculinity. Playing the game optimally in this case would mean making the game boring and staring at man ass, so fuck it. If, for instance, I had wanted a particular, legally questionable female to be my digital puppet, the chance of me receiving that would be 0.3%, which is where this image comes from. Take what you can get with the rolls. Don't be mad.
I hate this. Hey, 0.3%? That's still better than the original Dokkan LR rates, which were like not like less than 0.3%, more like 0.25. I think that also the Ultras have like 0.25 in Dragon Ball Legends, so do with that what you will.
Exercise patience and control, and you will have a lot more fun.
Here we can compare it to Punishing Grey Raven. If you save enough up, you can get every S-rank character on its release. Guaranteed. Because that game doesn't survive through the gacha, it survives through the really amazing and high quality skins.
I definitely have not sold my house to get big-titted pirate mommy, but Maxor,
I have maxed out, I think I still have maxed out Big Titty Pirate Mommy.
I hear your thoughts. Why are you displaying a single image of a regular crab on my screen? And also, what is the world of Genshin Impact and why are we here? That is a great question, James. Because before we get into the exploration and the
Who's James? Do I know him?
combat, we must first understand the context with which I run my beauty pageant.
There will definitely be somebody whose name is James watching this video and be like, huh? What do you want from me? To be honest, it's really brutal. They're a game that compete with D&D. Okay. Never done anything with D&D.
And like every game made by Asian people on my channel, the lore is some Hyperborean bullshit. So let's say rule number 2 of enjoying the game is not caring about this, just like 90% of the player base. The world of Teyvat is ruled collectively by 7 gods who govern the 7 elements. Except the nature god, he's special.
Damn true. Yeah, the seven gods. Who the only god that's even remotely likable is Zhongli. I know there's a lot of people gooning to Farina. Venti is absolutely fucking useless. He's useless. He is literally the god of wind, but like his winds are more like a really pathetic breeze, if anything. In addition to that, what else do we have? Yeah. Raiden Shogun is pretty cool. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I give it.
This came about because 2,800 years ago, there were like 80 gods or something. Then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. No, but actually 7 seals opened up in heaven, so literally every god fought over their power to the death. The result was the 7 gods of each element we see today, each ruling over their own nation in their own fucked up ways. Every once in a while, these delusional bastards will just give random people superpowers, like how the electricity god just gave a girl with a mental disorder a talking bird. This also includes...
However, I must admit, Fischl. I like Fischl. I like crazy women. It is what it is.
Small children who could very possibly kill themselves for some reason. Now, the world you see in-game takes place in 2 nations, or 3 if you're from the future. The first is Mondstadt, a lawless, anarcho-capitalist commune in New Hampshire, which has no formal governance of any kind. They instead rely
Mondstadt, which is based on medieval Europe. Which does not look like medieval Europe. And it's technically German, so it's actually pronounced Mondstadt. Do with that what you will. In addition to that, I find it funny how people were crashing out about Natlan not being accurate to the region it was inspired from, but then Mondstadt isn't. And Inazuma isn't. And every other area isn't. I find that funny. Crazy women. Now we talking. For real, for real. Oh, wars. How nobody did it already without including humans in its war. Yay.
institutionally on vigilante justice, including a hot Batman.
Wait a minute!
Hampshire, which has no formal governance of any kind. They instead rely institutionally on vigilante justice, including a hot...
It's me! Look! I have a brighter orange. His is more reddish. Mine is more orange. But it's me! It's literally me!
Batman. As a result, an entire territory of their nation is completely overrun with wolves. No one has the systemic authority to...
Well, that has become accurate to Europe now, because there's more wolves around here, more and more.
stop people from exercising their rights and liberties to feed the wolves babies. Oh, also, there's the fucking dragon problem. Did I not mention the murderous dragon? Next, we have the nation of Liyue, an extremely rich and powerful country to the east. They have recently come into conflict with Mondstadt due to the Luhua Pool massacre of 69, as well as an aggressive foreign policy involving a 9-dashed line in the Sea of Clouds. Headed by the Tianshuan Ningguang of the Liyue Qixing, those are all real names, Liyue exhibits an unprecedented level of prosperity and control, living happily under the watchful eye of the rock god, who periodically disguises himself to ensure that the populace is behaving well and upholding their state contracts.
Yeah, the contracts. Sure. Zhongli is the only Archon that I somewhat like. Everyone else is kind of, Look, Poke, you're more successful, brother. Huh? I'm more successful. You know why? Bro has been power crept. I will never be power crept.
Just in case. Now, China, I know you're new to making video games, yet in my country, we have a long history of shooting people. But who lives in Liyue and who lives in Where Is In? The answer is unfortunate. Populating this extensive world will be several factions of enemies with subgroups, elemental specializations, and fucking bullshit. The enemy variety of this game...
Demdro. Yeah, the little green slimes were like, what's your point? Why are you here?
Paints a picture of a post-apocalyptic nightmare world where raving bands of savages constantly destroy everything, locking humanity in a perpetual state of warfare with armies of bandits and the midget people. One of these groups is the Hilichurls, an intelligent race capable of empathy and complex thoughts, which is why they must be destroyed. These guys make the Gombe chimpanzee war look like a fucking joke, and at no point does anyone in the entire game even give a shred of sympathy for the Hilichurls, except for Elon Musk. They can be big gorilla, small...
Except for Elon Musk. Also, it's like, I remember when, my most successful tweet on Twitter was, tweetarts. Nobody. And then, tweetarts. Hilichurl lives matter. Because there was a huge cry out of Genshin players. Or not just Genshin players. Woke virtue signalers saying that the Hilichurls are like indigenous people and like it's offensive to indigenous people, and I literally just called them tweetards. Hilichurl lives matter. I remember that. My most successful tweet on Twitter. You won't ever be power crap because you never had any to begin with. You sure about that, homie? You sure about that? You sure about that? Kneel before me! And I'm making the Fatalis armor just because of you.
Small monkey operate complex machinery and have their own language. This makes it more fun to slaughter entire villages of them and steal their possessions with no consequences. In fact, you're encouraged to do it. Overall, I would rate them a genocide out of 10. Next are the...
A classic.
Country-sized hordes of organized bandits called the Treasure Hoarders, who are just regular guys forced to fight you with shovels and Molotov cocktails. Are you sure we're the good guys? It's fortunate that, because they committed a crime, their lives are now forfeit. Abyss Mages are very simple because they are one enemy with two reskins, who are also inhuman beings of the Dark Void who have sworn vengeance upon humanity itself. They also dwell almost entirely in fucking space. The Fatui of Snezhnaya are heavily armed
The Russians. It's the Russians, straight up. Square up twink, can a twink. Bench press 100 kilograms. I don't know about that one. Child. I will bounce back because I work with cartoon physics. Ah, that's why you're so goofy. You're from cartoon.
Diplomats seeking to dominate the world of Teyvat through subterfuge, and employing 9-foot-tall people with hammers is absolutely conducive to this goal, I promise. They are unique among Teyvat because they serve the interests of the Zarit.
Yes, people were gooning to the witches. The Fatui witches. Do with that what you will. It's actually wild.
Of Snezhnaya, also known as the God of Ice. That's important because it's very weird that they primarily use electricity and fire. I guess the Ice God is just fucking lazy. The Fatui are always up to no good, like stealing the Wind God's power or like a bank heist. They're also really hot, so I'm not stopping them. Finally, we have the...
Killing this chick Killing this chick was such a waste. Not only did you kill her off, she didn't even get a character. She didn't even get a release. 100 kilograms, still twink. The 99% of the society cannot bench press 100 kilograms. Do with that what you will.
Local wildlife of Teyvat, which is 90% slimes and 10% these fuckers. I spent most of the fight waiting to do something.
Computer deactivate iguana.
That's really what the combat is all about. Sometimes it's like, holy fuck, that is a whale. And other times it's like, I think that bush just fucking really, no matter what happens.
I had that same reaction when I came across these dudes. I had the same reaction. Holy fuck, that bush just moved. I have that often with PGR with like, holy fuck, that's a whale, where it's like, holy fuck, how can you even dodge this?
You're in for an experience. Let's find out if that's bad or worse. Shit Getting Intact is a game about flow, where to maximize their power, the player dynamically switches between their DPS character and everyone else. Rule number 3 of Genshin Impact. Pick one. Your typical team is comprised of your DPS baby, your heal support, your burst support, and moral support. Think of it like a train. You only need one engine and enough weight to kill Terry Davis. Now, like everything, characters have elemental alignments, which, depending on the enemy,
Those kind of fucks you over if you don't watch that exactly. I don't care, I'll just hit it. Show me the report, whose research is that? Okay, from Google. Apparently, at least the AI suggests me that 1 in 1,000 people or even less can bench press 100 kilograms. In gym setting, it's likely a small percentage, with one source suggesting 1 to 2% of regular gym goers who bench press could lift twice their body weight, which translates to 100 kilograms bench press for many. So there you have it. There you have it. Most people cannot. Most average people cannot. You know, slurs are overused when you prefer to be called them than being called goofy, for real.
Can ruin the game. My wife Barbara could heal me, but in the process must make everyone wet, which makes us a proverbial bathtub, which
I hate that.
Enemies will then catapult toasters into for massive damage. It's a fucking blast. You feel like a chemistry professor gone rogue, using the elements to his advantage and then blowing himself up in the process. Unless your DPS uses rocks, in which case, you know, just watch, I guess. Everything is elements, and everyone has an elemental skill and alignment. Unless you're the nature god, who has no characters. Some are bad, and others are...
Yeah, remember that for ages, pretty much, the game did not get a single Dendro character. Like, the first Dendro character probably dropped, like, when they finally got to the Dendro area. That was it. Before that, there was not a single one.
Very bad, but many are completely game-changing, like how Beta's elemental skill adds a parry mechanic to the game, or how Ningguang invalidates all ranged enemies. The combat is definitely its strength, and is an experiment in how bad you can craft your psychotic dog water alchemy, and hopefully create a moving ball of destruction strong enough to kill God. To extend this concept, every character uses one of 5 unique weapon classes, such as Mongolian, Controller Erosion, the Waiting Game, Egg Catapults, and the Speed Demon. So be careful with who you choose and what weapons they... Oh wait, no, it's random. Get fucked.
Xiangling was such a strong character. I remember I used her constantly for fighting. She's such a useful character. Her main ability is good. She's really fast. She's a pretty solid DPS for the beginning of the game. And overall throughout, she still is somewhat solid. So yeah, that character did age really well.
Now, this would all be excellent gameplay if it didn't sometimes amount to throwing 2 sponges at each other. Enemies scale to your level, and generally health is not hard to come by. So depending on your investment, some enemies could take minutes to kill. This all amounts to making a classic video game build, the tank, entirely useless. You don't need a tank because you will be switching to your DPS anyways, who is a tank against your will. Health is literally always a shackle and a curse. That is, of course, unless you're playing Barbara, whose healing scales only off of health, making her tankier than Tieta. Let's go over an example party to give you some idea of the insanity that we're working with. It is optimal in most of my combat scenarios to cause forest fires by throwing a spicy bear. Why? Well,
Spicy bear, for real. Also, it's like, yeah, some of the roles are like, I try to get a good like set of equipment, of relics, whatever they're called, for Xiangling, and it was so terrible to do that. It was so awful to farm that shit, and it's still probably awful to farm that shit. Actually, never mind. Don't fire Karina. I cannot play this.
well, it's obvious. My DPS Beto can parry anything, which includes the heat of fire. Or how about Ningguang, who spawns a wall inside of enemies like it's Gary's mod? We just do it to piss them off. Did I also mention you can invite your insane Discord stalker to play co-op with you? The combat is fully functional.
Hello, Max.
I made a mistake, and this isn't even going into the complicated system by which you customize artifacts, upgrade your weapon, and level your character's talents, because that's boring. It can be made especially boring when you have to pick 30 mushrooms to do it, but you know, here we are. That leads me to my next point. You're gonna have to explore for those mushrooms, and that sounds bad, but it's actually the best part. Get ready for some cross-country gaming, because we literally have a lot of ground to cover. So rule number 4 of Genshin Impact is that if you see something, just go.
Also, I always have also a problem when I play gacha games and there is no free-to-play characters that I can max out with Genshin, which Genshin doesn't have. PGR doesn't have that, where you can just straight up max out the character fully. Like everything. I mean like everything, except the weapon. But other than that, everything can be maxed out for that character. Sometimes it's full free S-rank characters where I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this? How is this possible? You always have to explore for mushrooms? Yep.
You've probably noticed at some point that this game looks identical to Breath of the Wild, right down to the UI. This is an objectively correct assessment. It's just that the game doesn't give a shit, and neither should we. Breath of the Wild was so good that I wanted Breath of the Wild with more anime pussy, because god damn it, why did Nintendo make Zelda look like that? The amount of
Zelda is kicked up. No denial on this.
Bandits and foreign soldiers in this game suddenly makes sense when you realize it has the geography of fucking Afghanistan. It's quite the vertical place, but you're given the tools to navigate it, like your feet or your sweat. And there is quite a bit to see, so for an example, when I first installed the game, I didn't know that Liyue was in it. That's over half of the map. I was doing a quest that required a wild radish, so I naturally went hiking to find it and accidentally discovered the entirety of Ming Dynasty China, at which point I was wrongfully assaulted after being—
Ming Dynasty China. Yeah, nah. I never had this issue. I found that pretty quickly. You know, you first need to interest a Genshin player with boobies before you teach them the concept of touching grass. Genshin fans do not touch grass. Genshin fans do not touch grass. Do you think a community where couples break up over fictional characters and put themselves in debt over fictional characters touch grass? They don't. He's high right now on anime puss. Nah. The only game that does that for me is Punishing Grey Raven.
being mistaken for opium. This is one of those games where you start finding chests in the wild and within 30 minutes are flying to a strange island with a man named Jeffrey. It's actually not that different to Skyrim, but this game makes Skyrim look like it's in Kansas. There is always something to do and always something to find. You would think that it would get stale, but they just keep finding ways to turn on my neurons. There is a puzzle. I just wanted the chest. Which spans an entire region of the game where you have to climb 3 mountains. You can spend an afternoon doing that and it's viable. There is no direction that you can go that will not help you in some tangible way, and that's what's important about exploration. It's not just pretty, it's optimal. You see the shit right here.
It's not optimal. Play Genshin Impact and then go to Wuthering Waves and tell me that Genshin Impact's exploration is good when you have Wuwa, which is like significantly better and faster than Genshin Impact ever will be. Ever.
This activates my fucking almonds. Exploring this game trains your neurons to fire at the most basic of incentives, like a lab chimp. But seriously, if you aren't yet considering the game, just have fun exploring it, stop and smell the flowers, and accidentally find China over a vegetable. I found it eventually. It took 3 hours. Now, if the review had ended here, this would be a definite recommend because the game is free. It costs $0. It cannot yank your bank. Not that I would know. But I must warn you that there are some serious drawbacks besides the fucking Chinese.
The game is free, except that you have to pay your soul for it and your sanity. But other than that, it costs no money.
Surveillance state that.
And the free characters are dog shit, especially the collab characters. The collab characters are ass, right, Aloy? I hope Archer and Saber are an ass. I think Archer is free. So let's hope that he's not ass. Thank you.
You have to install, so it's time to.
Wait, that's HSR. I'm tarded. Genshin Impact doesn't get any characters.
Give you the final tools and rules that you need to enjoy this game. Regula numerus quinque of Genshin Impact is just please God, use the resin every day. So to
yeah, that was the recommendation I got when I played this game. Use your resin every day. Use it. Use it. Use it. Yeah, we're boring as fuck. Get your jokes better. Lock in. Become more entertainment than the streamer himself. Make him famous for having a chat is better than him. Hey, yo! Stop being mean to me! Stop being mean to me! How dare you? Also, you're not boring. This game is just hyper-edited brain rot, and I can't keep up with it because I'm old. Free game's just a trap. For real. Just like some of male anime characters.
explain that, you have to understand that this game works by mostly giving you what you want when you seek it out. Unless it's crit damage. So you don't end up mindlessly slogging for 10 hours a day for a single goddamn Warframe chassis. But there is a catch. When it comes to grinding, there is a clever way to make sure that you can't trivialize the entire game, which is that the game just stops you. You expend resin when you kill a boss, want money, want XP, want artifacts, want to live, want to see my daughter again, pretty much anything. And if you have no resin, well, better wait.
Better wait, and you will not see your daughter ever again. I'm not Asmongold. I am not balding. Yet.
God will collect his existence tax, and you will fucking pay. Even if you live in Mondstadt, the IRS is an eternal fixture of the universe. And although it's nice to have fair guarantees for artifacts, it has the unique side effect of stopping the game from being played. You get 160 a day, and for reference, you spend 40 for boss loot, so good luck. And if you thought that was bad, get ready for Rule 6, which is, yeah, you gotta do the daily quests. We Genshin players are always hard at work on the daily dopamine farms, putting in that grind so that we can have a 4-star object every 20 days. It really makes a man wonder why we bothered with making murder illegal in the first place. Thank you, Kane. This game can give you a lot if you decide to commit yourself to it. But if you don't, you will be scraping for crack crystals in a back alley, maybe make a YouTube video. That alone is probably enough to discourage most people. I thought I was going to be one of those people until I realized that I liked the game. Stockholm Syndrome is actually cool. And for our final...
Stockholm Syndrome is actually cool. See? So it wasn't a bad idea of thinking to just kidnap a girl and marry her by giving her Stockholm Syndrome. See?
Rule, you don't want to play with English voices. Set it to literally any other language except English. Now, the voice...
Nah, you don't want to use the English voices because the voice actors are pieces of shit nowadays. That's why you don't want to use it. With more knowledge here, yet most men will tough pretty these days. I blame radiation. I just blame bad genetics. Hey, and at least I can be bald because I have a pretty solid beard growth. Way too solid for my own good. So I can't be bald. I'll just replace the hair on the head with the hair on the face. Focus lying. The only reason he uses a VTuber model is because he is Ratman Gold in disguise. I am not the Roach King! Honestly, I wish I was. I would use that money to fix his life, and then trade bodies with him again. Maybe send me some money though.
voice work isn't horrendous, but it doesn't sound like the dialogue was actually written for English, and the translation is fucking hilarious.
The wolves frighten him so badly that he's paralyzed with fear.
We've looked everywhere and haven't seen any of the wolves.
So do what I do and play in
Yeah, but that's a general problem. That is a general problem with Genshin Impact. The game isn't really that complex when it comes to its dialogue. Like, it's just Paimon repeating the same shit over and over. Is it wrong to kidnap a girl in a dungeon? No. What is the girl doing in a dungeon?
Japanese, then switch the game to Chinese whenever you're in Liyue for maximal immersion. Dear Mr. Sheep, please send missiles to liberate my country from the yoke of capitalism. Now that you're armed with what you need, should you play the game? Only if you have self-control. It's not worth it to spend money on the game. I'm serious, and that's why you should give me...
Tell that to the dude that literally, like, ended his former soon-to-be marriage over Farina. Everything is legal as long as no one knows about it. Yeah, everything is legal. As long as you don't get caught.
Your money so I can spend it responsibly. Remember, the game is free and so is the porn. I would like to thank the kind
The game is free and so is the corn.
Chinese billionaires and international arms dealers of the Maxor Patreon for funding my hopeless and deadly addictions. If you would like to help fund the videos corrupting America's youth in the name of Naxalite Maoism, you can head to the description to learn more. Thank you all for watching and waiting, and of course, your IP address has already been traced.
That's the end of the video. That was crazy. That was wild. Never knew this old one, but that was cool. That was cool. It rotted my brain, but it is what it is. I love brain rot. Let's move on. Alright, that one video that I still... We're gonna do one more video, I guess. So let me look at that. What Coco's recommended. The coconut dragon. Humanity here for like 2 million years since the man ate. Balding is brand new and have to do with any change occurring in our world. But that, my mind's is about it. Is it wrong to kidnap a girl in a dungeon is the full name of an anime? No, it's not. It's totally fine. We should do it. If you can't find a girlfriend, just kidnap her. Very simple. Holy shit, that's 30 minutes. Holy shit, that's 30 minutes. Okay, I don't need to watch this. I already know that situation. That was for Snowbreak. I already know that. I'm aware of this situation. For Peak. I already know that. I'm aware. We're gonna pick something else that was not for Snowbreak. That's for Girls Frontline. Girls Frontline. Snowbreak was already also in there. But damn, that's 30 minutes. Jesus, that's too long. I'm gonna put that in, but we're gonna put that on onto next week because that's humongously long. For now. I'm gonna throw that in for next week. It's put in. As proof. Let me reload. It's put in. It's put in. Right here. Right here. Behind me. It's put in. Because that's way too long. I'll massively go like an hour overtime. Can't do that. Or I could just spoil it if you want. No, don't do it! Don't do it! I'll eat you alive if you do. Don't. Stop. You did it to Sway. Don't do it to me. I'm interested in that stuff because it's a gacha game. We're going to finish off with my favorite, can I put a game request? Depends on if I can run it or not, which most stuff I can't. So that really depends. We're going to finish off with my favorite woman, actually. That was actually requested by Frog, so I will do that. I will
Do you guys
do
remember
that.
this?
It's a Hero Hey video, obviously. Frog recommended. Because Frog must. Frog do what Frog must. So yeah, would it do that as a final video? And it's about the woman that made me and Frog even meet. Cat and Chat, or Cat Liente. Yay, she got cooked again. She got caught again. YouTuber who tried to cancel Dogibird just got caught again by Hero Hey. So to summarize what happened, Cat Liente received screenshots of something that like a PC that Dokibird wanted to get made. However, it was essentially just a scam, and the PC, the artist, essentially just made a rough, would you put it, like a sketch or whatever it is, or whatever, and wanted some arbitrary amount of money for that, and Cat wrote the doc about it then. And they got absolutely, with Dokibird responding, got the brakes beaten off of her. And then, in addition to that, Alicia also beat the brakes off of her again. And then everybody else jumped in, like Hirohei and Ref and some other people also jumped in. It is just really, really interesting. Fuck Cat and Chat, and not in the fun way. Yeah, nobody's touching that.
Do you guys remember this Cat Liente person, this Cat and Chat person, who was recently in the news for making a terrible video about Dokibird and getting a ton of criticism for that video, in which...
Wait a minute. Let's look up at Social Blade. How she's doing right now. She is doing right now. She is still losing subs, by the way. She is still losing subs. She is down to 164k right now from originally probably close to almost 200k. So yeah, she's still fucking dying. Her reviews are in the trenches, actually. Currently. So there's also that. The more you know. The more you know. Yeah. And to run down who this is. Essentially, she made a YouTube guide tutorials on how to grow your channel while being not a big channel herself, and then got absolutely then realized, hey, this is VTuber drama, let's cover this. Oh, this actually gives good views and attention. Let's do that instead. And yeah, started grifting towards that, even though she's an absolute tourist and has no idea what she's talking about. The usual.
Which she really tried to make Dokibird look as bad as possible, to which Dokibird responded shortly after, like a day later. And really, it looked like Dokibird was essentially getting scammed by someone, but Kat was more or less taking the side of the scammer and trying to say that Dokibird was like a terrible person for not giving this apparent scammer...
This poor, innocent artist who has only provided a potential piece of art for a PC. That's all, just art, and wanted an arbitrary amount of money. Keep driving, very light game, pixel with banger, music with nice story. You have a stranger in your car. Ah, okay. I'm gonna look at that. Maybe might be interesting. I don't know.
Over $10,000. It was like $14,000 or something. Kat then got called out by the VTuber Alicia.
$14,000 for a piece of art. Let that sit in. Was it an edit of an already existing one? I don't remember. I don't think. No. No. It was essentially just. Essentially, it was something that I could do in like Photoshop in like a day. what they did in like 120. Okay, what is it now? Is it Alicia? Is it Alicia? I don't know which one it is at this point. Ref says Alicia. Hirohe says Alicia. I do not know.
And made an apology to Alicia, which wasn't really much of an apology, and even revealed personal information of Alicia. This is all stuff we covered in great detail a few weeks.
Yeah, she revealed her full legal name. Like, people knew her first name, but they didn't know her surname. She barely covered the name, and that was definitely out of malice.
Weeks ago, but just kind of, mentioning this stuff really quick to jog your memory. Hopefully you're familiar with this stuff, because there's like way too much to recap here. This is not a recap. This is just mentioned like a quick.
Just to recap, she essentially just used somebody's illness for clickbait. And I say completely differently too. Nobody knows.
Memory jog. And now, spoiler alert time. I'm recording this part in post-production after I recorded the entire rest of the video, because near the end of the video, we find a post that shows just how far Kat was seemingly premeditating this hit piece against Doki, the new evidence making her look so much worse. And I'll put a timestamp right here on screen to that part if you want to skip and see it, but please consider watching the rest of the video leading up to it. Appreciate you.
She says Alicia. In this case, we have confirmation. It's Alicia. Okay. Then we got this.
And now here is the rest of the video as originally recorded. But the reason why we're talking about this is because there is an interesting series of events that...
Look at those views! Look at how these views have tanked! 8K, 7K, 11K, 8K. Look at how these views have tanked. Look at how this... they're too... How about now? Say again. They're not big enough to put a dent into me. Say it again. Say it again. Well, here we have it. Get fucked.
That have occurred since then, including, actually, before we take a look here at Cat in Chat, Mujin himself making a video about the whole situation.
What the fuck, Mooch? This is 2 hours long! Bro, Mujin said, yeah, fuck this bitch. I'm getting out of here. 1 million views, 2 hours and 4 minutes. 2 hours and 5 minutes, that's diabolical.
And all the backlash Cat in Chat got, along with the context, of course, that video collecting over 1 million views and was released 7 days ago. Well, now, as you can see, Cat continued to upload videos after that occurred, and after all the backlash that she was getting anyways, posting basically every day, as you can see here. Then 6 days ago, 5 days ago, 4, 3, 2, and then nothing the last few days. Now, what's really interesting is on every video she's made since this whole controversy, to put it simply, the comments are filled with people calling her out, bringing up the Alicia situation, and also the
from 171k to 164k subs. Yeah, put the fries in the back, homie. Wherever VTubers going against other VTubers, can they focus on their own career? This is not VTubers going against other VTubers. Cat is not a VTuber.
Doki Bird situation. And it's particularly amusing that she did acknowledge the Alicia stuff, albeit in a pretty terrible way, but she's been completely radio silent about all the Doki Bird stuff. People mocking her and criticizing her in various ways throughout all of her videos, for example, this video from 6 days ago, but continuing up until her most recent video, if we hop over there next. As you can see here, now on her most recent video from 2 days ago, comments still coming in, for example, this one from 19 hours ago, a top comment reading, "Best is to unsub or call her out in comments. The dislikes are a good indicator, but dislikes on YouTube is not the same as on Reddit, where the negative karma comment gets buried." Again, Kat, I really like your videos, and you
just put the fries in the back, Cat. Either you properly apologize, which we know you never will. You never did properly to Alicia. You only did it. Hi, Alex. How are you doing? I've been good. Hello. You only did it to Alicia because you got called out heavily for it, and she didn't just let that slide, and she still does not continue to let it slide. You did not apologize to the 4 lolly girls. You didn't do that either. You just ran with a narrative, painted them as the villains when they were just they weren't doing anything. So that you did as well. In addition to that, there was another art thing where you fucked up as well. You did not apologize for this too. And you did this with Dokibert now. And you did not properly apologize for this too. You made a bunch of edits, and you still stood by the artist. That wasn't an artist, but a scammer. Half of the news videos are less than Poke's most popular video. Yay!
You always talk about taking accountability for your actions, but you yourself don't abide by your own words. Rules for thee, but not for me. Are you going to own up to your mistakes, or... We'll read a few more, and then I'll get to the next point. Kat, I loved your content and I liked listening to the drama you covered. I'm very disappointed to find out that you don't care about any of the wrongdoings you did, pretending like they don't exist. Why do you cover these stories like you don't do the exact same thing the people you're talking about do? What even makes you think not mentioning it will make anything better? Whenever she starts her video with, "We have tea," I'm just going to assume she about to spout some nonsense. Yeah, it's especially funny because the way she started her Dokibird video, she was like, "Oh, we got some piping hot tea." Yeah, she really thought she was cooking with that one.
Yeah, she was cooking with that one. Yeah, but it was your document. It was your document. You wrote that piece of shit. Literally. A piece of shit wrote a piece of shit. What can you do?
This is tea so piping hot, none of you guys have actually heard about it before because it has not been posted anywhere. This is about a big VTuber by the name of Dokibird.
I want to move on to the next point, but like these comments are actually hilarious. We'll read it.
I remember now. I forgot putting a plane on her forehead like I did with my previous videos. I gotta rework the thumbnail. And I have to put a plane on this one as well.
A few more. Hello, you have time to dye your hair, but not the time to make an apology video? Help, I didn't even notice since I'm just strolling by to dislike and read comments. That is so upsettingly comedic. Have you apologized formally to person yet? Or are we just brushing it off because siding with scammers are fine, right? Apologize. Stop running away from your mistake. Now I wish YouTube didn't hide the dislike ratio. So, I did want to look for like some of the defense comments because on the videos she's been posting after all this backlash, there's always been like a few defenders saying things like, "Kat already apologized." Like referencing the non-apology she made to Alicia, but she's never apologized to Dokibird yet. And other people saying like, "Kat is only uploading these videos because they were pre-recorded and right now she's on vacation," which is interesting because other defenders were saying that she was actually moving. So I don't even know what's going on with that.
Damn, the same she does the same shit that she did during the Lolly Girl thing. She does the exact same shit again, where she has pre-recorded drama and posts it on the internet. I'm gonna straight up say this. If you make drama videos, and you are in the middle of a drama, and you are on a vacation, and something changes, and you are pushing a narrative that is false, I am actually quite glad that people come after you if you do it like that. Because when it comes to drama, you always need to be up to date. So if there are mistakes, you can immediately correct them. You cannot do that when you're constantly on vacation. Every time that she is in big issues, she's on vacation. At this point, she's kind of doing it on purpose, isn't she? The moment something bad happens, she just goes into hiding. No, Lily, no apology. Very true.
Whatever the case may be with her potentially moving or being on vacation, it still came off very tone deaf and or that she was trying to dodge accountability by posting these allegedly pre-recorded videos and not saying anything about what she did to Dokibird and all the criticism she got for that.
In addition to that, I feel like the drama that she covers, it's just art drama. It's really just VTuber drama. It's nothing else. Artist. 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 It's all artist. It's all artist. You could cover anything else, and it's probably so minor that nobody gives a rat's ass about it as well. I can almost guarantee that.
While she did find time to make that tweet about Alicia. Now that said, many people also didn't find the tweet to be sufficient for a variety of reasons, but including that people wanted her to actually make a video on her channel where most of her viewers would see her taking accountability.
And the funny part is probably not even proper drama because it's probably not even traced.
For what she did. Over on her Twitch channel, we can see that she was streaming 23 days ago and then returned 4 days ago. This meaning two things. It does seem like, yeah, she was on vacation or moving or whatever, but that she also returned 4 days ago, then also having another stream 2 days ago. And yet, as we went over already, uploads on her YouTube channel seem to have stopped. This is all to say that it looks like she really did hope that the pre-recorded videos she released while she was away were going to be enough to make people forget about all the Doki Bird stuff. And then she returned.
Oh yeah, you cannot mess with Doki Bird. I'm gonna straight up say, you cannot mess with Doki Bird because, reason being, she is so protected by the space due to what happened to her at Nichi when she was still with Nichi Sanji, that if you come for her, if you try anything stupid or retarded to have like a go at her, you will lose. You will very much lose.
And saw that people are still bringing this up, and now she's just like actually MIA. It looks like she's really trying to dodge all of this Doki Bird stuff. Like she's really hoping that everyone just forgets. And then she saw that that's not working. As we saw already, some of the top comments, I mean, all of the top comments really, the great majority of them at the very least, on her most recent video are calling her out for saying nothing about the Doki Bird stuff. It's really just astonishing how bad she's handling all of this stuff. Doki Bird even responded and gave the receipts showing where Kat essentially messed up. You think she would at the very least make a follow-up video being like, hey, Doki responded to me and I saw everything Doki said.
Who believes that she would make a follow-up video if we truly just know for a fact that this person just does not care? She just does not care who she fucks over. Just the truth.
And I realized I made some mistakes or something, right? She did have time to stream for hours upon hours since she returned, but there's just nothing about the Doki Bird stuff. It almost feels like kind of like personal. It's so weird. Like I'm sure Doki Bird doesn't even really care about this person. There's nothing personal from Doki Bird here. But like Kat seems to have some kind of like weird one-sided personal vendetta against Doki Bird. That's what it comes off like when she's just like refusing to take down the video, refusing to listen to any criticism, refusing to make an update video. Maybe at some point after I release this video, she will. And I'm not saying that's because of the video I'm making now. I don't think that will be why. It would simply be
I don't think anything's gonna come from her. There will be a point when people will forget, and then there's just the next drama, and the next drama, and so on, and so forth. But a follow-up would admit she's wrong. Yeah, she will not admit that. And if she did the follow-up, she will probably just, like, either she would double down, which I know these people constantly do, or, and I could see that as well, she's gonna deflect. She don't try to dodge, she tried to put under the rug and hope till it'll disappear. Yeah, and I gotta be honest, this is usually the most effective way to do this. Just don't respond at all. Ignore everything that's coming towards you. Eventually, people will stop and forget. Just the truth.
Timing. Like, for all I know, right now she's recording some sort of update. That very well may be the case. But it could be just as likely, I suppose, that she just takes a break now and then returns and it's like never says anything at all about what she did to Doki. Hopping over to Mujin's video about Kat in chat and what she did. We've got a top response here from Alicia herself saying, "Thank you for the way you covered this video. Seeing the amount of detail you put in your coverage is fantastic. Thank you to everyone who's been so supportive as well. It's been a crazy past week. I look forward to seeing Doki being okay after this, her community, and also my community." And scrolling down a little bit, there's a very interesting comment here that says, "It's gotten even worse. Yesterday, I saw a Twitter post."
Like, the thing is with these people, she is doing the thing that I always say and many others always say when they're on drama. Shut the fuck up. Don't say anything. It'll pass. Like, for example, we can take Dr. Disrespect as an example. The only thing bro still gets shit for what happened on, like, what happened between, like, him and the minor is that he doesn't shut the fuck up about it. He could have had peace months ago if he just never said anything. If he just continued and never said anything. But since he has to bring it up all the time, people are still calling him out on it. But if he didn't say constantly anything about it, people would have forgotten by now. Or not cared.
Where someone had managed to grab the cat Google Doc info, and she created it 2 months ago and spent a few days editing it in recent weeks. So she and the artist have been planning to do this for 2 whole months. So basically, since Manager 3 said they weren't going to carry on with this, the artist, being the one who came off looking like a scammer once Doki posted the receipts, responded to all the stuff with their own Google Doc. And so I was saying earlier, you know, it came off like she's got some weird vendetta against Doki. I mean, that just makes it look even more so like that might be the case. What the frick? 2 months?
But why beef with fucking Doki? What does Doki even do that even could even constitute any kind of personal bullshit? I don't see it. Like, the girl doesn't do anything. The only type of personal beef you could have with Doki is if you are a Niji sister. I don't know if Kat is a Niji sister. I cannot tell.
She really was like taking this artist's side and just like really trying to come out with this hit piece against Doki Bird, apparently. Let's take a look at the 4 responses that comment got. They teamed up to take down Doki. Kat did this for clout and because she's jealous of VTuber. Oh my gosh, can you please tell me the user or at least the keywords so I can look this up on Twitter? YouTube seems to be getting rid of my replies, so I can't say. But then this one getting through, I guess, and saying Vexter. The artist spent more time working on a call-out post than doing their job. My gosh. Well, what do you guys say? Let's take a look at this for ourselves, too. So this seems to be the tweet from Vexter shouts out. Says, update. I just realized this. Cat Liente has been sitting on the Doki Bird dock for more than 2 months. This is an even bigger sign that this was a deliberate attempt to smear her, and even more shows malicious intent.
Damn, what kind of personal beef is this? She was sitting on this for she was writing this for 2 fucking months? 2 fucking months? What, why? That's some generational hater type shit. That's some, you've got to be this is beef. This is no longer, this is beef. Holy heck. Yeah, there are limits to how far people will fight something that not responding even if they're right. Yeah. Now what my government does with all the protesters, yeah. Yeah, the best way is to not respond at all. There's some hate even I can't respect. This is what does that mean? You're also a lovely hater out here, but crazy. 2 months sitting on this shit doc. And then like, yeah, this is fine, let's release this.
Intent.
She had like 2 months to be like, abandon mission. Stop. I'm gonna delete this. Stop. Abandon mission. And she still dropped it.
She had 2 months to prepare a plan and somehow failed. Ironic. Yeah, and that was on May 23rd. So even since then, man, it's now the 30th. It's been a week since this comment and she still has not taken the video down. Still hasn't said anything about it. Like, all this stuff definitely makes her look worse and worse in my opinion. Makes Kat look more malicious and worse in my opinion. Yeah, terrible look. Let's check out the screenshot too. So titled Doki Bird Charity Auction PC Build. Going all the way back to the bottom first. March 8th. Celeste X Doki Bird. Edited on March 8th. Then on March 8th again. Changed to Doki Bird Charity Auction. Edited again on March 8th. Then all the way on May 7th. And then the video itself getting posted on May 13th. And the freaking description, she got time to edit this in there. There finally has been a resolution to the situation and the buyer will be receiving a refund alongside an additional 1K for the troubles. Presumably referring to the auction winner. The artist still has not been compensated for their involvement in this.
She is still on the side of the scammer. Ain't no way. Yeah, this is personal.
Project. Yeah, the one who looks like a scammer. Update 2. Doki has put out a statement of her side. Feel free to read it here to come to your own conclusion. How about you make an update video or something more than just like putting this there? Like, what the frick, man?
Yeah, you know why she put that there? So she can say, yeah, I changed something. I updated people on something. The problem is nobody fucking reads the description. Nobody does. You, me, my chat, your chat, no, almost nobody does read the description.
And then we got this, according to jobrec.net, as of recording right now, her video on DokiBird sitting at an 84%.
Ooh, that's tasty. That's tasty. Almost 18k dislikes. She plays in the description because no one checks it, correct? Yeah, it's the last video for today.
Percent dislike ratio, 3,300 likes versus 17,800.
Damn, there's more comments than likes.
Dislikes. Yeah, everything, like all the context around this whole DokiBird situation that Kat started, it just looks so bad that I don't even think there could be a sincere apology. It's just gonna look like damage control. I mean, it just comes off so malicious, like she did this all with intent. But that's just my opinion. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. I suppose I'll leave it there for now. Do you think Kat has gone into hiding? Do you think she'll address this stuff eventually? And if you do you think she'll be authentic? Let me know what you think about all that stuff.
So here's what I believe. Plan A, she doesn't respond at all, which is the most smartest thing to do, straight up. I'm gonna straight up be honest here. That's the smartest thing to do. B, she doubles down, which would be even more detrimental. C, she gives us a half-assed apology and everybody moves on. That's also a possibility. And I do think that a lot of the drama that she's involved, where she's the bad guy, she does that maliciously. She did it for the lolly VTubers, she did it for Alicia, where she straight up doxed her. She did it for some other art thing that I still remember. I can't pinpoint what it was, but there was another drama where she was in. And also for the DokiBird stuff, I think she did that maliciously as well. You don't sit on a false Google document for 2 months. You don't do that. No normal person does that, other than, yeah, somebody who's incredibly retarded or incredibly hateful. Very simple. That's how I see it. That is how I see it. Nyong. Chat. Here's my belief. She is the only person I wish got their channel deleted. I think the problem might have solved itself on its own by now. I feel like just my theory, but we'll see. There might be a way to recover this, but she'll always be known as somebody who spreads false information. But yeah, guys, I will be ending here. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with Shiny Hunting, Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, and yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Have a nice day or night. Bye-bye!